Hey everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Happy Friday. It's Friday, November 13th. Yes, it is Friday the 13th. Let's see if anything crazy happens on the show today. We have a lot planned for you. Here are some of our top stories, plus we're having a special guest join us at 10 a.m. In case you didn't notice in the title of the stream, comedian Jon Lovitz will be joining us. So get your questions ready because you'll be able to talk to him directly here on Fox 10 News Now. Now, before I get to some of our top five stories, I know we're getting this press conference in live, and this press conference has already been going for almost like a half hour or so. But they are still holding this press conference. It's in Indiana. Don't know if you guys have heard this story about the pastor's wife who was killed. We're going to go live now to this press conference. Listen in for a little bit. Then I'll play some stories for you to give you some background info in case you didn't know the story in full to begin with. So let's go ahead and listen in. It looks like it might be wrapping up. Who knows?
What do you say to those people who are not coming forward that know these are the guys?
I can remember some people having jewelry. I remember a man in a wheelchair who refused to cooperate with us, who was fencing some of the things in the Marine Hill Springville investigation. They all, including the wheelchair, went to jail with him. And I'm simply saying this to say you cannot hide from the law. If people talk, they're talking all over the place. Whether in barbershops, in churches, in restaurants, people are talking right now about this. So we're all watching and we're all listening. We have a lot of eyes and ears right now on this case. How can you hide? How dare you take something from a dead person and want to sell it and think we're not going to know about it? Somebody's going to tell about it. Somebody's going to tell who did it and who you were, when you were, and where you were and what your involvement in. And if you're not careful, they might link you to the crime. Now you got a felony murder situation where it started out as a entry into a home and then you end up being a murder. You may not bought into that. You may not thought that all you're going to do is hit a lick today or maybe go commit a burglary. That's all it was. We're just going to commit a burglary. We're going to walk through a door. We're going to see what we can take and fix. Well, you bought more than you could chew. To your point, now is the time to recognize it. You need to give it up because you're going to get charged with a felony murder. So you need to understand that everyone and anyone that's connected to this crime is subject to go to jail.
Chief, are you saying that this was a burglary gone wrong?
I believe that we can say it was no forced entry. I think we can say it wasn't the typical home invasion. It was no forced entry. And I think in some cases you heard about burglars in the neighborhood. You heard the connection to that. So we're clear about what we're saying, but we're also saying to people, if you see something, say something in the neighborhood. If you see people walking around the neighborhood, get to know your neighbors. It's not racial profiling to get to know your neighbors. Get to know who they are, pay close attention, know when Mrs. The ISIS is coming home, make sure she is gotten home safely, pay attention to the seniors in the neighborhood, get to know the kids, so you're not profiling, you're telling the truth about what you know to the police about your neighborhood.
We'll take one more question, guys.
Was this person acting alone, do we think, this young male that we're talking about?
Well, we just talked about aiding and abetting. No criminal acts alone. Someone has to take those CVs. Somebody had to come up with an idea. We don't know whether they're alone or not, but I suspect in this case, you know for a fact people fence, hold, sell, carry things away from crime. So they're not alone. We're just one of those who didn't buy into all of this to give it up because we're coming for you.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll try to follow up a little bit later. Right out there, Chief. Right out there.
Life going all right?
Chief will come back around. He's going to come back around.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's going on?
Hey, good to see Sir, how are you? Good. Walked on this a long time. You all
All right, guys, it looks like we just caught the very end of that press conference. What I'm going to do is go ahead and play this clip for you. We have a couple clips from Fox National that give you some background info on this case. Now, it's out of Indiana. A home invasion gone wrong, I guess you could say, although when does a home invasion go right? This story will give you some background info.
We're like 60 miles up the inlet.
I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys in just a second. Stand by. We'll have this in a moment.
The answers in finding a suspect in the case that has captured the attention of the city.
Our detectives attend every autopsy. And so part of that process is to help them develop information.
Information like the caliber of bullet used, the exact time of death, and even evidence that could lead them closer to finding out who killed Amanda Blackburn, the wife of a local pastor and a mother who was expecting her second child.
It's a horrific crime, obviously. Homicide in any manner is horrific, and this one has required a lot more resources, and our detectives are following up on several leads and following up on information.
Wednesday evening, crime scene investigators and detectives were back at the home in the 2800 block of Sunnyfield Court.
That's not uncommon for our detectives to go out, revisit a scene to see if they've missed something, to talk with neighbors, to assure neighbors that we are doing everything we can as a police department. We've done that on a number of homicides.
Sergeant Adams says investigators are also looking for connections to other recent crimes Tuesday morning, like the burglary just a few houses down from the Blackburns' home, and a northeast side home invasion and robbery off San Clemente Drive, which captured the perpetrators on surveillance video.
We will find those connections if they're there.
And Metro Police are also hoping information from the public will give them some answers.
Unquestionably, one of the most important factors that aids our detectives in identifying potential suspects.
Police do say they have ruled out Blackburn's husband, Davey, as a suspect.
We don't have any reason to believe the husband is involved at all.
But those that were are out there, and police say it's only a matter of time before they find them.
Our detectives will look at all that information. We will look at anything. We will leave no stone unturned.
And here's today's story.
A manhunt is underway for the person who shot and killed the pregnant wife of an Indianapolis pastor. Police say 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn was attacked during a home robbery Tuesday morning. She died a day later after being taken off of life support.
When it's in your own neighborhood, it really hits home, and it makes you think, and it could have been any of us.
Blackburn was 13 weeks pregnant at the time of the shooting, and the child did not survive. Her 1-year-old son was also home, but was not injured.
Hopefully they'll find out who this is, because this is the worst thing in the world.
Police say a nearby house was burglarized just hours before Blackburn was shot.
Somebody is burglarizing a home and taking a gun. That means that they're dangerous people. Why aren't the police identifying who a suspect may be? They're putting out no information.
Amanda Blackburn and her husband moved to Indiana in 2012 and founded the Independent Resident Church. Davey Blackburn releasing a statement Thursday which reads, quote, "I have not only lost my ministry partner and support, but also my very best friend. As deeply as I am hurting, I am hopeful and confident that good things will come of this." Meantime, those who knew the couple say they were dedicated to serving their community.
I mean, they were more than excited to be here in Indianapolis planting a church. She was all about people coming to know Jesus. And that's who she was as a person.
The Indianapolis Police Department says it has ruled out Blackburn's husband as a suspect in the case. A reward of $1,000 is now being offered for information leading to an arrest. Patricia Stark, Fox News.
All right, so that is the update with that story. I figured I would just give you guys that information. Even though it wasn't listed in my top 5, it did relate to that press conference I brought you at the top of the show, so I figured I would give you guys some background info. I know some of you guys very upset in the chat room. Rachel's saying, so sad, would that be a double murder then? And Rachel's referencing the fact that the pastor's wife was pregnant at the time. It'll be interesting to see how this case goes forward. As you heard from authorities, they're just trying to figure out who did it and track them down. Moving on, we are going to now get to these top 5 stories. Trump taking on Ben Carson. This is all over the internet because when Donald Trump was talking about Ben Carson to CNN, he made references to child molesters. The next thing you know, the internet takes this and is like, what? What did Donald Trump do now? So let me pull up some video of Trump and Carson while I tell you guys this story. Just give me a second. Obviously, Donald Trump trying to take down his #1 competition right now. As you know, Trump was leading the polls forever. Now Ben Carson leads the polls. Trump is in second. So basically, Trump makes reference to Ben Carson's self-described pathological temper and tells CNN host Aaron Burnett that there was no cure for the violent behavior that Carson wrote about having in his youth. Trump said it's in the book that he's got a pathological temper. That's a big problem because you don't cure that. You know, as an example, you know, child molesting, you don't cure these people. You don't cure a child molester. There's no cure for it. Pathological, there's no cure for that. So basically, in Carson's book, Gifted Hands, he wrote that he had a pathological temper in his youth that resulted in a few violent episodes. He said he once tried to stab a family member and even attempted to go after his mother with a hammer. Now, Trump is saying, I'm not bringing up anything that's not in this book. You know, when he says he went after his mom and wanted to hit her in the head with a hammer, that bothers me. Trump also adds, I mean, that's pretty bad, when he says he's pathological. And he says that in the book. I don't say that. And again, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything other than pathological is a very serious disease. And he said he's pathological. Somebody said he has pathological disease. Now, that is what's going on. This aired last night, and it is all over the internet this morning. One of the top trends on Facebook as well as on some of the cable networks talking about it at length. Another big story trending everywhere is ISIS terrorist Jihadi Jon dead. Now, Jihadi Jon is the British-born terrorist that was seen in many of those beheading videos posing with victims, those hostages, before they were killed. He sort of became the unofficial face of ISIS, you could say. Apparently, he was specifically targeted in these airstrikes, and there's no confirmation officially that he's dead, but there are rumors out there that he is dead, that he was targeted. Jihadi Jon has been trending on Twitter since last night. I'm going to go ahead and play this story for you from Fox National on it, and first, this is just a photo of Jihadi Jon in general. This is the guy we're talking about. And here is the full story from Fox National.
U.S. forces set their sights on one of ISIS's most high-profile militants, an American drone strike targeting the extremist known as Jihadi Jon in Raqqa, Syria.
The terrorists associated with Daesh need to know this. Your days are numbered, and you will be defeated.
Jihadi Jon's real name is Mohammed Emwazi, a British citizen believed to be in his mid-20s. He's seen in videos showing the beheadings of numerous hostages, which include U.S. and British citizens. British Prime Minister David Cameron says both countries contributed to the strike.
He was ISIL's lead executioner, and let us never forget that he killed many, many Muslims too. And he was intent on murdering many more people.
The mission to take out Jihadi Jon comes as Kurdish forces fight ISIS in Iraq, the fighters receiving support from U.S.-led coalition airstrikes as they try to take back control of Sinjar. Kurdish forces able to raise a flag in the strategic town today. President Obama telling ABC News the militants are not gaining strength.
But you don't see the systematic march by ISIL across the terrain. What we have not yet been able to do is to completely decapitate their command and control structures.
President Obama also says there's been progress in trying to reduce the flow of foreign fighters, and part of the goal is to recruit more effective Sunni partners in Iraq to go on the offensive against ISIS. Joy Piazza, Fox News.
I'm definitely interested in speaking with Ron about that topic. Not sure if we'll be able to get Ron up here, though, because I do know that we are scheduled to have comedian Jon Lovitz at 10 o'clock, which is usually when I have Ron Hoon up here. So maybe I can convince Ron to join me a little earlier, maybe after his 9:30 hit on the morning show, so we at least get a little bit of Ron Hoon during our Friday edition of News Now. Moving on, we have, SpaghettiOs have been recalled. Yep, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, I guess I'll put a picture of a SpaghettiOs can, if for whatever reason you either did not experience this in your own childhood or have not given your own children the joy of SpaghettiOs. This is what I'm talking about. SpaghettiOs recalled. In fact, it's trending on Facebook as well. Campbell's Soup Company recalling 14.2 ounce cans of the pasta dish. Now, this is a voluntary recall. It's due to a possible choking hazard created by small plastic pieces found in some cans. The cans set for recall have a date of February 22nd, 2017 stamped on them. So the official announcement from the SpaghettiOs page, you can go ahead and pull up SpaghettiOs. I didn't even know they had a Facebook fan page, but apparently more than 500,000 people like them, which makes sense. Let's see. We are voluntarily recalling 14.2-ounce cans of SpaghettiOs Originals with the date February 22nd, 2017, and a UPC code of 51000222432. This is due to a potential choking hazard posed by pieces of red plastic found in a small number of cans. This plastic material is from parts of the can lining, which may peel off. Please, don't eat this product. For a full refund, return affected cans to the store which they were purchased. We apologize for any inconvenience, and if you have any questions, please call 1-866-535-3774 or send a message. At least they're being honest about it. Now I want some SpaghettiOs. I'm getting hungry. In other news, right here, number 4, the Phoenix Suns beat the LA Clippers. Now, I don't normally put sports scores in my top 5 unless they are just shocking or a big talker. This one just shocked me. I went to the Clippers-Suns game last night, and, you know, not to hate on our own Phoenix Suns, but, well, the Clippers are very good. You know, they make it to the playoffs. They do well in the playoffs. So it was just surprising to me when I was watching the game yesterday, and the Suns just dominated. Now, let's make one thing clear. One of the Clippers' key players, Blake Griffin, was ejected in the second quarter for 2 technical fouls. And Chris Paul, pretty much the Clippers' all-star, was not playing because of an injury. Still, however, the Suns were leading. In the beginning, it was still a close game, but after a while, by third quarter, it kind of was a blowout. I don't even know why I stayed till the end of the game, to be honest. I was just secretly hoping that they'd make a comeback and it'd be a good game and it'd go into overtime. Because regardless of what team you're cheering for, at the end of the day, you just want to watch a good game, right? And for me, obviously, I was very conflicted. I was like, do I go for the Clippers? Do I go for the Suns? I don't know. But one thing that was very entertaining, and I took this video for all you viewers out there because I was very entertained by it. They had some dancing dads that came out, and I wanted to share with you this video because it's so entertaining to watch. Yeah, those are dads that are dancing. Also, it was Military Appreciation Night last night, and I thought that was interesting because you guys remember, like last week or something, we brought you that press conference with the Senator McCain and Senator Flake, where they were calling out the U.S. government on paying sporting teams and pro sports leagues. They were talking about how the government was paying them just to honor the military and that they shouldn't be doing this. It was patriotism for profit. Do you guys remember that press conference? And it was like, what? So I was wondering in my head the whole time at the game, like, is this what Senator McCain was talking about? Did the government pay the Suns or the NBA to have this Military Appreciation Night? I mean, granted, Wednesday was Veterans Day, so it's only fitting. In fact, the guy sitting right next to me, he was a vet. There were lots of vets there. In fact, I'm going to show you some pictures. These are some vets sitting courtside. More vets. Lots of vets. Same pictures. More vets. Then they had the Phoenix Suns female dancers wearing military style so they were wearing what is that term when you're wearing, what's the name? Camouflage, in honor of Military Appreciation Night. So, anyways, good job, Suns. Maybe we can keep it up. Maybe the Suns will make it to the playoffs this year. I don't know. It's very early in the season. The NBA season only started a couple weeks ago, so Who knows? We could be a really great team. Fingers crossed. Moving on to this last story that I thought is great. Cops pulling over this self-driving car, the Google car. This is the first time that a Google car so I've heard, has been pulled over. This Google car being pulled over in Mountain View, California. It's pretty amazing. So basically the cop saw that a car was driving too slow. It was going 25 and a 35. The traffic was backed up for a while, so the cop decided to approach the vehicle, pull it over. Upon pulling it over, it realized there was no driver inside the vehicle. It was pretty entertaining when I first read this story. In fact, the Mountain View Police Department even wrote about it on their Facebook page yesterday, saying, inquiring minds want to know. Now this afternoon, as in yesterday, a Mountain View Police Department traffic officer noticed traffic backing up behind a slow-moving car traveling in the eastbound lane on El Camino Real near Ringstraff Road. The car was traveling at 24 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. As the officer approached the slow-moving car, he realized it was a Google autonomous vehicle. The officer stopped the car and made contact with the operators to learn more about how the car was choosing speeds along certain roadways and to educate the operators about impeding traffic per the California Vehicle Code. Now, the Google self-driving cars operate under the Neighborhood Electric Vehicle definition of the California Vehicle Code and can only be operated on roadways with speed limits at or under 35 miles per hour. In this case, it was lawful for the car to be traveling on the street, as El Camino Real is rated at 35 miles per hour. The Mountain View Department meets regularly with Google to ensure that their vehicles operate safely in the community. So yeah, that's just some file video of the car driving, but this is actually a photo from what happened yesterday. So yes, you can be pulled over for going too slowly, and you can be pulled over even when there's not a driver in the vehicle. Now, Google says its driverless vehicles are currently out on the streets of both Mountain View, California, and Austin, Texas. Its fleet includes modified Lexus SUVs and this bubble-shaped prototype, the one that you saw pulled over. So that was pretty entertaining, I thought. All right, guys, what are you saying in the chat room? It looks like Tessa's saying car is cool and this is our future. I love tech. What else are you guys talking about? Some of you guys talking about ISIS in the chat room. Some people talking about the Suns. Interesting. Well, we'll get back to some of those topics in a little bit. We're going to recap the top 5 momentarily, but in the meantime, I want to play a few other stories for you. Let me just go ahead and find the stories I'm going to play. Let's go ahead and, I don't know, hear from Tony Blair. See what he has to say about Jihadi Jon. Stand by. Former UK Prime Minister. This one's for you, Joe Foley. This one's for you.
Things to delve some more. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take the initiative and ask the first question.
I mean, if these reports are correct and several of those people from ISIS have been killed today, I mean, these are people who are brutalizing, terrorizing, murdering people. Of course, it's really important that we take the fight to them and make them realize that they're going to be contested heavily.
What I would like to know is what specific gives you any hope?
It's no great secret. I think it is essential for Britain to play its part in this fight against this hideous extremism that is brutalizing the lives of so many people. It's important we play our full part. We should be playing it alongside America and other allies. And so if the UK government wanted to commit Britain to this fight in Syria, where after all ISIS are really headquartered, of course I'd be fully supportive of that.
More than a decade ago is the influence of Iran, and of course Iran is being involved.
So there you heard from him. FYI, we do have a lot of live events coming in. We have a GOP Sunshine Summit, so I'm told, and Ron is now telling me that there's supposed to be a Ben Carson event coming in the next hour or so, where he's supposed to respond to Trump's comments, the ones we just talked about Trump making those comments about Ben Carson being a pathological person, making references to child molesters. So that should be very interesting indeed. These are the things that Ron tells me while I'm off camera, guys. FYI. So, since I just mentioned Trump and Carson once again, I feel like it's only fitting that I give you a story about the latest on the presidential race. I have a couple of stories. One that was sent to us yesterday afternoon and one was sent this morning, so I'm just going to play both of them for you. How about that? I think that's great. Cool, I'm talking to myself.
The live free or die state is not going to roll over and let our liberties be taken away by an out-of-control wall.
Firebrand Texas Senator and Tea Party conservative Ted Cruz filed in New Hampshire to appear on the nation's first primary ballot and ripped into Marco Rubio and the rest of the GOP field as supporters of amnesty for illegal immigrants.
A majority of the candidates standing on that Republican debate stage have previously publicly supported amnesty. And I am the only candidate standing on that debate stage who has never supported amnesty.
Cruz casts himself as the conservative insurgent with a record to prove it and is taking aim at Rubio, Jeb Bush, John Kasich, Chris Christie, and others who argue a path to legal status is more compassionate than deportation.
I would note that, there are a lot of Republican politicians who frankly are listening to the elites who believe it is really compassionate to support amnesty. It's bad for the working men and women of this country.
But moments later, Rick Santorum, who considers himself the GOP's champion of blue-collar workers, filed in New Hampshire and called out Cruz.
And the guy that was just in here, he makes big passionate speeches about, how tough he's going to be on illegal immigration. Yet, in the Gang of 8 bill, he offered an amendment, and his amendment allowed people to stay here in this country indefinitely.
Yes, people will have to be deported. There's no doubt about it. But we also have to deal realistically with the fact that we have 12 or 13 million people.
Lindsey Graham supports the immigration reforms Cruz and others call amnesty. But they agreed on a critical political issue in New Hampshire, that the Republican and Democratic parties in Washington are trying to kill elections beyond 2016 in the early voting states of Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. And then that's bad for the country. Cruz summed up for Graham and other candidates in both parties who have for years defended the first-in-the-nation states.
There's some folks in Washington that are talking about trying to end New Hampshire's first-in-the-nation status. I got to say that I think that is complete lunacy. If our elections began in large states, if they began in states like California or New York or my home state of Texas, they would all be decided by slick Hollywood TV ads.
The GOP field next convenes in Florida Friday and Saturday for a cattle call dubbed the Sunshine Summit. For many, it'll be a face-off in their home state between Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush. In Concord, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
All right, that was that story. Now we hear from
Republican
Doug
debates
Luzader.
continue to draw huge TV ratings. This Democratic debate this weekend in Iowa probably won't get the same level of attention because the Democratic contest right now is not exactly a nail-biter.
Oh my goodness, hi everybody.
For Hillary Clinton, reason to celebrate. Yet another poll shows she is well on her way to locking down the Democratic nomination. A CBS New York Times survey has her at 52%, nearly 20 points up on her closest rival, Bernie Sanders. They will face off at a debate this weekend in Iowa, but even in that state, Clinton's lead is sizable. Still, one stumbling block remains, the FBI investigation into her email server, with agents now considering whether Clinton or those around her made false statements. the same issue that led to Martha Stewart's prosecution more than a decade ago.
She was asked about certain activities and she lied about them. As a result of those lies, she was prosecuted and convicted under this very statute.
Republicans, meantime, continue to spar over an issue that divided them at this week's debate in Milwaukee, immigration. Donald Trump continuing to back his hard line.
It's basically quite simple, but it's going to be done in a very humane fashion. People will have to go out. They are illegal immigrants.
But yes, people will have to be deported. There's no doubt about it. But we also have to deal realistically with the fact that we have 12 or 13 million people, whatever the number is.
And that really is the issue. Even if you have perfect border security, even if you build a wall, as Donald Trump wants to do, the question remains, what do you do about the illegal immigrants who are already here? In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News. Republican debates continue to...
All right, guys, that was Doug Luzader. It is now 9:30, meaning I have to recap our top 5 stories real quick. Trump taking on Ben Carson. Trump made these comments to CNN yesterday, making references to Ben Carson's references in his own book. Ben Carson referring to his childhood of being being pathologically angry. Donald Trump saying when you're pathological, you really don't change. For example, child molesters, they can't change, things like that. And it was very controversial. People on the internet talking about it. Now I'm hearing that Ben Carson is expected to respond to Donald Trump in the next hour. So if that is the case, we'll be carrying that live here on Fox 10 News Now. Moving on, is ISIS terrorist Jihadi Jon dead? That's what people are saying. I mean, Jihadi Jon is trending nationwide on Twitter. It's been trending since last night. It's been trending for, I guess, at least 12 hours now. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Twitter in the meantime so we can see what people are talking about in reference to Jihadi Jon. Apparently he was targeted in a drone strike yesterday, and we don't know officially, I believe, whether he is dead, but we do know he is targeted, and he is believed to have been killed. So that is the guy we're talking about. Gotta go ahead and play this story for you from Fox National in case you missed it the first time I played it, so they get a full idea of the Jihadi Jon strike.
U.S. forces set their sights on one of ISIS's most high-profile militants, an American drone strike targeting the extremist known as Jihadi Jon in Raqqa, Syria.
The terrorists associated with Daesh need to know this. Your days are numbered, and you will be defeated.
Jihadi Jon's real name is Mohammed Emwazi, a British citizen believed to be in his mid-20s. He's seen in videos showing the beheadings of numerous hostages, which include U.S. and British citizens. British Prime Minister David Cameron says both countries contributed to the strike.
He was ISIL's lead executioner, and let us never forget that he killed many, many Muslims too. And he was intent on murdering many more people.
The mission to take out Jihadi Jon comes as Kurdish forces fight ISIS in Iraq. The fighters receiving support from U.S.-led coalition airstrikes as they try to take back control of Sinjar. Kurdish forces able to raise a flag in the strategic town today. President Obama telling ABC News the militants are not gaining strength.
You don't see this systematic march by ISIL across the terrain. What we have not yet been able to do is to completely decapitate their command and control structures.
President Obama also says there's been progress in trying to reduce the flow of foreign fighters, and part of the goal is to recruit more effective Sunni partners in Iraq to go on the offensive against ISIS. Joy Piazza, Fox News.
All right, meanwhile, SpaghettiOs have been recalled. We're going to go ahead and pull up the SpaghettiOs Facebook page. Maybe you didn't know that SpaghettiOs had a Facebook page. Well, you learn something new every day. Let me just go ahead and pull up their Facebook page. 577,000 people like SpaghettiOs, according to Facebook. I'm sure more people do. They just don't have Facebook or don't know that SpaghettiOs has its own Facebook page. Look at that. There's a SpaghettiOs can as the cover photo. We are voluntarily recalling 14.2-ounce cans of SpaghettiOs Original with the date of February 22nd, 2017, and a UPC code of 51000222432. This is due to a potential choking hazard posed by pieces of red plastic found in a small number of cans. This plastic material is from parts of the can lining which may peel off. Please don't eat this product. For a full refund, return affected cans to the store which they were purchased. We apologize for any inconvenience, and if you have any questions, please call 1-866-535-3774 or send a message through the SpaghettiOs, the Campbell's website. Moving on, the Phoenix Suns beat the LA Clippers 118-104. This is a big deal because the Clippers are really, really good, and the Suns, well, they did not make it to the playoffs last year. So it's surprising because you would think that the Clippers are very good, but they're starting off this season so. Yesterday they went into the game 5-3, whereas the Suns were 3-4. The Suns beat them, making the Clippers 5-4, and the Suns now 4-4. The Suns and the Clippers played each other recently, actually. Actually, they played each other in Los Angeles Monday, November 2nd, and the Clippers beat the Suns by 6 points, 102-96. However, yesterday, the Suns dominated, beating the Clippers 118-104. Now, I must clarify that one of their star players, Chris Paul, was not playing because of an injury, and another star player, Blake Griffin, was ejected in the second quarter. So maybe that's why, but either way, it's something to be proud about. And last but not least, this story that I love, the cop pulling over the driverless Google car. This is pretty amazing to me. This Google car getting pulled over in the city of Mountain View, California. That's where Google is headquartered, up in the Bay Area. Mountain View and Austin, Texas are the two cities where Google cars, these self-driving cars, are being tested. This is the photo. You can see the cop pulling over the car. Basically, the car was going 24 and a 35. It was backing up traffic, and when the cop decided to figure out what was going on and who was going so slow, he attempted to pull over the car, only to realize that it was a driverless Google car.
do that.
All right, guys, now we're going to cut away from that story. We're going to play a little bit of Chris Christie from this morning campaign in Iowa.
Think about it if it happened here. Think about picking up and running away from your home, your business, and everything that's been dear to you, living in Iowa for your entire lives, for many of you. And when you run, you don't know where you're going to stop. You don't know whether you're going to have shelter. You don't know whether you're going to have food. You certainly don't know whether you're going to be able to educate your children. Yet you run. The only reason to do that is if you are so desperate and you believe there's no alternative to save your life and the life of your family but to run. This is the world the president has bequeathed to us. And remember this, there are fewer democracies today in the world than there were when Barack Obama became president. This man has not expanded democracy in the world, he has contracted democracy in the world. And we know fewer democracies mean more violence, because democratic countries, in the main, don't commit violent acts against their neighbors. Dictatorships and religious run countries, they do. And so this is the country he's bequeathing to us, that Hillary Clinton is bequeathing to us. And I can't wait. I have to tell you the truth. I cannot wait to get on the stage in September of 2016 with Hillary Clinton. Ask her about this. Ask her how she could say that with fewer democracies in the world, with ISIS now the greatest terrorist threat to the United States and the rest of the world, and it did not even exist before Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton got back into the White House, with Al-Qaeda still out there and plotting against us. How can she say that what they've done over the last 7 years has been successful? She'll point to the Iranian nuclear deal as a success. You can tell why I can't wait to debate her. And these are the things that they're going to talk about. And you know, all you need to know about where this president's priorities are is about 4 weeks ago he was interviewed on 60 Minutes. And Steve Croft, who was interviewing him, who usually gives him, you know, layup interviews, right? All of a sudden started to question the president kind of hard about Syria and Russia being in Syria and Putin stealing our lunch money. He said, Mr. President, people are saying that you're not providing leadership, but Putin is. And the president got all indignant because he thought, this is CBS, man. I'm supposed to get a layup interview. What's going on? But when he finally got asked, what do you think leadership is all about? The president said, well, my view of leadership is different than yours, Steve. He said, well, what is your view, Mr. President? And he said, well, like, we're leading on global warming around the world. When 250,000 people are being slaughtered by their own government, when there are wars in every corner of the Middle East, this guy is talking about global warming. Let me give him a little clue. The 250,000 people who are murdered, not worried about global warming anymore. The millions of people who are running for their lives, they're not worried about global warming, believe me. They're worried about getting their next meal. They're worried about how they're going to have shelter for their children. They're worried about what has happened to their life. And this guy is talking about global warming. We need a new president, everybody. And we need a president who's going to understand. Who's going to understand that America is the indispensable country in the world, that we are exceptional, and that our leadership is the only thing that will bring peace and stability to the world. Many other nations will follow, but they will only follow if we lead. And we need a president not who wants to be the world's policeman, but we need a president who's going to say, our allies will know that no matter what, we will stand with them, and our adversaries will know the limits of our patience. And I can tell you this, if I were sitting in the Oval Office right now, the limits of my patience would have been exceeded a long time ago. And I think the American people understand that this type of instability and violence around the world will come here if we don't stop it. It will come here. This is not their problem, it's everyone's problem. And I want to stop it before it gets here. And that's what we need to do, and that's what we need a president to do. And so it'll be fun, I think, if you give me the chance, to get on that stage and have a former federal prosecutor standing on the stage across from Hillary Clinton. Believe me, she's never been questioned by somebody like me before. She might be soon, given some of the stuff she's done, but it hadn't happened before. And what I want you to do when you're looking at all these candidates, and you're going to get to look at them all up close, that's the beauty of Iowa. You get to see all of us like this, up close. I want you to ask yourself before you caucus on February 1st, which among us is the one who's most mature, most tested, and most ready to take it to Hillary Clinton? Because, let me tell you everybody, there's no silver medal in this business. You either win or you go home. And we cannot afford to turn our nation over to Hillary Clinton for the next 4 years. We won't recognize it when she's done. And we can't say, well, we'll give her 4 years and then we'll beat her then. It may be too late. And so I want you to think about that. Who's the one who's most mature, most tested, most ready to be the next president of the United States? Because the only way you're going to get there is going through that stage with Hillary Clinton. Because she's going to be the Democratic nominee. So I'm excited to be here. I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to let you ask me questions. There's only one rule for my town halls. I know there's other folks who come through here and give town halls where you have to write down your questions, and then you have to give your questions to their staff. Then their staff, goes through the questions and sees, if that's a question that their candidate might like. Now, it would be inappropriate for me to give that person's name, but her initials are Hillary Clinton. And in my town hall meetings, it's real easy. You raise your hand, you ask a question, I answer it. That's it. Yes, sir.
I'm not playing into your hand. We're interested, I'm interested in finding the most electable candidate to win that election. Right now, and that's going to take the whole party, not a divided party.
Yes, sir.
And right now, there's some people that are dividing the party. What's your position on immigration?
Listen, my position on immigration is real simple and doable. And we have five things we need to do in different categories. First one is to secure the border is our first obligation. Because if we don't have a nation of secure borders, then we're not really a nation. So how do we secure the border? First, I would put walls or fences up in the most populated areas. Now, please, everybody, do not go for this, I'm going to build a wall along the entire 2,000 miles of the southern border. Please don't go for that. It's not going to happen. And I'll tell you something else that's not going to happen. I've met twice now with President Peña Nieto of Mexico. I went on a trade mission to Mexico last fall and met with him. He's come to the United States and asked for a meeting with me, and I met with him. He's a very nice guy. He ain't paying for the wall, okay? I don't care who asks him. I don't care how beautiful the wall is. I don't care how beautiful the door to the wall is. He's not paying for it. You're paying for it, and we don't need it. In the most populated areas, I would put walling or fencing to slow down those folks. Second, we need to use the technology we have to monitor the border. So let's use stationary cameras at certain places of the border, and let's use drones with cameras on them to fly back and forth across the border to give us real-time information on where to deploy resources. If there's something happening in a remote area of the border, then we can send people there, and that's cost-effective. Third, we need to embed FBI, DEA, and ATF agents with our Border Patrol agents, because they're the ones who are expert at stopping guns and drugs and detecting who's carrying them. Let's put our best people on the border on guns and drugs to try to keep those things from coming up across the southern border. Fourth is E-Verify. Every business in this country should be required to use E-Verify. And that will not only help with stopping the flow of people here, because if they know they can't get a job, they're not coming. Because unlike what Hillary Clinton thinks, they don't come here to vote. They come here to work. And E-Verify will not only help with those folks, but it'll help with the folks who are already here. Because if the folks who are already here are working, now are subject to E-Verify, and they can't get another job, they're going home. Because the only reason for them to be here is to work. The fifth point is this, that 40% of the 11 million people who are here illegally didn't come over the southern border. They came through our airports on visas. We invited them. We invited them to be students here. We invited them to be tourists here. We invited them to work for a certain period of time. And then they overstayed their visa. Now, I got a lot of attention from the press back in the summer when I said, if Federal Express can track a package from the minute it leaves your door till the minute it gets to the
Hi, Ron Hoon.
Hi, SK.
So you're popping in to say hi for a couple minutes?
Just for a couple of minutes, just saying hi to the gang. We have such cool, regular folks who, where's that? I guess I'm okay. I feel like I have all kinds of wires on me. So, Donald Trump compares Ben Carson to a child molester.
Oh, I know. It's in the top 5, see?
I mean, so I asked Chris Wallace, I just wanted to share this with you because Chris has a great show. Chris has Ben Carson. Talk about good timing. He has him as his guest on his Sunday morning show.
That is good timing.
I said, yeah, that's really good timing, Chris, because I asked Chris about this. I said, so Carson, you could sense a little bit of his frustration during the debate the other night that, hey, the media he says, I don't mind being vetted, I just don't like being lied about. I feel like I'm being lied about in just sort of the way it's being reported. So my question to Chris was, if that wasn't effective, is Donald Trump, who is now hitting him harder than he's ever hit him before, and I don't know where that came from, because Trump used to always say, hey, I'm a nice guy, but if I get hit hard, I hit back hard.
Right.
What did Donald Trump do to him? I mean, what did Ben Carson do to him
I
bring
don't
that
know.
up?
Just to beat him in the polls. That's what it is.
Yeah, maybe so.
I really think it's that, because he
Yeah.
was very nice to Ben Carson as long as Ben Carson was second.
Yeah.
The minute Donald Trump became second is the minute that Ben Carson was his new enemy.
Right. But honestly, the focus of his campaign, shouldn't it be Hillary Clinton?
Yes and no, but he's trying to get the nomination as it is.
Yeah. Well, so I'm chatting with Chris, and he's like, to be honest with you, this speaks way more to what's going on right now with Donald Trump. And
he feels insecure.
Sort of where's his state of mind and his view on the way things are happening, because this one, but honestly, you and I sat here 8 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago, however long ago it was, and we're shaking our heads when he came after John McCain for saying, I don't like people that get captured.
That was a long time ago.
Okay, well, however long it was ago, I just thought, well, that'll be his undoing. But it wasn't at all. And so, will this one be his?
That was July.
Okay, so.
Wow. I like people who weren't captured. It was July.
Yeah. So, I mean, his numbers do nothing but stay strong, and it'll just be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of today and into the Sunday talk shows.
Right.
Is the angle going to be, more the latest salvo fired at Ben Carson, or is the angle going to be Donald Trump has reached a new low in the things he's saying about people?
Oh.
What's that? What's O?
Oh, I saw her face on the show. Apparently they were teasing to us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
But you would have heard that.
No, I unplugged and tried to plug into you real quick so I could hear what you were saying.
I see.
But now you got like a movie star.
I know.
Coming on. Come on. I guess that means I'm getting the hook.
Well,
yeah, I know. I know what you guys want to watch. They see me every day. They don't even want to hear. That's fine. That's enough politics. We'll bring the funny guy over here.
All right. Good. Be out, guys, in just a couple minutes.
It's going to be a treat for you guys.
Jon Lovitz in Phoenix. I hit the button about 30 seconds early, so now we're live on air right away. But you know what? We just go with the flow here. We're live with all the viewers watching right now. And let me just see.
Live?
Live. We are live right now. I was just looking up Trump versus McCain. And I don't know what your take is on politics, but I always ask every comedian that comes up here right away what their take is on Donald Trump entering the political arena.
Oh, well, I've actually known him for a long time.
You want to bring him?
I don't know. I've known him for a long time, and I think it's fascinating that he's doing so well. And you know, it's like who knows what's going to happen. But I also think it's ridiculous that there's 15 people running, and now there's 14.
It started at 17.
It's absurd. 17.
Yeah.
I don't know why. You would think the Republican Party would say there's a limit.
Yeah, I don't think there is, though. I don't know if there's actually an official limit to it. I think in theory everyone can just keep doing it.
So how are you going to know everybody and remember everybody?
No, I think there are definitely people that people forget about. I think people forget about Lindsey Graham. People forget about Bobby Jindal.
Well, some of the Democrats, there was only 3 or 4 Democrats, and they mentioned one of them, like who?
Right.
Or 2 of them, I didn't even know they were running.
Right, outside of...
And that's only 4. They never mentioned it. It's absurd. What camera are we on? This one?
We're on this one, yeah. And the viewers are entering comments right now, asking you questions.
Oh.
And Jonathan Langdale asking, hey, John, how did Trump do on SNL? Wow,
I thought he did well. I mean, he's not really an actor, but so I thought amazing to me is I would do the show, and I'd be nervous, and the guy was so relaxed, and confident.
Right.
His confidence, I think that's what's making him win. He's the most confident person I've ever seen.
It works when you're running for president.
Even you.
Being the demon hunter. Did you hear about this rumor? He's asking you about this rumor that was reported on the internet a couple days ago about how there's this megastar actor that now is HIV positive. I think that's what being the demon hunter is asking.
Yeah, I read that story, and I think it's just a fake story. It's one of those things that they go, oh, let's make up a story, but we won't say any names, but we'll hint around. So it sounds it's not even a real story.
Right. So people go to their website.
So the point of that story is to have this guy asking, well, who is it? And everyone thinking, who is it, and trying to guess, and just making a thing out of that, and then more people will look at that website, and it's completely fake.
Well, I think that happens a lot, though, now with the internet. I feel like with Twitter, for example, there's sudden speculation, and next thing you know, that rumor's gone around the whole world, and everyone thinks it's real when it actually isn't. Rachel saying, question for Jon Lovitz, will there be
Well, they go, Trump's used to doing the camera, John. My goodness. I go, that's true, but it's not the same as when you're acting in a sketch. The point is, the guy's confident on The Apprentice. He's just the most confident person, period. And doing Saturday Night Live and sketches, this guy, whoever wrote that, he's never done the Saturday Night Live. It's very different. It's very different. You're running around, and you're playing sketches. It's not like The Apprentice where you're just being yourself and talking as yourself. There's a script and lines, and you're acting on scene, so it's very different. So you couldn't be more wrong. Tess.
Sid and Rachel both asking about this same question for John. Will there be any cartoons from you like The Critic? Sid wants to know, are you bringing back The Critic? Can you please say...
I'm trying to bring The Critic back.
You are?
Yeah. I want to do it as a live sitcom, which is how it was originally conceived.
Huh.
But I think the show's great. So I'm trying, but who knows what, I don't know what'll happen.
Rachel has a question.
They'll have to be a little older and heavier.
Can you please say, it stinks to make my childhood complete? That was my favorite.
It stinks.
That was for you, Rachel. Jon Lovitz was the first stand-up comic I ever watched when I was a kid. And now Mike D wants you to do the liar bit. Everyone's asking you to just do bits up here.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
So, okay, you're in town now. You're doing stand-up live today, tomorrow, and
Sunday. Yeah.
How often do you make it out to Phoenix?
Well, not a lot, but when I was here a couple years ago working, because every weekend or every other weekend I'm traveling to a different city,
right?
Doing stand-up, and I love doing it. It's become really, really fun.
Mm-hmm.
And my show's very silly. It's rated R. I make fun of everybody, so it's, you know. And the thing is, a comedy club, it's all satire, and you make fun of everybody.
Right.
And now they're saying, oh, that's not politically correct. So the good news is the more they say don't say those things, the more edgier it seems like your show is.
Right.
Which it isn't. It's just silly, but they, you know, pretty soon they'll say you can't do jokes in a comedy club.
I hate that the world's become politically correct. I feel like it's unfair.
Well, I mean, I think there's a place for everything. I mean, you know, you don't want to like call people names and hurt their feelings, and you know, but what you say between your friends, you have an understanding.
Right.
If they don't care and you don't care, then it's different. But I mean, I think it's more about saying let's treat everybody with respect, and everyone's a person, and forget their background. You know what I mean?
Right, but then there are people, like on the internet, for example, again, that overreact to everything or will be offended by anything. Even if you,
Yeah,
you don't
I mean,
mean
it's
to offend.
ridiculous. And I mean, there's certain things that are, like, I'll give you the best example is Jackie Mason, who actually is a great comedian, used to be a rabbi, and he's Jewish. So he was in the 60s, he was huge, and then his career, Ed Sullivan, he did something on this variety show, and Ed Sullivan thought he flipped him off, and he didn't, but so that kind of killed his career. And then he started making a comeback in the 80s. He did a show at a small theater in Los Angeles, and he does a whole thing about Jews and Gentiles, and it got reviewed by this guy Lawrence Christian, who said, oh, it was very offensive and the Jewish people didn't like it and everything. And it was the complete opposite. The Jewish people at the show were crying laughing.
Right.
Because the stuff he was saying about the difference between Jews and non-Jews, it was all true. And he was making fun of Jewish people, and they were crying laughing because it's true. Because, and also because Jews, you know, they're known for laughing at themselves and seeing the humor in what they do. And the reviewer couldn't have been more wrong. And I remember seeing the show. He was on Broadway, and William Shatner was hosting Saturday Night Live. And I had tickets, and I said, hey, you want to go see Jackie Mason? And he goes, yeah. And William Shatner happens to be Jewish, too. So anyway, we went, and he had a whole section, the Jews and the Gentiles. And he goes, after the show, the Gentiles are going to go, you're going to get something to drink, and the Jews are going, you're going to get something to eat. And I mean, and all this stuff, and the audience was just dying laughing. And William Shatner leans into me and goes, it's so true, you know. And he was making fun of it, but it was true, and it was hysterical, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference between, like, making fun and being funny and just being, like, mean.
Right,
you know.
right. Some people are just mean. Some people are funny, and it could be offensive. And
Well, a comedian, I mean, your job is to kind of, you know, do satire or irony, make fun of things, and that's your job.
Right. And
in a comedy club, it's usually the good comedians, a lot of stuff, I mean, they're funny or they're saying things that everyone wish they could say, but they're not saying, or what they're really thinking. I'm more in that vein of, like, I don't get it. You know, everyone's saying they get it. I go, well, I don't. And they're like, you're not supposed to say you don't understand. I go, well, I don't. You know, certain things. It's
Jonathan's
silly.
saying, don't you need politically correctness to have comedy?
Do you need it? No.
I don't think so. Rachel wants to know.
No, but that's my point. Is that everyone's saying just you're not being politically correct. It makes a regular joke seem more edgy than ever.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes what I'm doing go, I can't believe you're saying that. It's like, well, because of that environment, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, basically, it's like when there's, you know, alcohol, and they had in the 30s or late 20s and 30s they had prohibition, so alcohol was illegal.
Right.
So because they made it illegal, it made drinking seem more daring than ever.
That's true.
So that's what political correctness does to comedy.
Jonathan Langdale, so look at Trump's recent tweet. See if John laughs at Trump's recent tweet. Okay. Let's see. We're just going to pull this up over here. And
Happy Friday the 13th.
let's see. Is that the latest one?
Yeah. Thank you, Iowa. I appreciate all of your support. Oh, what? Oh, let's see. Well, let's see.
Oh, here we go.
So that's Ben Carson.
Yeah.
I can't hear it.
Oh, what is he? Let's see. Here, let me. Here it is.
Oh. Oh, because it says pathological liar.
Wow.
A large camp. I tried to stab him in the abdomen. What? Does it fit with the guy who you knew? No.
How does this have to be? I mean, is this the one that he's talking about in the chat room?
Oh, probably because it's pathological liar.
I had a large camping knife and I tried to stab him in the abdomen. What?
I don't think that Carson's lying.
Lying about his upbringing?
No, about saying he tried to stab somebody.
Yeah, I don't think he'd make that up.
No, why? That's like not a good thing.
Right. Normally, if you're gonna make things
I don't
up,
think you
you're
would
gonna
make that up. Or I tried to hit my mother in the head with a hammer. I don't think you would just go, I have an idea. I'll pretend I did that for my book. No, I don't think he's making it up at all.
Right.
Why would you make something up like that? That would be crazy.
You want to make up things like, I'm a really good human being and I saved 5 people's lives. I rescued 3 people
I
from
think
the
he's saying
ocean.
he had a bad temper, and I think it's true. And then he realized he had an epiphany, and he changed.
We're getting more questions from the chat room. Don't want to ignore you guys out there. I see Hapalea asking, John, are you still a Subway spokesman? And if so, what do you think of the Jared scandal? Okay.
Well, of course, I did it for 2 years, and then they decided Subway is a franchise. Mm-hmm. Subway is a franchise, and every franchise puts money into a giant pot for advertising. Mm-hmm. And they have a franchise board, and they voted 8-6 not to bring me back and bring back Jared. And I met Jared, who was a very nice guy. What do I think of it now? I think it's horrible, And obviously it's true, which, you go, well, is it true or not? Well, he paid everybody, and he's going to jail. I mean, it's all horrible.
It is. He's facing
and very shocking. And I'd met him. He's a nice guy, and I'm shocked that, and I mean, it's awful. And all I can say is I told you to hire me back.
Subway, this wouldn't have happened if you just hired John back and not Jared.
No.
Right?
No. Well. No, but I mean that he's doing that. I think it's tragic that he did it for the victims, and I think though, and tragic for his life that this is like a great American success story, and then that happens. But I think that it's good that they caught him so that he can't do it anymore. I mean, it's disgusting.
Question.
It's awful.
I know that you mentioned wanting to bring back the critic.
What are your plans?
What are your future
Slowing down. No, I want to work more. I love working. I'm in a movie, Ridiculous 6, on Netflix with Adam Sandler. I did a movie with David Hasselhoff and Ken Jeong called Killing Hasselhoff. And this year's been good. I did Hawaii Five-0 a couple times. It's been a good year, and then doing the stand-up. I like working. I mean, it's fun for me. I enjoy it. Most actors, they like it. It's a fun job.
Let's see. I thought Trump's tweet was funny because they played Jason Killer music in the background. Okay. Now we're getting some clarification on why he thought, why he liked
Mom and
it.
Dad Saved the World. Oh, I'm glad someone saw Mom and Dad Saved the World. I liked it.
Where? Oh, Rob Heck. I like your part in it as Emperor Todd Spango. What of all you've been in this industry for decades now. What stands out as some of your most memorable moments?
Well, League of Their Own was great, fun. Being on Saturday Night Live, of course, was the break of a lifetime. And then if you go on the internet or YouTube, you can see the first time I was on the Tonight Show. It was March 28th, 1986. I did my liar character. That's the first time I did on TV. And on the Tonight Show. That was probably the biggest thrill. And now, I look at it now, I go, oh, there's my son.
God.
It's like 30 years ago, and 30 years and 50 pounds ago.
Wow, March 28th?
Yeah.
1985.
I'll never forget that day. Yeah, that was a huge break, and I was very excited. And I'd been on one television program before that, on a cable show, The Paper Chase, the second year. So that was my second time ever on TV.
Wow. And did you start doing comedy in Los Angeles, New York? Where did...
Well, I did plays in high school. I'm from Los Angeles, and then I was a drama major in college at UC Irvine, and then I took a class for camera, acting in front of the camera, Film Actors Workshop with a guy, Tony Barr, who wrote a great book, Acting for the Camera. And I did that for a year and a half. Then I went to New York for 11 months, and I was in the Renaissance Fair, which was fun, and I did this play, an Oscar Wilde play, Lady Windermere's Fan. But I wasn't getting any work, so I moved back to Los Angeles. And then I started at the Groundlings Theater, which was all comedy, and in that for 3 years. And then So on the Tonight Show here, I was in the Groundlings. I'd gotten in the main company in September of '84, and in January of 1985 they did a new show, and I was doing my liar character in it. And we got great reviews in the Hollywood Reporter. So next thing I know, I find out we're going on the Tonight Show, and I'm doing that character. And
so it all just kind of happened really quickly. One
yeah,
after another.
right, that year, and then that got me an agent. I got auditions. I got a movie with Charles Grodin, and at the same time they were auditioning for Saturday Night Live, and Lorne Michaels was back, and Charles Grodin recommended me to Lorne, and Lorraine Newman, who'd been in the original cast, recommended me, and so like that right there, like I'm dead broke, and then by September I'm on Saturday Night Live, and a year later the whole country's imitating this character, and I had a deal to do a movie, which it didn't happen. It was disappointing, but it just, I mean, this kicked off
everything
a year later, yeah.
So you're saying that you actually started acting before you went into comedy?
I did, yeah. I just did straight acting for 10 years, and I had one job on a show, The Paper Chase, the second year, which was a series based on the movie about people at Harvard Law School and students there, and so, and then 3 years later, I'm on TV doing this, you know. So it took me a long time.
Right. I mean, that's
it felt like it.
Well, I think that's the thing that people forget at home is that there's so much that happens in the entertainment industry.
Wait a minute, what am I on? Am I on here and off here? Look at that square. Is this half my face? Now my face is not
now
off.
You're off.
I'm on or off?
You're on. You can see half your face. Now you're in.
Look at that. See, if you look at me on YouTube and then you see me in '85 and now, this is the argument, don't get fat. I look at that, it looks like my kid. There's my son.
It was also 30 years ago.
I know.
So.
I know, but it's just weird because I remember doing it in my brain. But it looks so, you know.
That's awesome. Well, you mentioned
that's time.
A lot of the projects you've worked on. I see a couple of viewers have asked a similar question.
Charlie Sheen's great. When the Jon Lovitz sex tape coming out. If you go to Funny or Die, you can see the Jon Lovitz sex tape. See?
Where am I going?
That's not it. Well, it used to be on there.
Yeah, I'll search.
ITZ. Do you do this?
Typing?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, J-Lo. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, J-Lo sex tape.
Can I play this?
If you want. Are you playing it to your audience now?
I mean, I'm going through it to make sure to see.
It's very funny. There's nothing.
Nothing inappropriate.
Well,
yeah.
That might be.
I feel like as I'm getting approval right now.
You can't. There's no nudity.
There's no nudity. Okay, so.
I don't know. What is this on?
No, it's on the screen.
Oh, are we on the internet?
Yeah, we are.
I think I got it working.
Can I skip over parts, maybe?
No.
No, don't skip over any of it.
It's funny. Can they hear it still?
Yeah, they can hear it.
Yeah, this guy wrote it. You should look. The guy wrote it and directed it. I just acted in it. It was a funny idea.
So ABC said, "Oh, we love it." They ordered 13 shows. They canceled it after 7. So then we went on to Fox.
Talking about the critic.
Well, 90% of the audience. They canceled it anyway. And Jim Brooks said, "What are you doing? You're canceling a hit. You would have watched another season, huh?"
Yes. Oh God. All right.
Watch, it's funny.
Oh, I'm so proud of him.
See, it's like I recorded over a bar mitzvah.
Oh, that's funny.
This is not a pretty picture. This is giving me nightmares.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine that coming at you.
When did you shoot this?
I think a couple years ago.
Oh my gosh. The things that people ask to watch in the chat room.
Ooh,
doctor. You going to
Okay.
give me a
Probably should cut out of this
present?
part.
No, not you don't see anything.
I know, but the next thing I know is Fox Corporate, knocking down my door.
It's just me as a doctor.
Here we go. We'll show this.
Hi. Can I get up a strong sandwich? Yeah, on the rye toast.
Oh my God. The chat room's
Well, I
loving
hope
it.
that answers that question.
They're loving it. Ha ha ha. This is hysterical. She's hotter than J-Lo. Oh my God.
Yeah, that girl is very pretty.
Rob, heck, I would have loved to seen a sex tape with Joan Rivers and John.
Joan Rivers, a very nice lady.
That is. Oh, I hear a bark. Can we introduce your dog?
That's my. All right.
I feel like
Oh, he wants. Come on.
he is really eager to meet everyone, and we have a lot of dog lovers that watch.
This is Jerry Bruckheimer III.
Hello.
What do you? Jerry.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute. How old is he?
4.5. He likes me. I can't believe it. He's leaning against me a lot. He's a good-looking dog, isn't he?
He is. He is. Jerry Bruckheimer III is his name?
That's his name. The cat was second, and then there's Jerry Bruckheimer, the original.
Does he have a nickname?
Jerry.
Not like JB?
No. Gerard. Hello, how rude.
Sleepy. So does he travel everywhere with you? Is that what I overheard?
Is this thing on?
No, as soon as he gets up here, he's all quiet. He doesn't want to bark anymore. Here, say
No,
something.
he wanted to be with me.
He doesn't want to say anything.
He just wanted to be with me.
Oh, he's so cute. So do you bring him out on stage during your shows? Or does he
No.
he just travels with you?
He's not a performer. He's a
You
dog.
never know. He might have secret talent.
He's usually he's in the green room listening to my act and taking notes, writing jokes. Oh, I thought of this one. I thought of this one.
Oh, you should punch this joke up with that.
Yeah, and he's like, God, I'm a dog. I'm funnier than you. I'm like, all right.
Tussin, I love that you travel with your pooch, Hapalea. That dog is so cute. Hapalea, look at his teeth, saying, a cute smile, little guy. OMG puppy. He's got a little underbite.
Yes.
I think more people...
He's actually done some shows. I did a movie called Mother's Day. It's coming out Mother's Day. It stars, well, I mean, I have a small part in it. It stars Jennifer Aniston and Julia Roberts and Kate Hudson and Jason Sudeikis, and I mean, it's a huge cast, and he's in it. Jerry's in it.
Mm-hmm. What does he play? A dog, I assume.
He plays a cat. See how he hides my... Look. Now look, I've just lost 10 pounds.
That's the real reason you bring Jerry everywhere.
Look now, look. You can't see the fat under my... Now I look like I did. No. And then... Look at him on camera. Look. Are you looking?
On this one? Or,
can you
I see him there, yeah. He's so cute.
I know. And then I'm... there's a new cartoon on HBO you guys might like. Look for, I think in January, called Animals. And it's about animals in New York.
It's a cartoon.
Where do you usually go for beer? Oh, I don't drink at all. I don't know. I've never liked beer. So, I don't care if you do. I just don't.
Can you give us a ventriloquist act John Montadar wants to know? I think they mean with your dog.
Oh. It's Jay. Yo, what up? I said, how's everybody doing? No, I don't know. I don't know why he's not saying anything.
He's not camera shy though.
No, he has 3 credits.
Does he have an IMDb?
So he's in
page?
Animals. I do an intro. He's in Animals, and he actually got paid. He doesn't know it. And then wait, what
You're
else?
like the equivalent of a stage mom now, or stage dad.
Yes.
Pimping out your dog. Make me money. Hi.
Something else he did. I forget what. But he's got 3 credits. Oh, now he's doing. Oh, he's doing talk shows. He was on a on the Fox network on a live streaming show. He did that.
Oh. I wonder where. Can we add? Is he on IMDb?
No.
Not yet. We'll get him some IMDb credits. Well, he has them. He just needs a page. Well, Rob's saying, John, it was great seeing you on FNN and responding to our questions. You are a great man and a great comedian. John Doe saying,
thank you, Rob.
Has a interesting personality. Ale saying, thank you for your input, Mr. Lovitz. Ale is the guy that asked about beer, interestingly enough.
Oh.
Makes sense based on the name, right?
Yes.
I have to go. I'm really pushing the clock here. Love you, Jon Lovitz. Absolutely adore everything about you. Good luck with your new project.
Thank you.
Has Jerry met Grumpy Cat?
No.
Grumpy Cat's from Arizona. You can make that happen this weekend.
Is that cat is it really grumpy? And I saw a picture of it. It's very funny.
Yeah.
It's like it's just in a bad mood.
Always. Grumpy Cat was here in the newsroom sometime in the last couple months. And definitely was grumpy. I think even is grumpy when it's happy. Grumpy Cat is the animal that's been making millions of dollars, surprisingly. We need to get Jerry in on this, though.
Maybe he's French. You know, the French are like... You ever been to France? They're all like this. They're all like... Literally, they're all like...
Rob Heck saying, John, do you have a Facebook page or Twitter? You have both. Here's his Twitter.
On Twitter, at Real Jon Lovitz.
Let's pull that one up right here.
Don't do the Facebook. I just have friends on there. But this is my Twitter.
This is where
I guess I should do a fan.
Like a fan page?
Yes. On Facebook, I guess.
People can find you. Oh, you're with Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, that was in New York, and when he did his show on Broadway there, so I went to see him. He was in the Groundlings, you know, and I remember seeing him there, and when I was like 20, and he was just great, you know. And of course, everyone thought, oh, maybe I could have a career like Paul Rubens, like Pee Wee. And he's always been very nice to me, so I went to see his show.
Let's go through some of your tweets. I guess Starbucks Red Holiday Cups mean they hate.
I said, I guess Starbucks Red Holiday Cup means they hate Jews. Stretch. That's the most ridiculous thing. That's the kind of stuff that's like, I go, why is it anyone... Well, some pastor is offended.
The pastor's from here, too, in Arizona.
Well, those are ridiculous. It's like, what? How does it even cross your mind? That's what I don't get. Anyway, the colors are red and green like a Christmas tree. And so it was clever. They're not like banging it over the head, but I get it. And who cares?
Yeah, I think that guy just wanted some press attention, and he got it.
Yeah.
Let's see what else people are tweeting.
What are the questions?
We had some fun in El Paso, it seems.
Yeah, I was just there.
So you've been touring everywhere. How many weeks of the year do you tour? Do you tour every weekend, or I mean?
Lately, yeah, it depends. It's like every or you know, 2 or 3 in a row, then take a week off, then back again.
And you have a comedy club too in Los Angeles, right?
Not anymore.
Not
no.
anymore.
No.
Interesting.
Oh, there's you see Adam Sandler's Ridiculous Six. The Western. See, that got in trouble. That makes fun of everything in Westerns.
Oh, is this the one with the Native Americans?
Yeah, there were, but that was just a bunch of crap. That was like 200 extras and people, and then one, it was like a planned thing, and they complained about stuff, and they never went to the director. They never said anything to him. And there's an Indian named Smoking Fox, which is supposed to be a pretty Indian. Well, they didn't mention that one. They weren't upset about that.
This is what I'm talking about. People are always offended.
But they weren't really offended. It was ridiculous. And the movie's pro-Indian, and that's the ironic thing about it. And Adam in the movie is raised by he's basically his mother's dead, his father abandons him, and he's raised by Indians who are great to him. So it doesn't make them look bad at all. It's pro, if anything. It makes them look kind and loving and moral. But it's a comedy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you're like Blazing Saddles. You're satirizing the names. Like, you know, you'd have an Indian name, I think, I don't know if it's real, like Running Deer. Why? Because he's as fast as a deer, you know. So it's like spoofing those kinds of names.
So
with names that make you laugh. Then you go, why would anyone name their daughter Beaver Breath? Why are you laughing? Because it's ridiculous. It's just
right.
Look at that. You see Vanilla Ice in there. He's playing Mark Twain, and he's like rapping.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be more silly.
Is that?
And it's a fun movie. It looks great. That was Rob Schneider.
Was there a Taylor Lautner in there, or did I? Just
Yeah,
see
Taylor
that? I was
Lautner.
gonna say, is that the Twilight
He's one.
guy?
Yeah, it's Adam is all these brothers. Yeah, that's Taylor Lautner, Terry Crews.
Oh yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
They're all brothers.
Fox show.
Yeah, Taylor's hilarious. He plays like a real dumb character. That's Harvey Keitel, Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider.
So this is out on Netflix, December.
Yeah, it'll be on Netflix. I mean, it's one of his funniest movies. That was that real quick shot. That was John Turturro as Abner Doubleday. It's like all these people from back then. You know, I'm in a scene where I play the wealthiest guy in the Western United States, and there's a David Spade as General George Custer, and Vanilla Ice is Mark Twain, and Blake Shelton plays Wyatt Earp, and they're all coming to my house to play cards. Well, it never happened. It's just silly, you know. Like I have to even say, never see. That's Adam's father who raised him.
Wow.
That guy was an actor in the movie. He's an Indian. He didn't want any part of the protest. He said, "This is ridiculous." He goes, "It's a comedy."
You, people get offended for the attention. It's like the pastor. It's
Well,
like
I think
whoever's
they use it to get attention.
Yeah.
Attention for their cause.
And, you know, with the internet, all you have to do is send a few tweets. Someone else will pick it up, and next thing you know, it's all over. I feel like.
Well, I mean, the other part of it is that Starbucks is a it's America. It's an independent corporation, and if that's what they want to put out as their Christmas cup, then
right, they're not
they
obligated.
can.
They're not
You
obligated.
can't tell them, no, you have to put this on the cup, and it's like, what? It's their company, and it looks Christmassy. I don't get it. I mean, the guy just did it for attention. It's ridiculous. They even have to even talk about it is absurd. So they go, look at Dunkin' Donuts cup. I mean, I'm Jewish, so I could say, well, why isn't there a Jewish Starbucks cup? You know, well, it's like, well, who thinks like that?
They should just keep all the cups quiet.
Narcissists. So that's why I tweeted that, because it's so ridiculous. Like, oh, they don't have a Jewish cup. It means they hate Jews. Of course, I'm being sarcastic.
Obviously.
Duh.
But next thing you know, someone's going to take that out of context, and it's like Jon Lovitz is, starting a campaign against Starbucks. All they have to do is clip that little part.
Yeah, well, you just said that. Of course, I'm
there we
not.
go now. I was exaggerating, guys. Ale,
You know,
John.
I'm starting a campaign against a company that sells hot chocolate.
Oh my God. Do you?
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, there's one from Ale. John, do you take at least a few notes before every comedy event, or do your funny jokes come through while on stage? You have a set. I mean.
I have a set, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it's prepared, and then.
But sometimes I'm on stage, and if I think of something at the moment, sometimes I say it, and sometimes I go, oh, I can't say that. Yeah.
Do you have any advice out there for people in the chat room that might want to try stand-up?
Do I what?
Do you have any advice out there for viewers out there, people in the chat room that might want to try stand-up?
Yeah, well, Dana Carvey gave me some great advice. He goes, have fun on stage. My advice is be funny the way you're funny. And then Dana taught me this. He goes, do a short setup in as few words as possible, and then try to think of a lot of jokes on one topic. A lot of beginning comedians, they'll do a long setup at 5 minutes, and then one joke, and then switch. And then do another long setup and one joke and switch. And Dana said that's a recipe for exhausting the audience. And but the main thing is to be funny the way you're funny. But you got to get up on stage a lot and practice. You can't just get up. I have an hour. You start slow. A minute, 2 minutes, and then I say listen to the audience. If they laugh, it's working. If they don't laugh, it's something about your delivery or the way you worded it. Because I've done that a lot where I'll have a funny idea. I know the idea is funny, and then I'll say it and they're not laughing. So I don't blame the audience. I blame me. I go, well, all right, I'm not setting it up right. Because I know it's funny, and then after a while I figure it out. And you can always get better. I mean, my act, I'm always honing it and refining it and trying to improve it. And then Johnny Carson had the best advice. He goes, get to the jokes quick. So you cut out the fat. You say what you can in as few words as possible, and because you want as many laughs as possible.
Right.
I mean, you're there to make the audience laugh. That's the main thing. So however you're funny, be funny that way.
You mentioned just, you continually work on your jokes and revise them. Do you do a lot of the revisions on the road, or are you dropping into comedy clubs and just kind of popping in and doing sets?
Well, I'm working so much. No, so I just do it on the road, and I think about it, a lot. But I've been doing it, I've been trying to be funny since I'm 5, so it's not like, you know what I mean? So
you've been doing it forever, so it just comes naturally.
No, it doesn't come naturally, but you have to, you learn how to do it. But it's mostly practice. I'm way better now than I was 12 years ago. Even after 2 years, I started headlining. I had 5 minutes, then I did 10, then I opened for Norm Macdonald, then I started co-headlining with Norm, and then I started doing headlining. And when I started headlining, it was like 10 years ago. But I know that I'm way better now than I was 10 years ago because I keep trying to improve. Like what I do is like I'll do a show, and then I'll think about what worked or what didn't. What did I learn from that show, and then carry it on to the next show. Mm-hmm. So that's how you can improve every show if you do that consciously, and you just remember when you're up there, So.
All right. Well, it looks like we have to wrap up. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, introducing us to Jerry Bruckheimer III, and answering all the viewer questions.
My favorite comedian, Woody Allen was my favorite comedian.
Oh my gosh. And then all the questions keep coming. As soon as you say goodbye, everyone's like, no, don't go. More questions. Ale saying, Jon Lovitz, what comedians inspired you to become a greater?
Woody Allen.
Huh.
But
Tess, you mentioned be funny in the way that you're funny. Tess is saying, like Hillary Clinton trying to deliver the punchline. It doesn't work for her. Everyone has a different personality out there watching. So
she's not really a comedian, so but sometimes she's funny, Hillary Clinton.
I think all the candidates are funny in their own ways. Especially Donald
what happens is you're on stage and you're trying your act and then say something bombs, and then you stop trying to act like a comedian and you make a little comment as yourself, and the audience laughs at that. And you're like, they're laughing at that. I wasn't even trying to be funny. I was just being me. Well, that's what they laugh at, the honesty of that. Mm-hmm. And then you start realizing, oh, be me.
Don't try too hard to be what you.
Don't try to act like a comedian. There isn't such a thing. That's just be your personality on stage. Mm-hmm. What's unique about you? The same in acting, and put that into your work.
All right.
But there's no rules. You can, as long as they're laughing, you can do whatever you want on stage.
And people can come see you on stage tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Yes.
Stand Up Live, downtown Phoenix. It's very exciting.
I'm looking forward to it. I gotta go take a nap now, so I can do the show tonight.
Thanks for introducing us to your dog, and thanks for hanging out and taking all the views.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, and guys, make sure to follow Jon on Twitter. You can see his Twitter page right there. All right, guys, and it looks like Rand Paul is speaking live, so let's go ahead and listen in on what he is saying.
You lose your children that way, many of them to suicide or just to the ravages of drug addiction. We have a crazy rule, though. Like everything else in Washington, we do completely the opposite of what you would want to do to help people. We have a rule that says that a doctor who treats heroin addicts can't see more than 100 patients. That's ridiculous. There aren't that many doctors who want to see drug addicts. And so when you do have a doctor who specializes in that area, why would you limit how many people they can see? I have a bill that I've co-sponsored with Ed Markey from Massachusetts that would lift those limits. that would allow nurse practitioners more freedom to see drug addicts, and that would also allow some trained health professionals in addition. So we would expand the treatment of it. I think that the treatment of heroin should be a treatment of a health problem, a drug addiction, and not so much an incarceration problem, but something that we treat as an addiction problem. If you lessen how much money we spend on incarceration for drug problems, there's billions of dollars that could be spent, some of it on rehabilitation and drug addiction.
On immigration, what's your reaction to Mr. Trump's proposed deportation force?
He's going to be nice. I guess they're going to have really nice buses, air conditioned. I heard he was going to give out party favors. And, no, it's an absurd idea to round up 11 million people. And then what's absurd about his idea is not only the rounding up part. He says, we're going to welcome them all back. Most of them are coming back. But if you take the time to send them all home for breaking the law, why would you then immediately say you can come back? It's an absurd idea. I think we need to know who is here, though. We need to know if any of them are dangerous. So, yes, something has to be done to figure out what you do with the 11 million. And part of it's figuring out who they are, where they are, and figuring out the situation. Before you can do any of that, you need a president who will enforce the law. We have to enforce the law that we do have borders, and we will enforce and have security. So I kind of liken it to the national debt. People say to me, what are you going to do about the national debt? I said, the first thing I'm going to do is quit adding to it. So if we have 11 million people in the country that came here illegally, it's a difficult situation, what you do with the 11 million, but the first thing you do is you stop adding to the problem. And so what you really need is a border security where anybody that comes in illegally is sent back home immediately. That doesn't address the 11 million, but once you get to a border situation where there is no addition of new people that come in illegal, then it's going to be a little bit easier. But nobody in the country believes that the government will enforce the border or enforce security. And it's really for lack of will that it's not being enforced. You just need an executive that will enforce the law. I don't think Republicans or Democrats have enforced the law for 30 years.
Senator, at the Sunshine Summit in Florida, we're seeing some pretty inflammatory anti-Hillary Clinton material. One button I saw advertised at KFC Hillary special. It said, 2 fat thighs, 2 small breasts to the left wing. So how do you react when you see stuff like that from the voters that you are going for?
I think if people watch the way I present myself, I try not to make it, about, something very personal or someone's person. But I'm not afraid to mix it up with the Clintons. I think they're corrupt. I think they're bad for the country. I think her lack of defense in Benghazi should preclude her from being considered to be president of the United States. I also think that the corruption of the Clinton Foundation should be publicized, that I don't think she should be able to go around the country saying she's for women's rights when she accepts money by the tens of millions of dollars from countries that have no respect for women. In Saudi Arabia, a young woman was raped by 7 men, and then she was publicly whipped and put in jail, the young girl of Qatif. Then Hillary Clinton takes $10 million from them or $20 million from them. In Brunei, they stone women to death for adultery, and once again, Hillary Clinton took money from them. I think Hillary Clinton should return all money she's taken from regimes that have no respect for women's rights, and then we'll give her an audience about whether she's really for women's rights or not.
We have time for one more question.
Marco Rubio in the debate called you a committed isolationist. You saw that coming, I'm sure. It's going to come up again. What is your response? Because, like I said, it's going to come up again and again.
There's a type of argumentum that they call argumentum ad hominem. And so that was sort of, he couldn't respond to the fact that he was going to add $1 trillion in new debt. So he took the easy way out and called me a name. And so if you want to have a discussion about foreign policy, we can have a discussion, but name-calling won't start it. I think there's a spectrum of foreign policy from being nowhere any of the time and only being at home, and that would be isolationism. But the other end of the spectrum is that we're everywhere all the time, and that's where Marco Rubio would have us. He'd have us in Libya, he'd have us in Syria, he'd have us back in Iraq. He wants ground troops in Iraq. The more the better, the sooner the better. I think he'd put ground troops in Nigeria. I think he'd put ground troops in Libya. He would have us at war in the entire Middle East, and we'd never extricate ourselves. That's the decision we're going to have to make. So if you don't want to be everywhere all the time, are you an isolationist? I think that's ridiculous. One of the best periods of time we had in our history was under Eisenhower, when Eisenhower got us out of the Korean War, and we had relative peace under Eisenhower, who was a strong enough general and a strong enough person not to be badgered by the neoconservatives of his era to say, oh, you're a weak person. America will be weak if they're not involved in every war around the world. I think we become weaker the more we are involved with war. But I think really the description, the ad hominem attack, was because he felt at a loss to explain where he's going to come up with $1 trillion. But I won't relent on this. I'm going to ask Marco Rubio every day, where's the money? Where are you going to get the $1 trillion? Where are you going to get the $1 trillion for the new military? Where are you going to get the $1 trillion for these refundable tax credits, where you give back more money to people than they pay in taxes? That's essentially becomes an entitlement program. It's a big government program. It's sort of a big government Republican program and Democrat program. But how are you going to pay for it? This is a question that everybody in the media should be asking him. How can you be a fiscal conservative if you're adding $2 trillion worth of spending? And I don't think he has a good answer for that, so I expect we'll have more name calling. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys. Now we're going to live to Florida. I believe Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at this event. Many Republican candidates speaking at this event this morning and afternoon.
All of this makes sense to me. It's basic common sense. Live within your means. Don't bankrupt our kids and grandkids. Follow the Constitution. But can it be done? Can we do it? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are today is very, very much like the late 1970s. Same failed economic policies. Same misery, stagnation, and malaise. The same feckless and naive foreign policies. In fact, the exact same countries, Russia and Iran, openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. Now, why is it that that analogy gives me so much hope and optimism? Because we know how that story ended. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. By the way, if you see a candidate who Washington embraces, run and hide. It came from the American people, and it turned this country around. We went from stagnation to booming economic growth, to millions lifted out of poverty into prosperity and the American dream. We went from our hostages languishing in Iran to winning the Cold War and tearing the Berlin Wall to the ground. The reason I am so hopeful and optimistic is the same thing is happening again. We are seeing the American people wake up all over the country. You know, 6 months ago, when we launched our campaign for president, the New York Times promptly opined, Cruz cannot win because the Washington elites despise him. I kind of thought that was the whole point of the campaign. Look, if you think things in Washington are going great, that we need to keep headed in the same basic direction, just kind of fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. On the other hand, if you think Washington is fundamentally broken, that there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties that get in bed with the lobbyists and special interests and grow and grow and grow government, and we need to take power out of Washington and back to we the people. That is what this campaign is all about. Well, you know, the Times continued. They said, okay, maybe the grassroots are going to be with Ted. But he ain't going to have any money. All the money is controlled by those Washington elites, and the lobbyists are all supporting other candidates in this race. Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. A few weeks back, all the campaigns filed their latest fundraising reports. Out of 17 Republican candidates who started this race, do you know which campaign has the most cash on hand, the most money in the bank? We do. You know how that happened? Because we've had over 450,000 contributions. People all over the country going to tedcruz.org. 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 It's tedcruz.org. Our average contribution was $73. That is the power of the grassroots. I want to close with two things. One, a statement about the role of Florida. You know, Florida and Texas share a lot in common. We are southern states. We're states that are growing. We're states that understand that economic growth doesn't come from government. It comes from the men and women in this room. It comes from small businesses. It comes from entrepreneurs. It comes from people creating opportunity out of nothing. We're immigrant states, people coming from all over the world to our states. We also share a similar dislike for snow. I like to tell people you can't shovel sunshine. There is a reason people are fleeing high-tax, high-regulation states all over the country and coming to states like Florida and Texas, because jobs and opportunity and growth and the future is in states like Florida and Texas. Florida's primary is a critical time, and Florida can play a decisive role in ensuring that the next Republican nominee for president is a strong conservative. We're building a grassroots army across Florida and all across this country, and I ask everyone here, come and join us. The last thing I want to say is this. For every one of us here, freedom is not some abstract concept we read about in a school book. Freedom is real and personal in our lives, in our families. You know, for me, I think about my dad, who 58 years ago fled Cuba. He came to America with nothing. He was 18 years old. He had $100 sewn into his underwear. He couldn't speak English. He washed dishes, making 50 cents an hour. And he worked full time. He paid his way through school. He went on with my mother to start a small business. Today, my father is a pastor. He travels the country preaching the gospel. Now, my whole life, my dad has been my hero. But you know what I find most incredible about his story? How commonplace it is. Every one of us here, we have a story just like that in our backgrounds. Some of us, it's us. Others, it's our parents. Others, it's our great-great-great-grandparents. But what ties Americans together is every one of us, we are the children of those who risked everything for freedom. That is the fundamental DNA of what it means to be an American, to value liberty and opportunity above all else, and it is why I'm so optimistic, because we are not going to give up our freedom to an ever-growing federal government. You know, when I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, when we lost our freedom in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That is why each and every one of us is here today.
All right, guys, we're getting out of this because we're getting the feed in of Ben Carson. So we're going to go live now to Ben
because
Carson.
we are not.
And we'll bring you more Ted Cruz a little bit later on today.
Dr. Carson, very little today happens in a bipartisan fashion in Congress. I'm sure we've all noted that fact. But in the last 2 weeks, 370 members of the House, 91 senators have all agreed on keeping Guantanamo Bay and the enemy combatants in Cuba. The president, however, is threatening an executive order to perhaps locate 50 to 60 of these enemy combatants to either South Carolina, Colorado, or Kansas. What would a Carson administration do?
Well, Carson administration would follow the rule of law and wouldn't be trying to change it by executive order. And I'm very hopeful that Congress will stand up to this president. And, you know, they do have the power of the purse. And I would just say to him, Mr. President, if you do that, we're going to defund everything, including your breakfast.
Dr. Carson, Nathan from Campobello, South Carolina, which is in Spartanburg County, wants to know what you think about ISIS from this standpoint. The president had a containment strategy. I'm not sure what the strategy is right now, but there's another strategy that says they should be eliminated. What would President Carson do with ISIS?
Well, we have to recognize that they are part of the global jihad movement, and they wish to destroy us and everything that has anything to do with us. And in a situation like that, you have two choices. You can sit there and call them the JV and say they're only important over there and we don't really need to worry too much about them, while they continue to grow and increase their strength and eventually reach a point where they have nuclear weapons. Or we can use logic and common sense and wisdom and say that we're going to use every resource available to us, economic, overt, covert, every weapon system, and we're going to eliminate them first. That's what I would do.
Crystal Glasgow of Greenville asked a very important question about the cycles and the generational nature of poverty, particularly in inner cities. Under the Carson administration, how do we tackle the issue of poverty and create a path going forward for the middle class?
That's an extremely good question. And what we have to recognize is that a lot of the government policies have created these cycles of poverty. Some of the things that we do encouraging, out of wedlock births, just as an example. In the inner cities, in African American communities, 73% of babies are born out of wedlock. When that first baby is born, usually that woman's educational endeavors cease, and the children are sent into a cycle of poverty. They're 4 times as likely to end up in poverty. Now, how do we break a cycle like that? Certainly not by continuing to fund and that kind of activity. What I would recommend is daycare centers that are sponsored by the private sector, not by the government, in which we put people who have an opportunity to talk to these women who will now have a chance to go and get their GED or their associate's degree or their bachelor's degree, because their children can be taken care of. And they learn how to take care of themselves, and then they teach that to their children. That's the only way you're ever going to break those cycles of poverty. But it has to be done by us and not by the government, because then it becomes a big, bloated behemoth that doesn't accomplish anything whatsoever. And also, the private sector we will have the ability to talk to these young women who in many cases have never had anybody talk to them and tell them how valuable they are and instill the kind of self-worth into them that will allow them to function at a very high level in our society. That's just one example of the kind of program. There's programs throughout, but if we use that same type of philosophy, we will eventually be able to create in America once again the can-do attitude as opposed to the what can you do for me attitude.
Dr. Carson, Jeff from Spartanburg wants to know, as a physician, how would you replace the so-called Affordable Care Act?
Well, I'm glad you said so-called, because it's certainly not very affordable. It was envisioned to take care of the 15% of people who didn't have health care. We could have given them all Cadillac plans for a lot less money and not disrupted the whole system. Obviously, it was not really for that purpose. It was for another purpose. It was so that the government could gain control over the most important thing a person has. And that's why I have railed so much against it. It's not because I don't want everybody to have good health care, but it's because this country is of, for, and by the people. And the government is supposed to be there to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With Obamacare, the government comes along and says, I don't care what you people think. We're shoving this down your throat, and if you don't like it, too bad. Well, that fundamentally changes the relationship between the people and the government. We cannot let that stand. Now, what I never like to complain without having a solution. And I would provide health savings account for every single American. And it would start at birth. We would fund it with the very same dollars that we fund traditional health care with. They would just go to a different place. And you would give people the ability to shift money within their HSA, within their family. So if Dad was $500 short, he could get it from Mom or sister or uncle or anybody in the family. Gives you enormous flexibility to cover almost anything except major catastrophic things. And you still have your catastrophic health care for that, which is much cheaper because nothing is coming out of that. And you make it possible to buy that across state lines as well. That will take care of 75% of the people very effectively. For the indigent, the way we take care of them now is with Medicaid. Annual Medicaid budget, $400 to $500 billion. It's actually closer to $500 billion. How many people participate? 80 million. Probably a little less than that, but I'm being generous. 80 million into 400 billion goes 5,000 times. What could you buy with $5,000 for each man, woman, and child on Medicaid? Concierge practice generally costs $2,000 to $3,000 a year. And then you have money left over to buy your catastrophic insurance, which is much cheaper. We're working on systems right now with a lot of medical economists to really make this very attractive and make it work very well so that nobody will even want Obamacare, because even the indigent will now have a system in which they have control over their own accounts. And they are just as valuable as anybody else. Right now, half of physicians, more than half, don't even take them. And they feel like second-class citizens. That's not where we want our people. And there are some in Washington who say, well, but the poor people, they can't handle a health savings account. They're not smart enough to do that. And why do they say that about people? That's not right. They said that about food stamps. But people learn how to use food stamps and make them last. And they will learn very quickly, if you've got that diabetic foot ulcer, not to go to the emergency room where it costs 5 times more than it does in the clinic. You're going to go to the clinic where they're going to patch you up. And instead of just sending you out, you're going to say, let's get your diabetes under control so you're not back here in 3 weeks with another major problem, a whole nother level of savings. Plus, you're teaching people the concept of personal responsibility and not dependency.
Dr. Carson, we're about at the end already. This has been very quick. Very quick hour.
Okay.
Well, your schedule does not permit us to go on. I would love for this to go on as well. So we're down to about 3 questions left. One of my final questions is on entitlement reform. Francis wants to know, when you think about our senior citizens, Medicare, and Social Security, how do we reform these programs in such a way where there's life left in them for the next generation? And then Trey will have his last question.
Well, we have to recognize, for instance, with Social Security, it's going to run out in 2033 if we don't do something. So I would be looking at people who are under the age of 50 in terms of very gradual increase, so that there's adequate time. And for people who are under 30, I would be looking at options that we can give them, because utilizing money over that long a period of time, over which you have some say in terms of how it's invested, could really yield something very substantial for you. But you have to start that far back. As far as Medicare is concerned, that's going to run out of money too if we don't change the trajectory. If you look at it, it has Part A, B, C, and D. Part C, Meta Choice, where there's a government subsidy, you can then choose to buy private insurance with that. We have to make sure that all of the choices include catastrophic insurance. And what you could do is give people the ability to take the extra money. If they buy something that doesn't use the entire government subsidy, it goes into their health savings account. Right now, health savings accounts are severely limited for people on Medicare. That can be easily eliminated so that they can continue using their health savings account, which they had before they were Medicare eligible. That's the kind of thing that's going to make a huge difference. We're going to be rolling that out in great detail very shortly. I've had it looked at by multiple economists. It works, and it works extremely well, and it will save Medicare. There are those who say, I want to get rid of Medicare. Don't want to get rid of Medicare, maybe change the name of it and make it into something that actually is efficient and works.
Dr. Carson, I want to ask you one more question, but I want to make this one observation. I eat dinner almost every night with Senator Scott, and I recently had a birthday, so he gave me a gift for my birthday. If you are looking for a fiscal conservative as your running mate, it doesn't get any cheaper, more fiscally conservative. The box costs more than the gift. So if that's what you're looking for,
try to be frugal.
We are under the watchful eye of President Lincoln. And I can't help but think how proud he would be to see his party have a candidate of color for the highest office in our land being interviewed by the only Republican African-American senator in the United States Senate. I would think that he would be smile at what's on the stage, but I think that he would be concerned at the audience and our inability to attract people of color to hear our message. How can we do better?
Okay, that's a very, very good question. It's going to require time, and it's a good thing that we have a relatively long election cycle, because there's been a great attempt to reinterpret what people say to certain segments of our society, to create these walls between people in order to preserve certain voting blocks. But I think the message that I'm talking about in terms of empowerment is going to continue to infiltrate the black community, the Latino community, all of the communities over the course of time. And the progressive movement will try to do everything they can to stop that message from getting out. And, they're going to see if they can somehow knock me out and discourage me in the meantime. But it's not going to work, because all of that just encourages me more, quite frankly. But when I was speaking to, excuse the name, but Al Sharpton's conference of people in New York, I talked to that audience who weren't that enthusiastic about seeing me in the beginning, but I talked to them about empowerment, the empowerment of education. I talked about the fact that in the African American community in America, there's over $1 trillion of assets. There's less than 10 countries that have a GDP of $1 trillion. And how you can turn the dollars over in your own community 2 or 3 times before you send it out. And that's how you create wealth. And you reach down and you pull other people along with you. And, I talked about the contributions that black people have made to the development of America. Many people don't know about a whole litany of things. And I ended by talking about Elijah McCoy, who invented the automatic lubrication system for locomotive engines. In fact, he had so many inventions, people would say, is that a McCoy? Is that the real McCoy? And, they were so enthralled by the time I got finished, standing ovation, they wanted photograph. Al Sharpton saying, who are these people? But the fact of the matter is, we've got to get the message out, because, some have said, Carson, he grew up in poverty, he must have benefited from government programs, and now he wants to withdraw them all. That is total propaganda. I have no intention of withdrawing any safety nets that are needed, but I have placed an emphasis on creating ladders of opportunity that will allow people to come from a dependent state to become part of the fabric of success in America. That's what it's about.
Dr. Carson, we are down to the last question, and we certainly have enjoyed the opportunity to ask you questions. I think you've enjoyed hearing his answers to the questions. Dr. Carson, you know that our nation faces many trials and tribulations and challenges and choices that we will have to make in 2016. Perhaps one of the more important choices in 2016 will be your decision to either support or not support a major university in South Carolina. Today in the NCAA playoff scheme, Clemson University is number 1. So my question is, Dr. Carson, if Clemson ends up playing TCU or Baylor or Ohio State, Baylor is his alma mater. God bless, let's pray for the Ohio State fans over here, right over here. Will you commit to supporting Clemson University for the national championship?
I will commit at this moment to supporting all universities in America. Oh, that's right. What do you want to do right here?
All right, everybody. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Happy Friday. It's Friday. We all made it to the week. I can't believe it, guys, but we actually made it. So we got a full show here for you. This is going to be one of the busiest Fridays, probably on record here for us as on News Now, as there's just so many candidates on the campaign trail right now. I mean, if we'll take a live look in right now to
and we're going in on
Senator
the ground
Lindsey Graham
to destroy
at the
ISIL
Sunshine
before they
Summit.
get us
We'll
here.
play, we'll
90%
replay
would be them,
this
10% would
one
be
in
us.
full for you. I don't want to
And if
come
we
in
don't get on the ground soon
halfway
in Syria,
into
there's
the
another
speech here
9/11
or
coming our
the
way.
remarks that
President
he's making
Obama
right now. So
constantly
let's go back. Here, we'll catch you up. We have Marco Rubio that just finished up a little while ago. We'll go into that in just a little bit, but I want to catch you up on some other stories. We'll take a little break from the campaign trail, and then we'll get right back into it. But I do want to show you the very latest, in Indiana, that pastor's wife was brutally murdered in a home invasion. Here's the latest.
The pregnant wife of an Indianapolis pastor. Police say 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn was attacked during a home robbery Tuesday morning. She died a day later after being taken off of life support.
When it's in your own neighborhood, it really hits home, and it makes you think, and it could have been any of us.
Blackburn was 13 weeks pregnant at the time of the shooting, and the child did not survive. Her 1-year-old son was also home, but was not injured.
Hopefully they'll find out who this is, because this is the worst thing in the world.
Police say a nearby house was burglarized just hours before Blackburn was shot.
Somebody is burglarizing a home and taking a gun. That means that they're dangerous people. Why aren't the police identifying who a suspect may be? They're putting out no information.
Amanda Blackburn and her husband moved to Indiana in 2012 and founded the Independent Resident Church. Davy Blackburn releasing a statement Thursday which reads, quote, "I have not only lost my ministry partner and support, but also my very best friend. As deeply as I am hurting, I am hopeful and confident that good things will come of this." Meantime, those who knew the couple say they were dedicated to serving their community.
I mean, they were more than excited to be here in Indianapolis planting a church. She was all about people coming to know Jesus. And that's who she was as a person.
The Indianapolis Police Department says it has ruled out Blackburn's husband as a suspect in the case. A reward of $1,000 is now being offered for information leading to an arrest. Patricia Stark, Fox News.
In the prosecutor's office, we have someone here. Tallest guy in the room. Ryan, if you would share a few words.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Ryan Mears from the Marion County Prosecutor's Office, and I stand before you here today with all of our partners in law enforcement. One thing that just to reiterate what kind of everyone else has already said, I think it should be noted that the Marion County Prosecutor's Office is actively involved in all of these investigations. We are proactive partners with all of the individuals up here today. A couple of weeks ago, I had the pleasure of meeting with Josh Minkler and Jay Abbott at the FBI. Just yesterday, I had a follow-up meeting with the FBI. Met with literally everyone in this room. When I leave this meeting here today, I'm going to meet with the state police and the Marion County Sheriff's Department and IMPD as we work on another initiative to tackle
Our games have changed a lot since we played.
Our stroke risk changed too since we were first diagnosed with AFib. Future crimes. We're all working together and we're doing everything that we can. We understand that we have a ways to go. We understand that there is more work to be done. But we also understand that when we all work together, we're going to be able to accomplish that mission. So I just wanted to say, everyone in this room wants the same thing. We want to make the city a safer place, and all of us have come together to try to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. He means what he says, and he doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. And I think it's important to note we don't solve crimes in our county, city, and county within 45 minutes with 3 commercials, unlike television. We have to have more of a CSI than you see on television. We're more professional than you see on television, but also we have Mike Minkler here who can talk about the investigative work. Once the evidence is retrieved, the cases are started, we need to have a partner with technical expertise to be able to bring people to justice using DNA and other techniques. Mike Minkler.
Good morning, and Chief, thank you for having me today. As a commander or director of a forensic laboratory, all these gentlemen who are partners with us in the lab, they've submitted evidence through their personnel, whether it be a deputy, a patrol officer, an investigator, we're constant partners. What I'd like you to remember is what the Chief just said. Science doesn't take 45 minutes. It's more of a gourmet meal. It's not like going to McDonald's. Sometimes these things take time. It can take weeks, months, and even years in some of these cases. So it's very important, I think, that the public remember that. I also think it's important that the public remember these cases continue to be worked on by the gentlemen in these rooms who are law enforcement officials, whether it be at the federal, the state, the county, or the local level, as well as through the prosecutor's office. We are continually conversing and communicating about how we might better do something or what kind of analysis may occur. I'm so close with Captain Converse, his wife called me this morning on another matter. I just want the public to understand this is something that when an investigation occurs, whether it be the one with Amanda Blackburn or others that have been in the community, there's a proactive nature on our part in the laboratory to provide that forensic support. I just would also like to remind you, as I've already said, that sometimes scientific testing takes time and effort. We're behind the scenes. Former Sheriff Frank Anderson used to sort of call us the silent warriors. And that's really the way it should be. The people in law enforcement who are on the front lines should receive the credit that they're due. And they're doing a lot of hard work in this community, and sometimes they're not given that credit. And I thank you for having me today, Chief.
Well, thank you, I'm sorry, Mike Midler.
It's okay.
And before we get to questions, I think it's important to hear the community perspective. And Pastor Harrison, who's no stranger to you, has been out there in the trenches day and night, giving up time from his own family, from his service as a pastor to the community to go out to be the outreach pastor. And I think he brings the message from the community and hadn't been out there with the families of all those victims that we've talked about today. It's important to have a message from him. Pastor Harrison.
Thank you, Chief, and all the law enforcement partners here. I think there's a few things that the faith community can really do, and I've heard it expressed today. And I'm asking pastors and elected officials and community leaders and neighborhood groups to help us address a few things. We have to address the code of silence in our streets, where people who know what has happened are not talking to the law enforcement community because they're calling it snitching. We need to have a serious discussion, and those of us who are pastors have the audience of a whole lot of people on Sunday and throughout the week, community groups, and we have to combat this so that people who know something, have seen something, can get that information to the police so we can bring to justice those individuals who have committed these heinous crimes. Secondly, we have to address the issue of intimidation of witnesses, where people are afraid to talk because they're concerned that they're going to be targeted themselves and killed. I think there are things that we can do, and I'm asking pastors and community leaders and elected officials for us to step it up and to be more vocal in our communities so that we can play a key role in changing the mindset in our community so we are a part of the solution and not just silent and allow the problem to continue. So from the community's perspective, we're going to get more aggressive with that so that we can end this madness in our community, and for those who are involved in these heinous crimes, so that you will understand that you will not be able to get away with this for years with not being brought to justice. So I think those are two things that we can do in the community to help out. So I'm appealing to all of my colleagues and to leaders across the city. Let's do our part to help out in this initiative.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for your leadership and hard work. Captain Converse is you see him on the scenes. He's a man you see on, and most of the time you look at on the video, we look at video from your news outlets, you see him walking the streets, always walking the streets with that notebook in his hand, pen in his hand, talking to people in the community. And we want to bring him up to give you an update on our most recent homicides and most recent homicide in our community.
Well, good morning. Again, I'm Craig Converse. I've been here 35 years. I've seen a lot of you a lot of times. I won't. I mean, this is a tough case. This is a tough case, and all cases are hard, and it's some more are more emotionally gut wrenching. Got a lot of tired detectives, a lot of angry detectives. Got a great community. I mean, I've never seen so many people rally. In the neighborhood, we went to some meetings, and everyone came, and it was nice. And I mean, a lot of neighbors were crying that day. And I'll show you something that gave us a little comfort. When we first walked in Amanda's house, opened the bedroom door, and her dog came out and gave us all a bunch of licks. And so myself and all the crime lab people and the detectives, this was kind of a nice little break, just take turns playing with the dog. But anyway, I mean, there's a lot of things we can't release, and we've got a lot of things in motion, and from all our partners, including some federal assets, and of course Sheriff Layton, and I'm working with Director Medler. In fact, he called. My wife answered the phone today, so he's we're really trying to move a lot of things forward. I will tell you that there was a burglary 2 houses west of where Amanda was killed, and we believe it's connected. And her husband, he left home at 6:11 in the morning, and we believe that people committing this burglary saw this as a home that they could get in and take some things. Well, it just so happened that Amanda was home along with she's 12 weeks pregnant. She had her little baby in the crib upstairs, and then and she was murdered. And we've had, again, a great outpouring from the community and the neighborhood, and there are a lot of people come forward. We're getting descriptions on cars. A lot of people have cameras on their homes. We've got a lot of information to go through. We've met with a lot of the officers, from arrests in the area to suspicious cars, suspicious people. It's unbelievable how many people have approached us and given us tips to work off of, and that's that's what we're doing. We know who killed her. At least we have a picture of him. We don't know the name. And this person was seen by a number of people going on the street, and also our timelines in place that puts him there at the time of the murder. And I'm sure we'll be releasing a picture of this person wearing a hoodie. And I'm sure I left some things out, but
I'm holding time on if you like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Thank you, Captain. I know Captain Converse really takes this close to heart. He's an outstanding homicide investigator and captain. He's been in homicide for over 12 years. And this one really gets you. About 5:30 was when the burglary occurred, 2 doors down. There's an individual, we know that because there is a recording from inside that residence. We believe that when Mr. Blackburn left to go work out, they saw an opportunity to burglarize another home. And as the captain said, that occurred about 6 o'clock. There's surveillance cameras throughout the neighborhood, and there were multiple sightings of an individual that the captain referenced. There are neighbors who had seen the individual both on that street and on the neighboring street. Video surveillance on both streets have captured images of an individual and a vehicle. There was approximately 6 o'clock. There was a camera from west of the burglarized home that captured a dark-colored SUV driving quickly down the street. Approximately 1 minute later, that vehicle was then seen leaving. There were TVs and laptops that were taken that were sizable. That would lead us to believe that they were likely loaded into a vehicle to be removed from the area. Approximately 6:45 to 6:55, there was a neighbor that did report hearing shots, which she believed to be were shots. Another neighbor saw a individual wearing a dark-colored hoodie traveling from the first burglarized home
Later on, again, that same occupants of that same residence reported seeing a subject wearing a hoodie walking westbound away from the area of the Blackburn residence. This individual was captured on a surveillance camera, both on that street and on the neighboring street. Further neighbors on the neighboring street did see that individual with the same hoodie, with it cinched down, attempting to cover their face. At this point in time, we won't be able to release a photograph or a detailed description, although we anticipate being able to do that at some point in the near future. And to the individual that is involved in this, and much to the point that have been made, anyone who has information on this case, before or after, who is assisting these individuals. There are individuals out there who certainly know and are aware, and those individuals are culpable just as much as the person who's committed this crime. It is a heinous crime. This individual does not belong to be walking in free society. This individual belongs in jail as quickly as humanly possible. And as was touched on, I think in the snitching regard, the only thing it's been said that the only thing that's necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. It is important that you reach out to us, contact us, 262-TIPS. Let us know what you know. This is you are not to the individual that committed this crime. You are not as good as you think you are. You left behind evidence. We will find it. We have found it. We will find you, and we will not stop until we get you. And those who know who you are, don't go down with the sinking ship along with them. Reach out to us. Let us know what you know. Let's bring this person to justice. Don't own their crime for them. Let's bring this person to justice and bring closure to the Blackburn family and peace to our community.
Thank you, Major. I'm going to begin where you ended. We had this in the last several weeks and months. We've had 4 people to contact us through community, through ministers, through politicians, and turn themselves in. Families have turned in their loved ones because they recognize it just wasn't right. Say surrender, folks. Don't aid and abet or assist anyone in these type of crimes. You heard me say that before. And we brought to justice those folk who were involved in Meridian Hills and the Spring Hill home invasion. We brought to justice in the case of Mr. Trapezzano, who was murdered on 16th Street by Simeon Adams. By the way, he's serving 80 years, I believe, at this point. The men who were involved with the young people, men, I don't know what to call them right now, who were involved with the home invasion of Meridian Hill, some are serving 360 years. I remember Adrian Anthony, you remember the self-imposed interview he had where he talked about his failure to understand why he did anything wrong and all those things. So we're out here to help people get out of the game. We want you to get out of the game. But when you commit heinous crimes like this, a crime like this, you don't get a second chance when you come down to murder, in my opinion. You commit a heinous murder of this type, you don't get a second chance. But those who are out there who know, here's your opportunity. You heard from the federal, you heard from the state, you heard from us as a team, both from the sheriff and myself. We're serious about this. We're coming to get you. We told that to the people who were involved in Meridian Hills. Media did a great job putting the message out there. We're coming, and we came. There were additional people who were arrested who were aiding and abetting and harboring fugitives. I see Chief Eva Talley, she's nodding her head in agreement. We've been together through thick and thin with the Sheriff Department and IMPD working on these issues for decades. It's time for us to put them away. We have to have mandatory sentencing, folks, on those persons who are violent offenders. The majority of the time, these people have histories. We tell you this. They need to go to jail. We have programs. We've talked about mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment. We talk about housing, job readiness, and job placement. We have programs. We have a great reentry program. But right now, we're talking about people who make a decision to carry guns and use it and can be career criminals. They need to go to jail. We know we have international connections. We know we have people outside Indianapolis trying to run the drug trade here. We're not going to tolerate that. We made examples of people. We're going to put more in federal prison. We've taken off $7 million of drug money, cash, off the streets of this city. And we brought over 150 people over the last 2 years to justice. 58 so far. We're not done yet. We're coming to get you. It's not acceptable. No one should. And this is affecting every one of us in our community. Not just one homicide, all the homicides. We're coming to get you. But we need your help. You need to call us. We know we're about the snitching culture. As we were told, it's not snitching. It's just not right. So 262 tips gives you an opportunity to remain anonymous. Give us the information. And families, if you know where they are, you need to get them to us. We shouldn't have to come get them. You know what's right and wrong in our society, and murder is just not right. We take questions at this time.
Chief, when you look at the situation, the Blackburn situation, other murders that would happen, it seems that you guys are getting a lot more cooperation from neighbors, a lot more cooperation from that segment of the Indianapolis community. What is it that the other part of the community just doesn't get, just doesn't register? Because you guys have to, feel like you got to go through friggin' World War I trench warfare to get people to cooperate. Meanwhile, other segments of the Indianapolis population just seem to get it off the bat.
Well, working together works. I think we heard the commander, the captain and lieutenant talked about how we working with them in community crime watches, spending time and having the district community conversations, going out in the community and meeting with community. But let's face it, some of this is age-old. People have been entrenched in neighborhoods for years, decades. And they've been, some cases, taking care of the neighborhood, giving small trinkets, paying for bicycles and things like that, and giving it to the kids with the idea of being able to hide in these neighborhoods. They buy property, they own property, they rent property, and they wreak havoc and cause people to feel somewhat, I guess for lack of a better term, captured. We're going to free them. We're going to free them from captivity by sharing with us a little information. You too become a hero when you share it. Now, I know it's a culture in some of our neighborhoods who never call the police, but we've seen a 30% increase when they contacted Crime Stoppers. So it is working. Some neighborhoods are more organized and more willing to be more vocal, but we're starting to see that. But we also have Pastor Harrisons of the world and people like that who are doing the work, street work, getting information, and being able to share them and give them to the right sources so they can get the services they need. Get out of the game is a message we have to send people. To your point, we're trying to make a difference. Yes, Julia?
Chief, why not release the picture? Do you anticipate releasing the picture sometime?
We've got to make sure, remember this. Always remember this. It's not what we know, it's what we can prove. We want to make sure we have the right information, the right evidence. We don't want to lose this. You've been patient with us before. Dominic Allen, right? 15-year-old murdered, raped and set ablaze. We solved it. Baby Delano, right? You walked with us. We found information. It took a little while for us to get the information. We relied on the forensics. Mr. Miller provided it. We were able to do that case. A lot of these cases are circumstantial where we've been able to bring to justice without a body. Now we have a body. We have forensics. We have evidence. We have information. Just give us the room we need to work. We'll bring them to justice.
Are we talking one or multiple suspects?
It could be multiple. It could be well. We're looking at all those angles right now. We're looking at that very carefully.
Well, we heard the captain say that we know who the person is. Just for my own clarification, you know the identification of the individual in the Blackburn case, and you know what they look like. What do we know?
We know that person. That person. Standing outside.
Say it again.
That person standing outside the home is a subject who murdered Amanda.
Had that person been seen in the neighborhood prior to that day?
That person has been seen in the neighborhood that day.
Prior to that day?
Prior, we haven't confirmed that yet.
Can you give us a description of that person?
Yes, we have a black male, medium to light brown complexion, slim to medium build. Height varies, but we're looking at like from 5'4" to 5'9". And the neighbor saw him wearing he had light-colored pants. He had a two-tone hoodie, like the jacket was like suede with a lighter hood that was that pulled around his face.
This suspect, they took these merchandise home, the TVs home, so somebody knows that there's some TVs that showed up all of a sudden. So what do you say to those people who are not coming forward that know these are the guys who do this?
I can remember some people having jewelry. I remember a man in a wheelchair who refused to cooperate with us, who was fencing some of the things in the Marine Hill Springville investigation. They all, including the wheelchair, went to jail with him. And I'm simply saying this to say you cannot hide from the law. If people talk, they're talking all over the place. Whether in barbershops, in churches, in restaurants, people are talking right now about this. So we're all watching, we're all listening. We have a lot of eyes and ears right now on this case. How can you hide? How dare you take something from a dead person and want to sell it and think we're not going to know about it? Somebody's going to tell about it. Somebody's going to tell who did it and who you were, when you were, and where you were and what your involvement in. And if you're not careful, they might link you to the crime. Now you got a felony murder situation where it started out as a entry into a home, and then you end up being a murder. You may not bought into that. You may not thought that all you're going to do is hit a lick today or maybe go commit a burglary. That's all it was. We're just going to commit a burglary. We're going to walk through a door. We're going to see what we can take and fix. Well, you bought more than you could chew. To your point, now is the time to recognize it. You need to give it up because you're going to get charged with a felony murder. So you need to understand that everyone and anyone that's connected to this crime is subject to go to jail.
Chief, are you saying that this was a burglary gone wrong?
I believe that we can say it was no forced entry. I think we can say it wasn't a typical home invasion. It was no forced entry. And I think in some cases you heard about burglars in the neighborhood. You heard the connection to that. So we're clear about what we're saying, but we're also saying to people, if you see something, say something in the neighborhood. If you see people walking around the neighborhood, get to know your neighbors. It's not racial profiling to get to know your neighbors. Get to know who they are, pay close attention, know when the ISIS is coming home, make sure she is gotten home safely, pay attention to the seniors in the neighborhood, get to know the kids, so you're not profiling, you're telling the truth about what you know to the police about your neighborhood.
We'll take one more question, guys.
Was this person acting alone, do we think, this young male that we're talking about?
Well, we just talked about aiding and abetting, no criminal acts alone. Someone has to take those CVs. Somebody had to come up with an idea. We don't know whether they're alone or not, but I suspect, in this case, you know for a fact people fence, hold, sell, carry things away from crime. So they're not alone. We're just one of those who didn't buy into all of this to give it up because we're coming for you.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll try to follow up a little bit later. Right out there, Chief. Right out there.
All right, so we got some updates there in Indianapolis. Wow, it's just such a heartbreaking story there where that poor woman was murdered right inside her home, pregnant. Horrible situation. We hope that they are able to find the person or persons that did this horrible crime. Wow. You know that's definitely going to be a Dateline one, probably in a year. So be on the lookout for that. They always tend to gravitate to those types of stories. All right, let's switch gears here. It's been a little sad here for the last 20 minutes as I had to put you guys through that, but wanted to give you guys that update. All right, let's show you Marco Rubio. Sunshine Summit happened just a little bit ago. It's still going on, but Marco Rubio wrapped up a little while ago. Let's give that to you right now. Wait a minute, before I go to Rubio, I just want to make sure. It looks like someone might be coming out. Somebody new from the Sunshine Summit that we could take live. So while we wait for that, let me just show you a real good, heartwarming story, because I think we all need it right now.
She is all about excitement, adventure, and sniffs right now.
They say it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. But that isn't stopping Ruru, the wonder dog, from taking her new set of training wheels out for a spin.
She is doing so much better than we met the first time. She has her cart, and the first step was to kind of get used to the cart and get her comfortable. So we had her doing some walking, and she did a lot of tipping.
We first told you about the 4-year-old terrier a couple of months ago when secondhand hounds rescued her from a high-kill shelter in Kentucky and brought her to a foster home in Minnesota to get a second chance. She got the name Ruru because she hops around like a kangaroo, because she doesn't have her 2 front legs, but does everything other dogs do, except on 2 paws instead of 4. Since then, Ruru has also become friends with someone else who knows what it's like to overcome obstacles. 3.5-year-old R.E. Pranky was born without arms, and her mother wanted her to meet someone dealing with a similar situation.
We saw the story on Channel 9, and I just thought it was really cool to have a dog that didn't have, its front legs, so I thought for Ari it'd be really cool for her to see, someone besides people, that there are animals too that don't have their front legs and they can adapt just as well as she can.
At some point in life, all of us need a helping hand.
She just said Ruru is just like she is. So, and she thinks it's pretty neat to meet, like I said, animals and people that are just like her.
And even though there are bumps in the road, sometimes knowing we're not alone is all we need to keep on trucking.
That's the whole goal, is to take a special dog that has a lot of, life and love and give them the ability to keep on going. So that's what we've done.
In Eden Prairie, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
There we go. Now I got you guys the good story, right? Glad you guys liked that one. All right, let's keep going. Still no one has come out new from the Sunshine Summit live. So let's show you Marco Rubio. If someone comes out of importance, we'll pause Marco Rubio and we'll go back live to the event here. So let's go to Marco Rubio that just wrapped up a little bit ago. Sunshine Summit in Florida.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not sure who brought Barack Obama's teleprompter, but I wish I could move it so I can see you guys. But anyway, I am really honored to be here. I want to thank Tom for that introduction. I want to thank Adam Hasner, our other chair, and so many people that are helping us across the state. And I want to thank the chairman of the Republican Party, Blaise Ngolia. He is doing a great job, and I just signed the paperwork to be on the ballot. I'm the first person to sign the paperwork to be on the ballot for president. But it had to be notarized, so they asked me to bring my ID. I kid you not, I did. So I said, Google it. You'll see, it's me. But anyway, all by the book. So we're grateful, and we're honored to be with you guys today. Look, I think over the next few hours, perhaps day and a half, you're going to hear from some excellent people that are choosing the presidency. And I think we as a party are blessed to have so many good candidates. The Democrats can't even come up with one. I can tell you this, you know why our field is so strong? There's some big differences between the Republicans and the Democrats running for president. For example, we don't have any socialists running in the Republican Party for president. And none of our candidates are under investigation by the FBI for either. This is an important election. They all are important. This election is a generational choice about what direction our country will take. For over 2 centuries, each generation of Americans has chosen to do what it takes to make America a special country. And as a result, every single one of us are the beneficiaries of the extraordinary miracle of the American dream. Now the time has come for this generation to make its choice. And it's an important choice, for we cannot afford another 4 years like the last 8. The last 8 years, the last 7.5 years under Barack Obama have been a disaster. And not just a political disaster, a disaster for real people in the real world. Now, if you are a very wealthy individual, congratulations. If you're a multinational corporation, we wish you much success. They may not like all the Obama policies, but at the end of the day, they can afford to hire the best lobbyists in Washington, the best lawyers around to deal with all of this stuff. The price of the Obama years is being paid by hardworking men and women, working families all across this country, who today are struggling to make it paycheck to paycheck because our economy simply doesn't grow, and the jobs that it creates under this president do not pay enough. The people paying the price are young Americans, some straddling thousands of dollars in student loans that they borrowed for a degree that doesn't lead to a job. The price is being paid by people who own a small business, the very backbone of our economy. And yet today, for the first time in 35 years, we have more businesses failing than starting. And the price is being paid by America's prestige in the world. Each day brings news about another humiliation at the hands of Russia, at the hands of China, at the hands of radical jihadists, at the hands of Iran. The last 7 years have been a disaster, and the price is being paid by our people. And we reach this moment now where we must decide what we are going to be as a country for the next 50 to 100 years. A generational choice for our nation. And as we prepare to make that choice, I think we can take lessons from our history. For it is the principles of our founding that have made our nation special up to this point. And they also happen to be the principles that our party should always be about, whether it's at the local level, the statewide level, or the presidency or the Congress. What is it that made America special? 3 core principles that sadly some in both political parties have completely abandoned. The first is limited government. We know that every answer to our problems does not have a government solution. And the federal government is not the answer to every issue before this country. In fact, the federal government was defined and created to be a very specifically defined and limited government. It was not supposed to be involved in every aspect of our lives. We were never supposed to have the federal government involved in K through 12 education. That's why we don't need Common Core. The one thing our federal government must do, and only our federal government can do, is provide for the common defense, the national security of the United States. But today, under this president, we are failing in that regard. $1 trillion in defense cuts await us. And what does that mean in practical terms? The smallest and the oldest Navy and Air Force ever. 40,000 positions slashed over the next 2 years from the Army. At a time when the world is more dangerous than it's been in my lifetime. A lunatic in North Korea has dozens of nuclear weapons. The Chinese are building up their military faster than any nation ever has as they take over the South China Sea and hack into our computers and practice blowing up our satellites. A gangster in Moscow is sowing instability in Europe and now in the Middle East. A radical Shia cleric, which is what the Ayatollah in Iran is, a radical Shia cleric, is about to receive $150 billion of sanctions relief thanks to Barack Obama. And he will use it not to build hospitals and bridges and roads. He will use it to sponsor terrorism, to kill Jews, to kill Christians, to kill Americans. He will use it to build a long-range missile of his own. And he will one day use it to buy or build a nuclear warhead. And as if all these challenges were not enough, we now have multiple radical jihadist groups across dozens of countries and multiple continents. And in the face of all these threats, we are gutting our military capability. And that is why one of the first things this party must always be about is we must be the party of a strong national defense. History proves that the world is a safer, a better, and a freer place when America is the strongest military power in the world. By the way, providing for our national defense means keeping our commitment to our men and women who have served us in uniform. And if you are a veteran and you are here today, we are thankful for your service. We make them 2 promises. The first is, if we ever put you into hostilities, we are never going to put you in a fair fight. You're going to have better equipment, better training, and better information than any potential adversary. That is a promise we will not be able to keep if we continue the Obama policies on national defense. And the other promise we make them is when you come home after taking care of us, we are going to take care of you. Well, we're not keeping that promise either. Today, the Veterans Administration fails far too many veterans. And there are good people that work at the Veterans Administration. They're veterans themselves. They care about our veterans. And then there are people that simply are not performing a good job. And that's why I'm proud that last year, along with another member of Congress from Florida, Jeff Miller, we were able to pass a law that says if you are a senior executive at the Veterans Administration and you're not doing a good job, the Secretary will have the power to fire you. And that law passed. That's the good news. The bad news is they fired 1 person, and it's on appeal. The bad news is they awarded over $300,000 in bonuses to some of the people that should have been fired. So we need a VA that is accountable. And we also need a VA in which the benefits follow the veteran, not the veteran follow the benefits. Which means if you are a veteran and the local VA can't see you, but another hospital down the street can, you will be able to take your benefits to any doctor or any hospital that's ready to see you and treat you. A strong national defense also means a foreign policy of moral clarity, one in which our allies can trust us and our adversaries dare not test us. I only bring this up because we have the direct opposite. Our allies do not trust us. Our adversaries do not respect us. The best example of that is what's happening in the Middle East. There is only one pro-American free enterprise democracy in the entire Middle East, the State of Israel. Well, today we have a president who treats the Prime Minister of Israel with less respect than what he gives the Ayatollah in Iran. And that's why, if I am fortunate and blessed to be elected President of the United States, on my first day in office, I will cancel the deal with Iran that this president has signed. The second core principle that our party must always be about is free enterprise. The free enterprise system is what creates economic opportunity. Be very aware and afraid of any politician that says to you, when I was mayor, when I was senator, when I was governor, I created 1 million jobs. Well, unless you grew government by 1 million jobs, you did not create 1 million jobs. You know who creates 1 million jobs? The people who quit their jobs, max out their credit card to open up a small business out of the spare bedroom of their home. The private sector creates jobs, and the job of those of us in public office is to ensure that America remains the best place in the world to start a new business or to grow an existing one. That is the job of those of us in public service. And that is why we're for tax reform. You can't grow your economy and be globally competitive with the most expensive tax code in the world for job creation. You can't grow your economy with regulations, $1 billion a week sometimes that they're adding onto the code that are strangling creativity. You can't grow your economy if you have a debt crisis, and we will have a debt crisis, $19 trillion and growing. You can't grow your economy if you don't fully utilize your energy resources. God has blessed America with oil and natural gas. Let us use it fully. And you can't grow our economy with a health care law that raises prices, lowers quality, and encourages employers not to hire people. And that is why we must repeal and replace Obamacare. There's one more point that we should always be about. For free enterprise and limited government are core principles of America's founding. They're the key to our prosperity and our liberty. But there's one more thing we can never forget. You cannot have a strong nation without strong people. And you cannot have strong people without strong values. The thing is, no one is born with strong values. Your values are taught to you, and then they are reinforced in you. And government cannot replace that. Government can tell you what's legal. It cannot always tell you what's right. Right and wrong, good and bad, that is learned from your values instilled in you in the family, the most important institution in society. And far too many of our leaders, quite frankly, in some instances in both parties, have forgotten that. There is no replacement for the family. It is the original government. It is the most important school you will ever attend. It is in the family and the community that supports the family where the values that lead to strong people are instilled and reinforced. And while government cannot make anyone a better parent, government cannot make you a better husband or a better wife. Believe me, if it could, my wife would run for office. Government shouldn't be doing anything that undermines the family. And government shouldn't be doing anything that undermines our values. And it does. And it does. We have anti-poverty programs that do not cure poverty but discourage work. We have anti-poverty programs that discourage marriage. We have a tax code that discourages marriage. And we have a government that increasingly is targeting the faith community in this country and undermining the values that they teach our children and our families. The result is a growing number of Americans who hold traditional values feel like outsiders in their own country. If you believe in basic principles like marriage should be defined as the union of one man and one woman, if you believe that all human life is worthy of protection, you're labeled a bigot or a hater. One of the things I believe passionately is if I'm President of the United States, I will not appoint judges that do not understand it. I will not have judges appointed that do not understand the limits the Constitution places on the federal government, and I will have a Justice Department that defends the religious rights and liberties of every single American. Because religious liberty is not the right to believe whatever you want. It is that, but it is more. It is not just the right to believe whatever you want. It is the right to exercise it in every aspect of your life, at work and at home. Key among our fundamental rights is also the right to self-defense. It's one of the reasons why we have a Second Amendment. It's one of the reasons why gun laws fail everywhere they're tried. Because law-abiding people, they follow the law, but criminals do not. We must always be the party that protects and defends the Second Amendment, because our people have a right to defend themselves, their property, and their family. The key to our success as a party and as a nation lie in re-embracing these three principles: limited government, free enterprise, and strong families with strong values. There is no other way forward. And if we are not for those things, no one will be for those things. The key to our success does not lie in becoming more like the Democrats. The nation already has a Democrat Party. We don't need two Democrat parties. The key lies in convincing our nation, and I believe we can, that the only way forward for America is to re-embrace the principles that made this the greatest nation ever, and to apply those values and those principles to the unique challenges of a rapidly changing world. The world is a different place than it was 5 years ago, not to mention 20. Our principles still work, but the world is different. The economy is now a global one. The pace of change is faster than ever. As I said the other night at the debate, it took the telephone 75 years to reach 100 million people. It took Candy Crush 1 year to reach 100 million people. The world is changing, and it has disrupted people's lives. These economic changes are like the Industrial Revolution, except they're happening every 5 years, not every 100. And it's wiped out jobs that once sustained our middle class. It's wiped out industries that once sustained us. And the truth is, some of these industries and some of these jobs may never exist again. But in the 21st century, new jobs can be created that actually pay more than the ones we've lost. New industries can be created that are better than the ones we've lost. The question is, where will they be created? In America or in some other place? And that is the challenge before us. The challenge is to convince people that the principles we stand for are the only way to recapture the greatness of this nation and expand it to places even further than it's ever gone before. And the stakes could not be higher. For we are running out of time. We still have time, but we are running out of time. The bad news is that today we are on the road to decline. I know that this is a Republican gathering, and so perhaps saying something about your own party that's less than kind is not always the right thing to do, but it's the truth. Both parties are to blame for this road that we're on. I always chuckle when people say there's no bipartisanship in Washington. There is. That $19 trillion debt is a bipartisan debt. But we've never seen anything like the last 7 years in this president. We are on the road to decline, and what that means is if we don't change, if we don't turn the page, if we don't allow new people with new ideas to lead this country into this new era, I believe that our children, sadly, will be the first Americans in history who will inherit a life worse than their parents. But here's the good news. It doesn't have to be this way. There is another way forward for us. There is another way forward for us, but we must embrace it. And that's why I chose to run for president. Because I honestly believe that if we do what needs to be done, the greatest era in our history is right before us. But the time to act is now. We really can't wait any longer. We cannot wait any longer. You know, I said this last night to a group, it's easy to think that America's always had it easy, that we've never faced challenges. That's just not true. We've always faced challenges. We were founded by declaring independence from the most powerful empire in the world. It's quite a challenge. We had a civil war that divided our nation brutally, almost ended it. That was a challenge. The First World War created carnage mankind had never seen. Then, right after the First World War, a Great Depression. And then a Second World War. And then after that, a long Cold War that threatened the existence of life on this planet. We have always faced great challenges. Ours is the story of a people that have always confronted their challenges and embraced their opportunities. Now the time has come for this generation to do its part. And we are all called to this task, for we are all the beneficiaries of the extraordinary miracle of America. But I feel personally called to this passionately, because America is not just the country that I grew up in, it's the nation that literally changed the very history of my family. I don't come from wealthy and politically connected parents. I was born and raised by people that know America is special because they know what life is like outside of America. And they never became rich or famous in America either. But they were successful because through hard work they were able to own a home in a safe and stable neighborhood and retire with dignity and leave all four of their children better off than themselves. But that's not just my story, that's our story. It's especially the story of Florida, a state where people have come from all over the place in search of a better life. Some came here fleeing socialism in Venezuela. Some fleeing socialism in New York. They came here in search of, yeah, I know, now I lost the New York primary. But listen, maybe not. We never know. They might move to Florida.
All right, folks. There was just about 3 minutes left of that. Let's go live now to the Sunshine Summit. Mike Huckabee is on.
Just about 2 weeks ago, on a Friday night, I'd been in South Carolina on my way to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and got as far as Atlanta. If any of you fly anywhere in the east part of the United States, you know that when you go anywhere, you've got to go to Atlanta first. I know when I die and go to heaven, I will stop in Atlanta on the way. And I was in Atlanta, and the flight got delayed, and then delayed again, and then yet again. At first, it was because the plane hadn't come in. And then the plane came in, but we didn't have a crew. Now it's about 2 hours late, and it's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning when we get to Cedar Rapids, which is already not a pleasant thought. And the gate agent, who was really wonderful, and he was trying to keep everybody up and chipper and not ready to go on a complete rebellion against him. And so he gets on the PA system at gate D31 of the Atlanta airport, and he says, ladies and gentlemen, we're still hoping the crew will be here any minute, but they're delayed, and so I know you're ready to get to Cedar Rapids. Would anyone here like to volunteer to fly the plane to Cedar Rapids? And we all did exactly what you just did. We laughed out loud. I mean, as tired and frustrated as we all were, everybody in that gate area laughed out loud because the thought that any of us would be as foolish to get on an airplane with somebody who just volunteered to do the job, we all thought that's nuts. It was ludicrous to think that we would do that. Nobody actually was going to get on that airplane flown by someone who had never been in the cockpit. Now, I want to suggest to you that when you're thinking about electing somebody president, maybe, just maybe, it would be helpful that a person had been at least in the cockpit before. That it is not an entry-level job to be president of the United States. It might be a little harder than that. I want to suggest to you that in one way, I don't know of anybody who's better prepared to take on the battle with Hillary than me, because nobody else has ever had to face the Clinton political machine like I did, because every election I was ever involved in was against the Bill and Hillary Clinton political apparatus. And folks, when I hear people say, you need a fighter, I'm thinking you had never seen a fight till you've had to fight the Clinton political machine. In fact, when I first got elected, first Republican in 25 years and only the fourth in 150 years, in Arkansas, which at that time was the most lopsided state in the country, more Democrats, fewer Republicans than any other state in the country, including California, Oregon, Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, you name it. They were so excited about me being there that after I was sworn in to be lieutenant governor, I walked down the hall to take my office and try to open the door, and it was nailed shut from the inside. Literal nails. Webb Hubbell, Hillary's law partner, and who at the time was working at the White House, had made a phone call back to the state capitol and said, get him. Because I had done something that wasn't supposed to be done. I defeated their hand-picked candidate, the one that they had financed right out of the White House, the one that they had campaigned for, and there was no way that I was supposed to win that election. That door stayed nailed shut for 59 days before it finally was opened. And when it was finally opened, all the office furniture and equipment had been taken out. It was an empty space. I'd get on elevators and people would get off. The system was incredibly corrupt. I got reelected lieutenant governor, and then when the governor was convicted of Whitewater-related felonies, I became the governor. It got so bad as we started pursuing the corruption in the state, over 17 different elected officials indicted, tried, and sentenced. We got to saying the 5 most feared words of a politician in Arkansas were these: will the defendant please rise? But I'm going to tell you, if we don't stop the corruption in our nation's capital, our great republic will not, cannot survive. We must stop that which is killing this great country. People ask me all the time, what do I think the most important issues are? Is it the economy? Is it national security? And I say that is like asking me, which wing on the airplane is the most important? The one on the left or the one on the right? You need both. Yes, we have to fix our economy. I'm the one candidate who believes that tinkering with the current tax code is an inadequate approach. We need to do something bigger, bolder, and something that will bring rocket fuel to the fact that for the bottom 90% of American workers, their wages have been stagnant for the past 40 years. It is singularly the single most important thing that has to happen in this country for America to prosper again. And I don't think that'll happen if all we do is just rearrange some of the pages of the 77,000 pages of the tax code. I suggest we scrap it all together, implement the fair tax, which we would pay tax on consumption, not on our productivity. There are several things that would happen if we did that. $31 trillion of offshore capital would come back to America. Do you think that might just goose the economy a little bit? And what about manufacturing things in America again? Why don't we do that? Because we tax capital and labor. So you can create the design of an iPhone in America, but you make it in China, because if you make it in America, 22% of the embedded cost are the taxes that will go into it that'll be part of the price. But if you make it in China, that 22% tax isn't there. Wouldn't it be better not only to design things and create things and innovate things in America, but to make them in America so that Americans would be getting the jobs, making things again? And the fair tax helps us to get that done. Our economy is in trouble because every time we see wages start to go up, the Fed begins to make decisions to artificially adjust the value of currency, which means that the people who are working end up seeing their dollar not worth as much, because for some reason, for 40 years, the Fed has been so very afraid that people's wages would go up. And as a result, they haven't. In the 25 years between 1948 and 1971, wages for Americans went up by 85%. They have been stagnant for the past 40 years. The lady that cleans the building in which our headquarters is located in Little Rock, her name is Kathleen. 2 weeks ago, I was at the headquarters late one evening. Kathleen was in the building. Got to talking to her. I said, Kathleen, do you work another job other than this one? She said she did. She works at a hospital all day long, 8 hours, gets off at 5 o'clock, 5:30. She comes to work with the people that own the building and where our headquarters. I said, how many hours a day do you work? 15. 15 hours a day. Let me suggest to you that Kathleen is not working 15 hours a day because she really, really enjoys scrubbing toilets, vacuuming other people's messes, and wiping off the counter from the mess they made from lunch. Kathleen is working 15 hours a day because that's what it takes just to survive. Not get ahead, just to survive. There's something wrong in a great country when someone has to work 15 hours a day at hard work to be able to feed a family. Thank God she's got the kind of ambition and grit that she wants to work that hard. But the sad thing is that we don't have a strong enough economy so that she can have time to be with her own family. But if we can get the economy fixed, we also need to make sure that we keep this country safe. I was delighted to hear today that it appears that we've gotten Jihadi Jon. I think he's, from all indications, he's dead. Not a moment too soon. But we have to take the fight to the people who want to kill us because there's nothing to negotiate. They don't want a piece of land. They don't want a better seat at the United Nations. They want to kill every last one of us. And we have to come to the place where we acknowledge who they are, what they're about, and go after radical Islamic jihadists with all of the full force of the United States and build the strongest, most powerful, potent, the absolute best trained, best equipped, best financed military in the history of the world, because the only way to keep our men and women from having to go to a constant war is having the kind of military that nobody ever wants to have to fight with. Strength will keep us at peace and strong. But even if we can get both of those wings on the plane working just fine, the plane doesn't fly without a steering mechanism, and America can't fly without the steering mechanism of a strong moral foundation where we understand that the old-fashioned virtues of work and honor and decency and family really do matter. And somehow we've got to again rekindle our notion that our system of government cannot function in a vacuum, simply cannot. And that we have to be the people who understand the best government of all is self-government. Not a government that we elect or hire, but a government that is within our own consciences to do what is right. And we could start doing what is right by recognizing that among us, every one of us has intrinsic worth and value, and there is no such thing as a person without worth and value, and we need to repent for the 60 million unborn children that we never recognize their worth and their value. I don't see how God can bless a nation that could be so savage as that. And get back to our understanding of what it means to honor each other. We face many divisive issues, among them immigration. And I guess every Republican says, we will secure the border. But we always say that, but we never seem to do it. Securing the border is not the end of what we do. It's just a matter not of trying to keep people out, but making sure that the people who come in want to come and help us build a great America, because throughout our entire life as a country, it has been the immigrants who come to this country and help us build a great America. It's not to close people out and say we don't want anybody else, but it's to make sure that when people do come, they want to come to be a part of making this country even better with their skills, their talents, their abilities, their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations. But you can't do that if you don't control the border itself. I want to be very clear that we can get this done, and we can do it in less than a year, because 73 years ago we built a road between British Columbia and Alaska, a road in the Arctic conditions under engineering capabilities of 73 years ago. That road was 1,700 miles long, and we built it in less than a year. As president, I will put the Director of Homeland Security and his family stationed in Laredo, Texas, and say to him, you're not leaving until we've secured the border. It'll be done in less than a year. But let's be rational about bringing people to this country who will contribute to our success, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Let's not have an immigration policy that displaces Americans. For example, under the H-1B process, it wasn't long ago that Disney, yes, I know I'm in Orlando, yes, I know it's the happiest place on earth, but it wasn't very happy for the Disney workers who were replaced by foreign workers under an H-1B visa because they would be willing to work for a lot less money. And to add insult to injury, the Disney workers were required to train their foreign replacements before they ultimately were shoved out the door. America can treat its people better than that. And immigration should not be about seeing if we can displace American workers. It's about making it so that everybody who does come here comes to contribute to something greater than himself or herself. And let me mention this, that I hear sometimes my fellow Republicans want to say, let's bring real cuts to Social Security and the people who are on it. Let's make them work longer. Let's means test it. Let's cut the benefits. I think a far better idea than cutting the Social Security benefits of the people who paid their own wages into that fund would be to grow the economy, because if our economy was growing at just 4% a year, we wouldn't even have to even talk about cutting any benefits. We would more than be able to make up the needs of Social Security and Medicare. But I want to be on record of saying that Social Security is not a welfare program. It is not an entitlement. It is the earned benefit of the people who involuntarily had that money taken out of their checks by the government, and the government should keep their hands off of it. It's a matter of America keeping its promise to the people who never got a choice as to whether they wanted to make those contributions or not. And speaking of promises, one group of Americans deserve the first fruits of our treasury, and we acknowledged them 2 days ago on Veterans Day. But it is an incredible embarrassment to this country that we ask people to put on a uniform, go halfway around the world to places whose names they can't even pronounce until they get there, and stand between bullets and bombs and the rest of us, having promised them that they will receive health care because they have in fact served their country and kept their promise. And when they get back, we don't keep our promise to them. We can fix this, and one way to do it is make sure that the President and every member of Congress get their health care from the VA until they get it fixed. One of the great, incredible joys that I've ever had is to go many, many times to Israel, starting in 1973, when I was all of 17 years old. And I've been back dozens of times, and I've taken thousands of people. It's a remarkable place because you can only explain Israel by God's hand being involved. And I would tell you that one of the reasons that I feel such an affinity for the nation of Israel is because when I'm there, I sense what America was like when, in our early days, we understood the only explanation for the United States of America was God's providence. There's no other explanation for how a ragtag group of farmers and merchants and people could take their muskets off the mantle and challenge the greatest army in the history of the world at that time, the British Army. So well prepared, well armed, well equipped, well trained, even well dressed. No way we could take them on and win, but we did. And we did it because we had some incredible people on whose shoulders we enjoy our freedom, who decided that liberty, the ability to think our own thoughts, to speak our own words, to worship in our own way was more valuable than any other concept, belief that we could ever hold to. My friends, if we forget where we have come from and forget our responsibility into this world of ours, I can only hope that God will forgive us for being so forgetful of His grace and what He has done. And at that same token, if we cannot express our alliance and our camaraderie and our support of those who mirror our values and our commitment to freedom and a sense of self-governing, then God, I hope, will forgive us for that. But the truth is, I'm not sure He will. I'm not sure He should. But there's a better option than having to beg God's forgiveness for the sins we've created, and that's for us to be America again, that does the right thing for the right reason, for those people who come after us. And as I've often said in town halls across this country, when people say, why in the world are you running for president? What is it that possesses you to do something like this? And I tell them, it's because I have 5 grandkids. And I do not want to walk my 5 grandkids through the charred remains of a once great country called America and say, here you go, kids. $20 trillion of debt, a decimated military that's 25% less than it was when this president took office, a nation where cronyism has created such a corrupt environment in Washington so that 6 out of the 10 richest counties in America surround Washington, D.C. And why? Because the donor class has fed the political class and kicked the working class in the teeth. And we can do better than that. And we should and we will. And I hope to have your vote as President of the United States. Thank you and God bless you. Delight to be with you today. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. That was Mike Huckabee. Wait, I'm hearing something right over the box. Oh, nothing of interest of there. So you guys probably thinking, man, I'm going crazy here. Now, happy Friday, everybody. We're gonna keep going here. Keep you guys well informed. Oh, and let's go to this event just happening live right now. It's Ted Cruz 2016 campaign rally. While we wait for Ted Cruz, let me show you Rand Paul was busy today in New Hampshire. Take a look.
Hey guys. All right. All right, we're not exceeding the fire code.
Probably.
We're clearly exceeding the fire code.
Welcome.
Yes.
All
right.
This is, we're using this desk because
Can I just hand this
the person
to you?
who wrote the legislation,
Filled out, and it's
their family gave it.
Okay.
That's my camera. This was a desk he worked on. We have over 40 towns that use the same ballot box that they got in 1892. And they've used it in every election since then. And this was the one for his town, he came from Richmond. And so he put his ballot in that box. And so we're having the candidates do the final signing.
Sure. Sounds good.
So,
all right.
All right.
You're the secretary. How are you, sir? This is a form with a check attached.
Yep. So you need to. Do you have a special pen you'd like to use?
Nope. Actually, I might have
get you one. There we go.
All right, great.
So you need to sign it right there.
All right.
See your father up there and that.
Yep, I recognize him.
Sir?
So,
we were going to bring gold, but we decided just to.
Thank you. So this takes care of this part of it. And this, for a few decades now, we've had the candidates, something that you might be thinking at the moment, a slogan, a few words.
Yeah, I don't know if I got a whole lot of room for that. How about just a signature? All right. Thank you.
So you're welcome to come back here. That's all. That takes care of it. You'll get a. You'll be.
Thank you for sticking.
Great, how are you? Thank you.
We're going out. You can stand right. You guys want to come back here? Squeeze through here.
Thank you, thank you. Where am I standing?
Just go behind them.
Randy, say something? Okay.
Give him a couple seconds to set up.
All right.
How are you, sir?
Good to see you.
Good to be seen.
All right, good.
Sir, how are you?
Good.
Who are these guys? You all in good shape down there?
They're head of the youth for Rand Paul.
Yes, exactly. In charge of youth for Rand Paul.
University of New Hampshire, they're really fast learners.
Yeah.
Can you just go ahead and coalition process? I'll go around. All right, good.
Okay.
You look like you got something on your mind.
What?
You look like you have something on your mind.
No, I want to introduce my friend Rand. When the press is set up, we're trying to be respectful. You all about there?
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Everyone, thank you so much for coming today. And today is obviously an incredibly exciting day for the state of New Hampshire. This is a state that believes in personal freedom, that believes in personal liberty. And the message that we believe in so strongly, and the opportunity that we have to continue to protect the first in the nation primary, is a great venue for us to talk about what we want as our next president. In this state, we so clearly value the freedoms that our Constitution provides us. And we know that Senator Rand Paul, as president, will continue to protect all the things that New Hampshire holds dear and America holds dear. And with that, let me introduce to you my friend, the future president of America, Rand Paul.
Thanks. Here. Thank you, Andy, and it's great to be here. You can almost feel the history and see the history as you walk through the state capitol here. I believe that liberty thrives when government is small, and as I've said in the debates, I want a government so small you can barely see it. And I want people to be free to, of their own design and their own volition, be able to act, to be able to prosper, and to be able to thrive in a free society. I don't think that a country can continue to be prosperous, though, that continues to mire in debt. And so, as you'll see in the debates as they unfold, I want to make sure people know that I am the only fiscal conservative in the race, because I believe that all spending has to be monitored and all spending has to be watched, and that you cannot be a fiscal conservative if you believe in unlimited military spending or unlimited welfare spending. And that really there's enough blame to go around for the debt. That both parties have actually bankrupted our country, and both parties continue to contribute to the debt, and that there needs to be another way. I offer the voters of New Hampshire another way, and that's a fiscal conservative who really will end the addition of debt, allow us to be a free and prosperous country again. Thank you.
Clearly your campaign would benefit from a strong showing here in New Hampshire. A number of candidates, senators, talk about what they deem as the nationalization of this race, particularly in this cycle, whether it's the debates you're talking about, with the national polling criteria. Do you share the same concern when it comes to this process?
Well, I think it is a national election, so there will be a certain nationalization to issues, and to the debates are very national. But there's still a local element to it as well. I don't think you can win in New Hampshire unless you've been to at least, let's say, 500 diners and 300 schools, and you really, I think, to win here have to get out and meet the voters. And I also think that another important thing is that we not get the election decided too early. I think this election has a greater reliance on polls than any presidential election that I've been involved with before, and I think that's to the detriment of the process. I think that folks in New Hampshire would be very quick to tell you that they want to know a lot about the candidates before they decide. And that's one of the beauty of having the presidential primary begin in a smaller state. And so I think there is a danger, though, that the national polling services could decide the race before the race is yet decided. In most of the polls that are coming out now that people are placing a lot of credence in, 2/3 of the people are still undecided. I think that's true even in the New Hampshire polls. The polls are then asking, well, you're undecided, but who are you leaning towards? So really these are polls of undecided voters which way they're leaning. And I truly think that the polls are going to change dramatically. By the time we get close to the election, I think by mid-January you're going to have 5 people that can potentially win New Hampshire, and we want to be one of those.
During the debate, you got a lot more time than you had in the previous debates. You created some time for yourself through contrast with Marco Rubio, called out Donald Trump on China and the TPP. Going forward, are we going to see, in debates and out on the trail, are we going to see you a little bit more forcefully drawing a contrast between yourself and your rivals?
We can only hope so. And I think part of the debate, though, wasn't me acting a lot different. It was me getting a little more time. And so it was to my benefit to have a smaller field and to have 90-second answers and to have a little bit more of a freewheeling debate. I think the beauty of the last debate was the moderators weren't so much a part of the what was being emphasized. It was really the views of the candidates, which really is what it ought to be. There's so many candidates that if the moderators are taking up 20 minutes of time, you're not really hearing from the candidates. But I thought Fox Business did a good job of not making themselves the issue, but allowing the candidates to have a debate and discussion.
Senator, could you talk a little bit about the difficulty or the challenge of your message of across the board conservatism, including defense, in this time of the world? In other words, with all that's going on, others can easily say, well, that means you're weak on defense because you don't want. Talk about the challenge of trying to get that message across.
I think there is no higher priority than defending the country. I think it's the #1 constitutional duty of the federal government. And so I want to make sure that we have a safer America. I just don't think our foreign policy has made us more safe. I think in some ways it's made us less safe. I do want to challenge the notion, though, that you can be fiscally conservative and be liberal on military spending. Marco Rubio has offered $1 trillion in new spending proposals for the military. That's just frankly not conservative. That would blow a hole in the budget. It would explode the deficit. And I think we become weaker as we get farther into debt. And so I think you can be both. For a strong national defense, but not for adding further debt. And what will challenge Republican voters, and I hope to challenge Republican voters, and I hope they will think long and hard about this, is are we really a party that is fiscally conservative? Or are we going to say, oh, well, it's all the Democrats' fault? Frankly, it's both parties' fault. There are those who want unlimited military spending on the right, and there are those who want unlimited welfare on the left. And guess what? About a week ago, they raised the debt ceiling and raised the spending caps for both. And I don't think we're going to have a strong nation if we become further mired in debt.
Senator, what's your reaction to the news that Jihadi John was killed by a missile strike? And would you support more of those strikes to weed out the terrorists?
I think anybody that takes up arms against the United States or, in this case, against Britain, that a country has every right to defend themselves against people who have declared war on us. And so if he's gone, good riddance.
Would you have authorized that strike?
Well, in this case it was authorized by England, because he was an enemy. But basically anybody fighting over there, they have professed that they are at war with us. So essentially there is a war. My preference, though, would be that we do it the constitutional way, that we go to Congress, declare war, and then if we need to go to war, we go to war. I object to the president sending 50 people to war. In fact, I had pretty strong words yesterday. I said, what kind of genius, or actually stronger word, what kind of idiot sends 50 people to war? My fear is that you send 50 people to war, one of them is going to be captured and horribly killed or tortured. And if you're going to war, you go to war. You don't go to war with one arm behind your back. And so I do.
All right, folks, what we're going to be doing is just pausing this event. Don't worry. We'll get back to it later. We're going to go now live to the Ted Cruz event. Enjoy.
That I do believe that
and go through the halls of Congress, you will never feel so American as you do when you visit that great city, the city of our freedom. Well, we're going to get started right now very quickly. I got somebody I'm going to bring out here in the next minute. But are you ready to continue and to see our future president? Coming up, Senator Ted Cruz.
Weakness is provocative, and this Iranian nuclear deal is nothing short of catastrophic. If I am elected president on the very first day in office, I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. And I'll tell you, I can't wait to stand on that debate stage with Hillary Clinton and to make abundantly clear, if you vote for Hillary, you are voting for the Ayatollah Khamenei to possess a nuclear weapon. This agreement trusts the Iranians to inspect themselves. That makes no sense whatsoever. And let me note, President Obama is violating federal law by not handing over the side deals, and we ought to see the United States Congress stand up together and say, hand over this treaty and protect this country. If you're fed up with Washington, if you're looking for someone to stand up to career politicians in both parties, I'm the only one on this stage who has done that over and over again. On these videos, Planned Parenthood also essentially confesses to multiple felonies. We shouldn't be sending $500 million of taxpayer money to funding an ongoing criminal enterprise. You know, Obama's committed to his principles. We need to stop surrendering and start standing for our principles. I am the only candidate on this stage who helped lead the fight to stop a massive amnesty plan in 2013 when Barack Obama and Harry Reid joined the Washington Republicans, and I fought to defend the Constitution my whole life, and I will as president as well. I was proud to lead 31 states before the U.S. Supreme Court defending the Second Amendment, and we won that landmark victory. If I'm elected president, every single Supreme Court justice will faithfully follow the law and will not act like philosopher kings. You want to know what I'll do as president? It's real simple. We'll kill the terrorists, we'll repeal Obamacare, and we will defend the Constitution, every single word of it.
Consistent, conservative, and trusted. That's who Ted Cruz is. Well, I'm very excited to end my part here. It's getting hot in this suit. But I want to thank you guys for coming today. This is a very historic day. This is a day when Americans have got together in a city where we say enough is enough. We have skipped our jobs today. Children have skipped school. People have come here and they have said, we are ready to reignite this promise. Right now, I want to introduce who will introduce the senator, and that is Representative Neil Combie. I feel very special to introduce him. Yes, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. He was first elected to the Florida House in 2012 and serves on the State Affairs Committee as Vice Chair, Local and Federal Affairs Committee, Agriculture and Natural Resources Appropriations Committee. He is a lifelong resident of Polk County. I just found out that his family started in 1855 in Polk County. He looks really young for being that old. And he's married to Linda Weatherford Combie for 34 years. 34 years married to the same lady. They have two grown sons, Jared and Bo. He attended Polk State College and Florida State University. This is a man that is a patriot, and he's a man that's here to deliver an introduction to a great man. But from one great man, he will introduce another. I want you to welcome with a strong applause, Representative Combie from Polk County. Thank you, my friend. It's good to meet you. Yes, it is. Thank you, JD.
Good afternoon. Is anybody here excited about a Ted Cruz candidacy? All right. I would venture to say we have a fine Cruz crew here today. And let me tell you, it's a tremendous honor for me to be able to stand up here and introduce Senator Cruz to everyone. I know we've all watched him for a number of years now, 3 years since he's been in the U.S. Senate, and we see the kind of work that he's done. Does anybody here listen to Rush Limbaugh? Okay. I'm a Rush baby, although I really was not a baby when he got started in 1988. My mother, raise your hand, my mother back in well, that was my grandmother. Back in 1989, she called me one day. I can remember where I was, and she said, you got to put your radio on 14:30 a.m. I'm like, What's up? She said, there's a guy on there you got to listen to. So anyway, I've been listening almost daily since then, and if I don't get my daily dose of Rush, I'm in trouble. But, you know, Rush said recently that Ted Cruz is inarguably thoroughbred conservative. There is no other like Ted Cruz. And I would say, when we're talking about Ted Cruz, we're talking about Secretariat. We're talking about Seattle Slew. We're talking about Triple Crown conservative. They don't come along like this very often, people, and we need to take advantage of it. Most of you know this. Most of you know this, but Ted Cruz was a two-time national debate champion. Ted Cruz was the National Speaker of the Year. Ted Cruz was the Associate Deputy Attorney General for the U.S. Justice Department. Ted Cruz was the Solicitor General in Texas. Ted Cruz is, you got it, this Friday the 13th I found out, I have a pad folio that I've had for 30 years. It's got my name stamped in it, and this morning I went and I made notes and things I wanted to say here today because I wanted to do a good job. I wanted to let everybody know what you already know, that this is a great man, and he deserves all the support that we can put together here and all our friends. But anyway, I lost that book a while ago back over at the summit. I'm going to have to find that thing. So I'm kind of winging it a little bit, but Ted Cruz is a husband. Ted Cruz is a dad. Ted Cruz, oh boy. Hey, this will take all day. Graduated valedictorian in 1988 from Second Baptist High School. Graduated cum laude from Princeton University. Graduated magna cum laude from Harvard Law School in 1995. Served as a law clerk to Chief Justice William Rehnquist, making him the first Hispanic ever to clerk for a Chief Justice of the United States. Authored, here's the part I was looking for, authored over 80 Supreme Court of the United States briefs and presented over 40 oral arguments before the court. Unbelievable. Presented oral arguments before the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Defended the Ten Commandments Monument on the state Capitol grounds of Texas. How about that? Defended the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance in the public schools. How about that? Defended the state of Texas against an attempt by the International Court of Justice to reopen the criminal convictions of 51 murderers on death row throughout the United States. He was Director of the Office of Policy Planning at the Federal Trade Commission, Domestic Policy Advisor to President George W. Bush, Adjunct Professor of Law at the University of Texas Law School in Austin. Ted Cruz is a junior senator from Texas, defeating Lieutenant Governor David Dewhurst, who was heavily favored and backed by the D.C. Old Guard GOP. Boo, boo. There was a Politico headline yesterday, November 12th, and it was written by Rich Lowry, who writes for National Review as well, but this was Politico, and it says, the pundits have it all wrong. Ted Cruz is a real threat for the nomination. I believe it. I think everybody in this room believes it. Ted Cruz speaks truth to power. And let me tell you, to do that in Washington, D.C., it takes tremendous courage, unbelievable courage to do that. We see what they try to do to him. We see what the establishment media tries to do to Ted Cruz. We see what the senators try to do to Ted Cruz. He's one of 100, and sometimes he's the only one who's willing to stand for the things that we all believe in, the things that made this country great. As a candidate for U.S. Senate, he made promises. Most of us remember that because it was only 4 years ago now, 3.5, 4 years ago. I've listened to it every day. I would listen to it on Glenn Beck. They had him on a bunch. They were talking about the long odds that he had to try to become the U.S. Senator from Texas, but he beat those odds. I really believe that Ted Cruz is the Ronald Reagan of our time. I believe it, and I was a junior in high school, get my age away here. I was a junior in high school in 1976. And some of you weren't around then, and some of you were. Those that were will remember that Jimmy Carter got elected in 1976. So we had a pretty rough 4 years. But I tell you, having lived through those 4 years, 17, 18, 19 years old, and I saw what was going on with our country. I saw what was going on with our economy. I saw what the unemployment numbers were, interest rates were. It was a tough time to get started, but it's a tough time now. I have two boys, a 30-year-old and a 25-year-old. I talk with their friends all the time. We've kind of allowed folks to grow up at our house. We live out in the woods, and boys necessarily like to come out in the woods and do those things. So I talk to folks, and I understand what they're up against and the struggles they face today. It is just like the Jimmy Carter era, what we're facing right now with Barack Obama. But I will tell you, worse. I will tell you, in the words of the late Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again, only worse. I'll add that part. But we can do better. There's no doubt we can do better. And I think that the one thing that when I think of Ronald Reagan and I think of Senator Cruz, they want to put Americans first. Americans first. That's where we need to be. That's what we need as the president. We can do it again, and we can do it with Ted Cruz. And I want to thank you on behalf of Senator Cruz, all of you for being here today, for your support. And I have said enough. So with no further ado, is it time? Almost.
It's just me.
Actually, the press has him outside. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. God bless you.
Big round of applause for Representative Comby. The media is going nuts back there. They're going crazy. They want to get a word in, but here's what's going to happen. I want this place to explode. I want those interviews to stop because you are being too loud. So what we're going to do is I want you guys to just get thunderous. We're going to make some noise. We're going to play a song. Listen to this. I actually chose this song. It's called Hail to the Chief. So we're going to play that, and we want you guys to get ready. And when he takes the stage, I want you to rip the roof off of this church. Pastor can fix it later. Let's make some noise and get ready for Senator Ted Cruz. Come on. Come on. Let's make some noise. Presenting Senator Ted Cruz.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow! Wow! God bless the great state of Florida. Florida is alive and rocking. Let me say, Heidi and I are so thrilled to be here in Florida with so many friends. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for standing together. We are blessed to be with you today. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Sí, sí. So, you know, Heidi and I's daughters, Caroline and Catherine, they're 7 and 5. All right, that's very cool. A dog for the campaign. That is what, a dog wearing a T-shirt, that is awesome. And this gentleman just pointed out if we were Democrats, he could vote. You know, Caroline and Catherine, they're 7 and 5. And I remember a time a few years back that we brought the girls to Florida. We were down at the beach in Florida on vacation. At the time, Caroline was 3, and Catherine was a little bitty baby. And we were there with some dear friends of ours who have little girls as well. And Caroline wanted to go in the car with her friends. And there wasn't room. And she promptly fell to the floor, threw a fit, started screaming, crying, yelling. I know none of y'all have ever had a child do that. Well, Heidi is tough. She's very tough, and she sat Miss Caroline down. She gave her a talking to that got that young lady's attention. She straightened up. So we went to dinner. We had a very nice dinner, and that night we went back to the hotel room. And Caroline gets it down on her knees to say her goodnight prayers. And she looks up and she goes, "Dear Jesus, tonight we had a situation. And I'm not sorry, but it's not going to happen again." And I'll tell you, Heidi and I just bit our tongues at that precious, precious, precious prayer of a child. But you know, it really sums up an awful lot of what is happening to this country right now. In those words, we have a situation in this country. America's in crisis. We're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day, and America is receding from leadership in the world. And yet I'm here with a word of hope and encouragement and exhortation. America is waking up. All across Florida, all across this country, people are waking up and they're saying what we're doing doesn't make any sense. You know, I want to talk to you today about one issue that I think is fundamental in this country. The issue of immigration. Immigration is an issue that divides this country. It's an issue that divides the Republican Party. And I want to talk candidly and directly about the challenges we face with immigration, and then about a common sense agenda and solution to fixing the problems we have with immigration. There is a fundamental divide right now in politics as it concerns immigration. In Washington, there is this unholy alliance between K Street and Wall Street. The giant corporations, their view of illegal immigration and amnesty is it's great. It's cheap labor. You drive down labor prices, makes everything cheaper for them. They think it's fantastic. And the sad reality is you have in Washington what I've called the Washington cartel. Career politicians in both parties that get in bed with lobbyists and special interests and grow and grow and grow government. And the Washington cartel is in complete agreement, complete harmony over amnesty. Because from their perspective, it is all upside. And so you see the Democrats pressing for more and more illegal immigration and more amnesty, and you see a whole lot of establishment Republicans saying, that sounds great to us because the same people are writing us checks too. And the people being left behind are the working men and women. The people being left behind are the legal immigrants. The people being left behind are all of us who believe that the Constitution and rule of law matters. Listen, one reason why the establishment Republicans, why the Washington cartel is not troubled by illegal immigration, is not troubled by amnesty, is that none of them are losing their jobs to an illegal immigrant. It doesn't impact them, as I've observed a number of times. This issue would be fundamentally different if you had a whole bunch of lawyers and bankers swimming the Rio Grande. I'll tell you what, then we'd build a wall. And it'd be huge. Listen, the common sense principles that most of us understand, that most Americans agree with on immigration, they're not complicated. It's legal, good, illegal, bad. Why is that so complicated for anyone in Washington to understand? For journalists, if you say illegal immigration is bad, well, you must hate immigrants. You know what? They say that because they want to shut us up. That's designed to silence the conversation, say, we will not talk about this anymore. Believing in rule of law is entirely consistent with believing we are a nation of immigrants. As you know, I am the son of an immigrant who came legally from Cuba 58 years ago. Came with nothing, with $100 in his underwear, not speaking English, washing dishes, making 50 cents an hour, but filled with hopes and dreams and aspirations. At 18, my dad tells the story of when he first started washing dishes. Now, why did he get that job? He got that job because you didn't have to speak English to take a dish, stick it under a hot water, and scrub it. You could do that in any language. But they had these big rubber gloves they told him to wear. He put on the gloves, and within about 2 minutes, hot water went down the gloves and was scalding his arms. So by the first day, he decided to heck with the gloves. He pulled them off entirely, and every day he went to work, his arms were bright red like lobsters just under the hot water. But that experience, every one of us has that experience. That's who we are. We are all the children of those who risked everything for freedom. And one of the reasons your parents and my parents risked everything to come to America is because we are a nation under rule of law, under the Constitution. We don't violate or ignore our laws. As you know, I represent the state of Texas. We've got roughly 1,200 miles of border on our southern border. You know, the media doesn't like to talk about the problems from illegal immigration. They don't like to talk about the crime. As people cross the borders and commit crimes, and we don't know who's coming in. The media doesn't like to talk about the national security threats as you have countries that are serious threats with their nationals crossing the southern border that we don't know who they are, we don't know where they're coming from, whether it is ISIS or Ebola. Our ability to detect who's coming into this country and threatening the people of America is negligible as long as the federal government is not securing the borders. You look at the impact on jobs. Today we have the lowest percentage of Americans working than any year since 1977. You know, just earlier today in Florida, I was visiting with a gentleman, the CEO of a cookie company. He described, you know, people like to talk about jobs Americans won't do. He described an interesting experience they had in their factory in the mid-1990s when welfare reform went through. When suddenly there was a requirement that you go and seek a job, he said suddenly they had people lining up at the factory, wanting to work at the factory because of welfare reform was lifting them out of poverty and getting them back on their own feet. And then there's the impact on wages. A steady flow of illegal immigrants coming in, driving down wages, impacts the wages of just about every person here. As I observed in the last debate, if it were a bunch of people coming over with journalism degrees, driving down the wages of the media, then suddenly people would discover, goodness gracious, this must stop. And yet, it was interesting. This debate, I think this debate this week was the best debate we've seen. It was substantive, it was meaty, it got into real distinctions without the moderators insulting and belittling and condescending and attacking everyone. But we saw a real divide on substance and issues. And none was starker than fairly early on in the debate when candidate after candidate began to compose an epic poem in support of amnesty, explaining how compassionate and loving it is to grant amnesty. I got to tell you, as I was standing there, I suspect my reaction was the same as yours, which my head was exploding. There is nothing compassionate about a politician saying, I'm so compassionate, I'm willing to give away your job. That's not compassionate. And you know what? No other country on earth does this. Try sneaking into Canada, or England, or France, or China. Try sneaking into Mexico. You know, a few months back, I did an interview with Jorge Ramos. He was saying, why would you possibly enforce our immigration laws? I said, Jorge, if I snuck into Mexico right now, what would they do? Deport you. Do our laws not deserve the same respect as every other country on earth? So let me tell you, we're tired of politicians who blow smoke. Enough talk. We're going to solve this problem. Today, we are rolling out my detailed immigration plan to secure the borders, to restore the rule of law, and to reform legal immigration. It's easy to talk in generalities, but the rubber meets the road on the specifics of what each candidate is willing to do to actually solve this problem. Let's start with securing the border. There is more than enough legal authority on the statute books right now today to secure the borders. The problem is political will. We've had Democrats and Republicans unwilling to actually get the job done. I give you my solemn word today. If I am elected president, we will secure the border. And let me tell you how. We're going to start by building a wall that works. You know, existing federal statute requires the federal government to build over 700 miles of double-layered fencing. You know how much Obama has allowed to be built? 36 miles. In a Cruz administration, we will build the entire wall and the entire fence. You know, when you spend time on the border, as I've done, when you visit with law enforcement down there, you ask what's most effective. They tell you over and over again, boots on the ground. Nothing is more important than boots on the ground. We will triple the U.S. Border Patrol. But you also need tools and technology. That's why we're going to increase fourfold the fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft to monitor the border and to alert immediately when there's an attempted illegal crossing. Beyond that, we're going to put in place a strong E-Verify system so you cannot get a job without proving you're here legally. Now, that's existing federal law right now, but we don't have the political will to do it. A Cruz administration will follow the law and will get that done. We will also put in place a biometric exit-entry system on visas. Right now, about 40% of illegal immigration comes from visa overstays. It's not people crossing in illegally. They come legally, and then they just don't leave. For many years, federal statutes have required a biometric exit-entry system. You think about it, FedEx can track a package anywhere in this country at any given moment. You can pull up on your iPad and figure out, right now my package is over Detroit. And yet the federal government has no idea which visa holders are here and which ones have left because they don't bother to even check. We will get it done. And we will also work cooperatively with the state and local law enforcement, empowering them not as enemies but as partners in enforcing federal immigration law. It's coming. And then we will restore the rule of law. Barack Obama has put into place 20 lawless and illegal memoranda and executive orders on amnesty. Now, it's interesting. Before he did this, President Obama was asked, do you have the authority? Will you grant us amnesty? And his response, he said, I am not an emperor. I don't have that authority. Under the Constitution, I can't ignore federal immigration law. Well, just a few months later, I guess as the election was approaching, under his own terms, apparently, he became an emperor. If I am elected president, on the first day in office, I will rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action. And let me point out, there are some Republicans candidates for president who don't want to answer that question. They don't want to answer that question, would they rescind those illegal executive orders? Or sometimes they answer them one way on English stations and another way on Spanish stations. I think that's a question every Republican candidate needs to be asked and needs to answer. Would you maintain the lawless Obama amnesty programs, or would you cancel them on the very first day in office? And we need to end the amnesty slush funds right now. They use the fees from legal immigrants to fund the amnesty program for people here illegally. They're literally robbing the people who follow the law to pay for the amnesty for those who are violating it. We are going to restore our enforcement capacity, and we are going to end catch and release. It is no longer going to be the case that we apprehend people here illegally, say, okay, come to a court date in 6 months, bye-bye, and we never see them again. And then there are criminal, illegal aliens. You look at sanctuary cities. There are 360 sanctuary jurisdictions in the United States of America. In a Cruz administration, we will end sanctuary cities. And let me tell you how. Each of those jurisdictions is powerfully dependent on federal funds. Like little piglets suckling. A Cruz administration will say to any jurisdiction, if you are defying federal immigration law, if you are refusing to honor federal detainers, your federal money is cut off. In the year 2013, the Obama administration released to the public over 104,000 criminal illegal aliens. Released them. Among those were 193 murderers. illegal aliens with homicide convictions that they released to the public. Among those were roughly 400 with sexual assault convictions. Among those were over 16,000 with drunk driving convictions. You know, a couple of months ago, the head of Obama's immigration enforcement was testifying in front of the Judiciary Committee. And I asked her a few gentle questions. In particular, I asked her, I said, how many murderers did the Obama administration release this week? I don't know, is what she said. How many rapists? I don't know. How many drunk drivers? I don't know. In a Cruz administration, the answers to those questions will be 0, 0, and 0. You know, we all saw the tragic consequences of releasing criminal illegal aliens of sanctuary cities just a few months ago in San Francisco with the tragic murder of Kate Steinle. Beautiful young lady walking on the pier with her dad, having a beautiful evening, minding her own business. Has the president even ever uttered her name? The president has plenty of time for Ahmed the Clock Kid, but no time for Kate Steinle. If you look at Kate, she was shot by a repeat felon, had been in and out of jail, had been deported over and over and over again. But because we don't secure our border, he came across over and over and over again. And he came to San Francisco. Why? Because San Francisco proudly calls it a sanctuary city. San Francisco proudly welcomes illegal aliens, and it proudly defies federal laws with violent criminal illegal aliens. It says it doesn't matter, we welcome them to our jurisdiction. You want to understand the stakes of what this fight is about? Nothing puts it better than the words of Kate Steinle as her father held her in his arms. Her last words were simply, "Help me, Dad." Look, as the father of 2 daughters, I cannot imagine the agony of looking at your little girl as she breathes her last breath, and there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to help this country, and we're going to solve this problem. You know, just last week, I tried once again in the U.S. Senate to pass Kate's Law. Now, I introduced Kate's Law in the Senate. It provides for a mandatory minimum 5-year prison sentence for any aggravated felon who illegally reenters this country. Now, when I tried to pass it in the Senate, Harry Reid and the Democrats stood up and objected. And Harry Reid said, well, the problem with it is it's too expensive. Help me on this. When has Harry Reid ever thought anything was too expensive? This is a man who has overseen Barack Obama building $18 trillion in national debt, and he says it's too expensive to lock up murderers and rapists. And then the second thing he said is this is anti-immigrant. Now, I'll tell you my response. I said, you know, the Democratic leader just said it's anti-immigrant to want to lock up murderers and rapists as the son of an immigrant who came legally to this country. Let me tell you, that's offensive. You think immigrants are somehow opposed to locking up murderers and rapists? Only if you are the Democratic Party, where you're pandering and scaring and trying to divide people on racial and ethnic lines. Every single one of us wants to protect our kids, and every single one of us should agree that murderers like Kate Steinle's murderer, if he'd been locked in jail, Kate Steinle would still be alive today. And then we need to reform legal immigration. Now, I am a supporter of legal immigration, following the rules, coming to America seeking the American dream. But legal immigration needs to be structured so that it serves America's needs, so it benefits our nation rather than undermining our nation. That's why I'm calling for changing the legal immigration system to focus on skills, bringing in high-skilled workers who can create jobs and add to the economy and create economic opportunity for everyone. On ending chain migration and following the pattern that country after country has done of bringing in doctors, bringing in people who can meet needs we have here, looking at the needs of the American people instead of taking away their jobs. It is also well past time that we enforce the public charge doctrine. What is the public charge doctrine? It is existing law that says you cannot come legally to this country unless you and your sponsor can certify you will not become a public charge. You will not become dependent on the government. You know, right now, each household headed by an illegal immigrant receives, on average, $14,000 in government benefits. And for those coming here legally, they should be coming to achieve the American dream, not to be dependent on the American taxpayer. Related to that, very few countries on earth have the laws we have here that says any child born on this soil, whether or not their parents are here legally or not, is given one of the most precious and incredible gifts imaginable, automatic U.S. citizenship. It is well past time to end birthright citizenship. You know, you want to understand how these existing laws are making a mockery of what we have. You should go home and Google the phrase birth tourism. There's a whole abundant industry of people coming from all over the world, women 7, 8 months pregnant. They get a tourist visa, especially from Asia. It's very popular coming from Asia to California. They get a tourist visa. They spend a whole bunch of money. And their baby is born in America, so their baby is automatically an American citizen. That's not the way our immigration system is meant to work. If someone wants to come to this country, we have laws set up that you go and apply and you go and demonstrate you won't be a public charge and you go and demonstrate you have the skills to add to the economy. We welcome people from all over the world, but we shouldn't welcome people defying and gaming our laws. And I want to talk now about the H-1B program. You know, the H-1B program is a program that, as it was originally designed, I think had a good intention. As it was originally designed, it was designed to bring in very high-skilled workers, to bring in computer scientists, to bring in PhD engineers that would generate economic growth and jobs. And as it was designed, it is a program that I have supported, and if it operated that way, I would continue to support. But all of us have been stunned by report after report after report of giant companies abusing the H-1B program. Here in Orlando, you've seen firsthand Disney not bringing in PhD computer scientists, but bringing in relatively low-skilled IT workers, bringing them in order to lay off American workers, and then the final indignity, forcing the American workers to train their foreign replacements on the way out. That is fundamentally wrong. It is an abuse of the system. It is unacceptable, and it will stop. Accordingly, in a Cruz administration, I will immediately suspend the H-1B program for 180 days to conduct an intensive investigation and audit into each of the companies receiving these visas, to disqualify any company that has abused it, and to prosecute any company that has violated the law. And let me tell you, this is another manifestation of the Obama lawlessness. Amnesty for those here illegally is one aspect of lawlessness. But another aspect of lawlessness is the fact that the Obama Department of Labor does nothing for giant companies that are making a mockery of our immigration laws and are firing American workers wrongly. Now, for any companies that might be thinking you've got another year of get out of jail free under the Obama administration, let me point out to you, change is coming on January 20th, 2017. In addition to a thorough investigation and audit of the program to make sure we stop those who are abusing the systems, I am introducing a package of fundamental H-1B reforms. Number one, creating an advanced degree requirement. If you want to come in on an H-1B visa, you need to have a graduate degree or a PhD. It needs to be what it was designed for. With a preference for American universities and standards to ensure you don't have foreign diploma mills that are gaming the system. Creating a statutory cooling off period. So if you bring in H-1B workers, you can't lay off American workers for a period of time after that. You're not allowed to trade one for the other. Establishing formal accreditation and recognition requirements for overseas schools. Requiring sworn affidavits about domestic hiring efforts, not just simply taking their word to it, but putting the penalty of perjury on it. And then we look at our refugee programs. Listen, when it comes to asylum and refugees, this is an issue that's personal to me. There are people who are genuine victims of persecution. And for the history of our country, we have welcomed those who are victims of political or religious persecution. But President Obama's proposal to welcome to America tens of thousands of Syrian Muslim refugees makes no sense whatsoever. You know, we're seeing the refugees streaming into Europe. One study indicated that of those refugees, roughly 77% are young men. Now, that is an unusual demographic profile for a refugee wave. that Director of National Intelligence said it is very likely that among those refugees coming into Europe are a significant number of ISIS terrorists. Let me say plain and simple, it is lunacy to be bringing refugees into this country who may be terrorists trying to murder Americans. You know, not too long ago, the State Department met with a number of senators talking about the Syrian refugee crisis. And one of the senators asked them, they said, what percentage of the refugees you're letting into America right now are Christian? 3%. Christians are facing right now persecution and an attempted genocide by ISIS. They are being crucified, they're being beheaded, they are being systematically targeted, and America needs to stand up and be a beacon of hope to persecuted Christians across the globe. The Syrian Muslims who we cannot do adequate background checks on, who we cannot determine if they have terrorist ties, many of them are facing a humanitarian crisis, but they need to be resettled in the Middle East and majority Muslim countries. And when we do that, we can focus our immigration system on making the legal immigration system work better. We can take the funds that the Obama administration is siphoning away from legal immigration to fund amnesty. We can put it back in the legal immigration system. So that when you're following the rules, when you're following the laws, we can reduce the paperwork, the waiting periods, the bureaucracy. We can streamline the system for those who are working within the system to make it work better, to welcome people, as Reagan called legal immigrants, Americans by choice. You know, 8 years ago, President Obama told us that he wanted to fundamentally transform this country. A lot of folks in the media dismiss that as empty campaign rhetoric. Let me tell you, President Obama meant every word of it. And I will tell you, one of the most powerful tools that he is using to try to fundamentally transform this country is allowing unlimited illegal immigration combined with amnesty. To let in millions and tens of millions of people here illegally and then try to make them U.S. citizens, that is the transformation that he's trying to do to this country. And let me point out, in 2013, we had a battle in the United States Congress on the issue of amnesty. The Gang of Eight was a moment when President Obama and Chuck Schumer and Harry Reid and maybe a Republican or two joined together to try to push through a massive amnesty plan. Now, some of those politicians today regret having done so. But let me tell you, that moment, that battle was, as Ronald Reagan would say, a time for choosing. You know, in the Alamo, William Barrett Travis drew a line in the sand. And he told the men there, you can choose to step across that line or not. I'm reminded of a great story. Former senator from Texas, who I think very, very highly of, Phil Graham. When he was fighting for Reagan's tax cut in the early 80s, he was a Democrat at the time. He was trying to get other conservative Democrats to support Reagan's tax cut. And he told the story of Travis drawing a line in the sand. And these other conservative Democrats, they said, but Phil, everyone who stepped across that line They died. And Phil said, yeah, that's right, they did. And everyone who didn't step across that line, they died too. And we don't remember their names. Where you stood up and lined up on the Gang of Eight bill was a time for choosing for each leader to decide, do you stand with the Washington cartel or do you stand with the working men and women of this country? And I give you my word as president, I will always, always, always stand with the working men and women of this country. Now, why is amnesty such a fundamental issue of transformation? Well, let's look to an example of the last time Congress went down this road. 1986, Congress told the American people, there were 3 million people here illegally, they said, we're going to grant amnesty to these 3 million people, and in exchange, we're going to secure the borders. And the American people at the time said, okay, we accept that deal. That sounds reasonable, we'll take it. We all know what happened. The amnesty happened, and the border never got secured. And today, 3 million has become 12 million, or 20 or more. And those same politicians in Washington came to the American people with the Gang of Eight and offered the exact same deal. It's like Wimpy from Popeye, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Yeah, young people are going to have to look up to see what Popeye is. But you want to understand the consequences of this. From 1968 to 1988, California voted Republican in every single presidential election. 6 elections in a row, over and over and over again, California was the bulwark of the Republican vote nationally. 1968 to 1988. In 86, the amnesty happened. After 1988, California has never again voted Republican. Now, y'all live in Florida. I live in Texas. You want to know what Obama's looking to do? You want to know what Harry Reid is looking to do? You want to know what Chuck Schumer is looking to do? Turn Florida and Texas into California. Now, that does make someone pause for a second and think, what Republican in their right mind would support that? Listen, if you support amnesty, you're supporting Florida having Democratic governors for as far as the eye can see. If you support amnesty, you are supporting our national debt growing and growing and growing and growing and bankrupting our kids and grandkids. If you support amnesty, you're supporting the Democratic Party's assault on religious liberty, assault on our Second Amendment, assault on our privacy. If you're supporting amnesty, you're supporting Common Core that the big government Democrats are trying to force on our schools. If you're supporting amnesty, you're supporting the Obama-Clinton abandoning of the nation of Israel. If you're supporting amnesty, you're supporting the Obama-Clinton weakness and appeasement to radical Islamic terrorism. Indeed, the Democratic unwillingness to utter the words radical Islamic terrorism. If you are supporting amnesty, you are supporting the Ayatollah Khamenei having nuclear weapons in Iran. That's why the Democrats support it. I understand that. But for all the pundits who say, gosh, the only way to win is nominate a candidate who's well-liked in Washington who supports amnesty, If we do that, we will lose. Yesterday, when I was in the Newark airport, a man walked up to me. It's an Indian man from India. He's a doctor. He came, shook my hand, and hugged me. He said, I came to America legally. He said, it took me over 10 years. Cost me thousands of dollars. I paid lawyers. I waited in line. I wanted to come to America. I practice medicine now in America. He said, thank you for standing for legal immigrants like me who follow the rules and believe in America. Now, some of our friends in the media, I use that term loosely, will describe a serious plan to secure the border and solve this problem as somehow anti-immigrant. Now, oddly enough, they don't think it's anti-immigrant when Harry Reid stands on the Senate floor and says every immigrant will be offended by trying to lock up murderers and rapists. That's offensive when you, the Democratic leader, believe all immigrants agree with the murderers and rapists. This is common sense. This is who we are as an American people. We can make this work. We know how to solve these problems. What is missing is the political will to get it done. The strength of our campaign is here today. It is the men and women across this country. It is the grassroots army that is coming together and standing together to say no more. I'll close. That's a much better response. You know, every speaker lives in terror that you'll be talking, say the word in conclusion, and everyone cheers. So that's a much better response. I want to close with two things, two stories, both about my dad. Yeah, many of y'all have gotten to know my father. As you know, I'm the shy, soft-spoken one in the family. But you know, 3 years ago when I was being sworn in to the Senate, as I stood on the Senate floor, I couldn't help but think back to 1957. Think back to my dad as an 18-year-old kid coming to America. If anyone had gone up to that teenage immigrant washing dishes and told him that 5 decades hence, his son would be sworn into office as a senator representing the state of Texas, and just a few years later would be running for president of the United States. That 18-year-old kid never could have believed, never could have imagined that to be possible. Muchísimas gracias. And yet, as I stood on the Senate floor with my hand on my dad's Bible, up in the Senate gallery looking down was my father with tears streaming down his face. It's one very, very small example of the incredible promise of America. No nation in the history of the world has allowed so many millions of people to come with nothing and achieve anything. I tell you now, we can and will bring that back. Because something else my dad has said to me many, many times. He said, I saw my freedom taken away from me once, and I'll be damned if I let it happen to me again. That's what we're here for, and that's what we're going to prevent together. Thank you. Sure, absolutely.
I love you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Ted Cruz.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this Ted Cruz event. It is a busy day in the political world. It seems like every minute we're getting a different feed in of a different GOP presidential candidate speaking somewhere. In fact, many of them all speaking on the same stage, that stage being the stage of the Sunshine Summit out in Orlando, Florida. I know we're going to be hearing from Donald Trump. He'll be speaking live there in a couple hours, plus Jeb Bush in the next hour as well. In fact, if you want to go ahead and take a look at the stage live, you've already seen it before, but that is the stage we are talking about, the Sunshine Summit. That's a live look at that floor right now. You can see people crowding around Ted Cruz, trying to get a picture, trying to get a selfie, trying to get a conversation in, trying to get their book signed. It looks like Ted Cruz is the man in demand at that rally, obviously. It's his rally, so no wonder people are crowding around him. This is at the Faith Assembly of God in Orlando, Florida. Orlando is the home of the Sunshine Summit as well. We heard from Ted Cruz at the Sunshine Summit briefly this morning. I know we recorded it in full, so if you don't hear it this afternoon, you may be hearing it later tonight with Kinsey. Uh-oh, I don't know why it cut out suddenly. That's really odd. Oh, and there we go. We are back at the White House. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and play this clip for you. It is from South Carolina, Ben Carson speaking. I believe he comments on all the Trump controversy. At least that is what I've heard.
Years ago. What do you say to that, being an elephant in the room?
Well, I would say the same thing that I would say about any audience that I talk to. The message that I have doesn't change from one audience to the next. You know, I talk about the same things, for instance, several months ago at the National Organization for Latino Elected Officials. I gave them the same message that I give anybody else. I gave the same message when I went and spoke at Al Sharpton's conference that I give anywhere else. I gave the same message when I went and spoke at Cornell. Because the issues that involve us as a nation right now, you know, as far as I'm concerned, they're not Democrat or Republican issues. They're not one ideology or another. They go to the essential survival and prosperity of our nation. And those are the things that I feel are important and the things that we really need to be talking about. And I think they have broad application to every aspect of our society.
So you don't think this could hurt you in the African American community?
I do not. I'm not a politician. So I don't go around with my finger in the air saying, let's see, can I do that? And will that hurt me with this group? And will this hurt me with that group? That's what politicians do. I'm not a politician. So if it hurts me, it hurts me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't think it will.
Dr. Carson, in Tuesday's debate, you said that the Chinese are in Syria. Since then, the White House, Susan Rice and Ben Rhodes have come out and said that there's no evidence that the Chinese are in Syria and that the Chinese military don't tend to like to get involved in conflicts in the Middle East. Do you want to revise or expand your statement?
We actually will be releasing some material on that before the weekend is over.
That material, where did you get that material from? Did you give us any details about that?
I have several sources that I've gotten material from. I'm surprised that my sources are better than theirs.
Is that something you're going to share with the White House as well? I mean, are you in conversation with them? Because it seems like you're claiming you know more than the White House does.
They will have an opportunity to see the material just as everybody else will.
When is that going to come out?
Before the weekend is over.
Dr. Carson, Mr. Trump last night spoke for 95 minutes. Some of that was about you, but a lot of it was about other aspects of the race. He called the people of Iowa stupid for falling for your story. Do you think that's representative of the temperament of a commander-in-chief? Is that what you think the voters want in the White House?
Well, certainly it wouldn't be a pattern of behavior that I would adopt. But, you know, that's the nice thing about, you know, an extended political process like the one that we have. People will have an opportunity to look at all of us, to assess what kind of people we are, and whether, in fact, they feel we would represent them well. So, you know, it's a good process.
Dr. Carson, you wanted to talk serious policy, so let's do that. Your Medicare plan, you started out with one thing, as I understand it, local reporter, I'm just reading your headline. You talked to some experts and revised it, and I don't think we have details yet. A lot of people, including Chris Watts, Fox News, are a little bit confused. What's going on with Medicare?
Well, what I want to do, obviously, I don't want to get rid of Medicare. So, and I've never said that I wanted to get rid of Medicare. So, you know, people take these things and they run with them and they distort them for their own purposes. What I do want is for seniors in our society to have excellent care. Right now, when you look at the number of people who are in Medicare, it's an extremely large number of people, and it's going to be half again as much, you know, by 2030. So the system, the way it's working right now, is going to run out of money. It's simply not going to work. Now, Medicare is quite complex. It has Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D. The part that I really particularly like is Part C, where you have a choice, where, you know, there's premium support, and you can use that to buy private insurance. And the amount of that premium support is actually pretty substantial. So if you're able to buy a policy, what I propose is if you're able to buy a policy that actually costs less than that you're happy with, that also includes catastrophic care, that extra money should go back into your health savings account. Right now, a quarter of that money goes back to the government, and the other of it goes into a nebulous area where they say we're going to help you. But I would like to put it into your health savings account. And I want to integrate the premium support that you're getting already with health savings accounts, which hopefully most people will already have in place when they reach the age of eligibility for Medicare, and they can just continue to utilize that.
Dr. Carson, your friend Al Costa, he was convicted of healthcare fraud, and you were a witness attesting to his honesty. But in your book, you also said that you felt like there should be harsh punishments for people who were convicted. I think you suggested that they should face no less than 10 years of prison and also lose all their personal possessions. Is that a bit of hypocrisy there, given that you testified for him?
Mm-hmm. Well, I recognize that it would appear that way on the surface. I can tell you that there's a reason that he's my closest friend. I know his heart. He's one of the most honest people I've ever met in my entire life. But I don't think that that case needs to be relitigated in public. It has been litigated. A penalty has been assessed. It's been served. You know, whether it's just or not doesn't really matter at this point.
Dr. Carson, Donald Trump last night on CNN compared things that you said about having a pathological temper to being a child molester. That both things are incurable in real life. Do you find this appropriate dialogue from your frontrunners in the Republican race at this point?
Well, it's not the kind of dialogue that I would ever engage in. And I'm hopeful that maybe his advisors will help him to understand the word pathological and recognize that that does not denote incurable. It's not the same. It simply is an adjective that describes something that is highly abnormal and something that fortunately I've been able to be delivered from for a half a century now.
Last question. You a child molester. Do you believe he owes you an apology?
Well, I don't believe he called me a child molester.
He compared your pathology to child molestation.
Well, you know, I always find it a little amusing what people in the press like to say. You compared this and therefore you said the other thing. I don't buy all that stuff. So those are questions we could ask Donald Trump. And one last question. Who should we use for the last question?
Last question.
Dr. Carson, what are you going to do to help protect Christian higher education in America?
Well, one thing I would do is encourage Congress to become more active. You know, one of the beautiful things that Alexis de Tocqueville found when he came to study America is that we had a system of checks and balances and separation of powers, and he was very impressed with that. And it works extremely well when all three branches are active. When one branch sits back a little bit, like the legislative branch is doing right now, with the exception of these two gentlemen, what happens? The other branches tend to become hyperactive. So we got a hyperactive executive branch and a hyperactive judicial branch. The legislative branch is going to need to actually get involved and do something now to protect the rights, the religious rights of Americans of faith. And I'm confident that they will do that. And certainly as president, I would work extremely hard with them to make sure that we never have a situation where we keep people's religious freedom in jeopardy.
All right, thank you guys. That's it. That's all we have time for. Thank you for coming.
Can we ask you a question?
Well,
All right, guys, so we were only able to catch the tail end of that. We were getting other things fed in, but we were able to see 9 minutes of that, obviously, of Ben Carson earlier. I was very impressed with the way he just dodged any media attempt at him dissing Donald Trump. He's still so nice and calm. It's very impressive, despite the things that Donald Trump allegedly said about him. He's still very chill about the whole thing. So, impressive, Ben Carson, impressive. Now you guys are looking at live images coming in from the Sunshine Summit, the GOP Sunshine Summit in Orlando, Florida. Looks like they were playing a video of Hillary Clinton. It's probably an anti-Clinton, anti-Democrat video. Is just a guess. Just a guess personally. No guarantees, but that seems logical. And I know Jeb Bush should be coming up momentarily. And soon after that, Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Jeff Atwater.
The distinct honor of introducing to you a man I am supporting to be the next President of the United States, Governor Jeb Bush. Today, Americans are anxious and afraid. They see mounting debt with no convictions for repayment. They see bloated bureaucracies that are not working, that offer a scandal after scandal after scandal. And they see a president that is shrinking the size of a military in a world that is on fire, and every single month on the global diplomatic stage, we are embarrassed by our adversaries. You're asking the question, can anybody fix this? Is there anybody out there with the convictions and the courage and the boldness to fix what's wrong with our federal government? You're asking the reason question. How could my federal government be growing faster than my paycheck, the one who's asked to cover it all? Can anybody shrink it back to the size of its constitutional limitations and make it work? We know the answer. Because in this state, we saw Jeb Bush fix it. When he was our governor, he reduced the size of government, 13,000 state employee jobs, because he focused on the private sector, where while he was governor, we grew 1.3 million private sector jobs. And for 5 years running, you delivered more private sector jobs than any state in the country. And every single year, our household incomes grew. You ask the reason question, is every single crisis in our federal government mean more taxes and more spending? Jeb Bush has given us the answer here in Florida. The answer is no. When Jeb Bush was governor, he cut taxes all 8 years, $19 billion in all. And when the legislature couldn't help itself and would place money in the budget that he didn't believe was in the best interest of every taxpayer, he pulled out the veto pen and he vetoed another $2 billion of it. You ask the reasoned question, is there anybody that'll stand up for our values in front of the special interest and in front of a driving press corps? And we have an answer in Florida. Jeb Bush became governor. Our fourth grade reading scores were the bottom 40 in the country. And he said to every one of us, if a fourth grader can't read, they'll never be the astronaut, they'll never be the engineer, they'll never be the doctor. It's time this state stopped limiting the potential of our children and instead turned our children loose to dream big. He went after the educational establishment, and no matter what your walk of life, if you were fiscally challenged at your household, a child with a learning disability, if your preference was virtual school, homeschool, charter school, whatever your needs were, he created the first voucher statewide system in the country, and the results are in. We've gone from 44th in the country when Jeb Bush stepped in to now number 2nd in the world in 4th grade reading scores. Our children's potential is now limitless. And long before it was the front page story, and long before anyone else had the courage, Jeb Bush defunded Planned Parenthood and strategically placed millions of dollars in pregnancy crisis centers because he cared about the needs of women and not about the agenda of Planned Parenthood. So we were but now less than 1 year away of electing the President of the United States, and you are asking the question, is there anybody out there strong enough, bold enough, or courageous enough to not just talk about it, but if elected, to do it? And in Florida, we have the evidence. Twice we elected him, and for 8 straight years, he delivered on every single promise. So will you now join me in welcoming home to Florida that bold, that strong, that courageous conservative governor of ours and the next president of the United States, Governor Jeb Bush?
Thank you, Jeb. Thank you, buddy. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, fellow Republicans. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to be amongst winners. The Republican Party, Florida, wins. We win because we're united. We win because we believe in conservative principles and we apply them consistently. We elect principle-centered leaders as governors and speakers and presidents and people like Jeff Atwater as a CFO, and they do their jobs, and people like it. And even though there are more Democrats in this state than Republicans, we win. And I'm proud of that. And talking about winning, I want to win this election in November of 2016 to restore America's greatness again. That's what we need to do. We need to have a candidate that has a proven record, a candidate that has a proven record that has applied conservative principles to lift people up in a way that people can see. A candidate not from Washington, but from the practical world. 32 years in business, you're starting to get a sense I'm tooting my own horn here. 32 years in business and 8 years as a reform-minded governor. I believe that is the kind of record to take on Hillary Clinton. Hillary was a United States Senator for 8 years. You know how many bills she sponsored that became law? 3. Renaming a highway, naming a post office, and naming a monument. Compare that to a record of taking on very powerful interests. Together, we took on the teachers union, and we won, creating the first statewide voucher program in the country. I was in Michigan yesterday at Grand Rapids, and it reminded me of the time when I was running for re-election because we took on the public unions in this state long before there was all sorts of controversies, and we changed our career civil service system where you can fire someone for cause in public life. I know that sounds punitive, but the fact is government workers now work better because there's a consequence if they don't work, just like it is in the private sector. And I was reminded in Michigan simply because they had 2,000 or 3,000 AFSCME members from Michigan to come down and campaign to take me out in my re-election. The teachers union, you may remember, also did the same thing, supporting my opponent to try to take me out. Well, we won. We won in a landslide, and it validated this belief that we need to fix these few big complex things so people can rise up. If you want a talker, maybe I'm not the guy. But if you want a doer, someone that's done it, someone that's taken on the tough challenges, I am your candidate. And we need to desperately win so that we can change the culture in Washington, D.C. In Washington, you have lobbyists that have total say on how things work. The most convoluted tax code in the world. A president who defies Congress and uses executive powers he doesn't have to try to create his own agenda without any dialogue with anybody that doesn't agree with him. In Washington, you have gridlock where nothing happens. Even when they agree, they can't make it happen. We need to have people from outside of Washington to go there with a concrete agenda to fix things. And here's my agenda. I will fight for a balanced budget amendment so that Washington learns to live within its means just as Tallahassee does and just as our families do. I will propose a 6-year lobbying ban for elected officials when they leave office, not to go around the back door and start lobbying their peers, but let them come home and start working in the community again. I will propose a version of the line item veto power so Vito Corleone can go to Washington, D.C. and bring order and discipline to a budget that is out of control. I believe we can do these things. I will freeze federal employment so that we reduce the government workforce just as we did in Florida. 11% reduction in the state government workforce, but 1.3 million jobs were created during my time. And I will propose tax reform in a way that will lower taxes for people. A month ago, I had a chance to visit with Jonathan and Reagan Love. Jonathan is serving in the National Guard, deployed to Oklahoma. Reagan Love, I love that name. Reagan Love is a teacher. And their total taxes under my plan of reducing taxes for everybody, they would save $2,300. They already know what they're going to do with that money. They're going to build a business. Today in America, because of the oppressive rules that Hillary Clinton thinks is deserving of an A grade, more businesses are closing than being formed. In Florida, we led the nation in small business creation each and every year I was governor. We can restore America's greatness by shifting the power back away from Washington, D.C. and lowering our taxes so that Jonathan and Reagan can dream the biggest possible dream. This is not about the big personalities on the stage. This is about the Loves and others that desperately want to be able to live their lives the way they want to. Cutting taxes and reforming regulations will create a boom of investment in this country, creating high-wage jobs. Hillary is wrong. She grades on the curve, apparently, when she says President Obama is deserving of an A. Think about it. 1 in 7 people are living in poverty today. 6 million more people living in poverty than the day that Barack Obama was sworn into office. 1 in 10 people have either are unemployed or have given up looking for work altogether. 1 in 5 children is on food stamps. That is not an A record. That is a sorry state of affairs that we need to reverse. And when we get it right, embracing our energy revolution, focusing on regulation by shifting power back to communities and to states, a tax code that creates hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in our own country will grow our way back to prosperity. We'll become an economic superpower. This country still has the ability to outcompete anybody, anywhere, anytime. If we grow our economy at a fast rate, which I believe we can do, and you should reject this whole idea of the new normal being 2% growth. That's what the left wants us to believe, because the left wants us to get in line, in effect. President Obama and Hillary Clinton, effectively what they say is, it's kind of over. The great American experiment is over. We're not going to grow at a rate. We're going to have to become more dependent upon government. We reject that, we'll grow, but the only way we will grow our economy is also to create a safe and secure America. And this president is the first president in the post-World War II era that truly believes that America's leadership in the world is not a force for good. Mr. President, you're wrong on this one. You're wrong on this one. America America has to lead. We see what happens when we have a president that speaks with great grandiosity, trash talks, calls Russia a regional power, and 30 days later allows them to invade a neighboring country, Ukraine, or creates the big talk of the red line and then never follows up, brags about the reset button, and the Russians are laughing all the way to the bank, calls ISIS a JV team, and allows in short order the creation of a caliphate the size of Indiana with 30 to 40,000 battle-tested Islamic terrorists organized to destroy Western civilization. Mr. President, when we pull back, voids are filled, and they're filled by these asymmetric threats of terror that you will not recognize, and they're filled by nation-states that see our weakness and sense the opportunity to aggressively pursue their agendas. Should I be President of the United States, I'll promise you I won't be a divider-in-chief. I won't be an agitator-in-chief. I'll be a commander-in-chief, because that's what we need. We need to restore our military, create a 21st century strategy, reconstruct the counterintelligence and intelligence capabilities, respect the military by making sure our Veterans Administration is much better than it is today. It is a tragedy in this week where we're celebrating Veterans Day that $142 million of bonuses to veterans employees were given out while they reduced waiting lists by not giving care, and people died, and 3 people were fired because of this outrageous behavior. I promise you, as President of the United States, I will fix the Veterans Administration, just as we did together in departments in Tallahassee. There is a big difference between our philosophy, at least the conservative philosophy that I hope you believe in, which is a hopeful, optimistic one, that believes in individual responsibility and individual liberty, and all of us acting together in a free society, creating more prosperity and more benefits than any government program ever created. That's an optimistic message. We're on the verge of greatness in this country. The ability to discover cures for disease, the ability to innovate in a way that is just mind-boggling. But we have to fix these few big complex things, and we need to advance this positive message so that people have hope again. Here's what I believe. I believe that life is a gift from God, that it is divinely inspired from beginning to end, that people aren't liabilities. They don't need to have their lives managed because they're not capable of living their lives of purpose and meaning. Everybody has a chance to make a difference in our society. Republicans will win if we embrace that philosophy that everybody's an asset, not a liability. The left believes that people are liabilities and that we have to get in line, that they'll take care of us. That's not how it works. In 1998, I was a candidate, and thank you for your support. I went to visit 250 schools. I wandered around to listen and learn. Leadership traits, by the way, that are grossly underestimated in the world we're in today, where you got to be the big guy on the stage and talk trash and talk in a way that disparages people. Listening and learning is the way that you lead. So I was in a town hall meeting, and a friend of mine, Berthia Ponte, who was not a Republican then, angrily kind of challenged me by saying, "You don't care about my family. You don't care about my child. You don't care about Luz." At the time, she was 15 years old. She couldn't talk. She couldn't walk. She was living in a wheelchair. She had a 50 IQ. She was autistic. She had huge challenges physically. And Berthie challenged me by saying I didn't care. And I couldn't convince her. I don't know if you've been in these kind of circumstances. You use humor. You try to connect. It just didn't work. This woman was on fire for her child. And so I said, "Berthie, I haven't met you. You don't know if I don't care. Tell you what, why don't you teach me? I'll be your student. You be the teacher." And she took me up on it. And we went to visit group homes where I saw people treated with dignity and respect. We went to institutional care where it was very expensive, but not so warm in terms of the treatment. Young people were being warehoused. We went to places of employment where we saw people with different abilities lighting up the office, where employees that were different saw these people now in a different light. They saw people with different abilities as a gift from God, in essence. And that brought joy to the workforce, and their customers liked it as well. This whole experience transformed my thinking and validated my belief that life is a gift from God. So I got elected. Thank you very much. In the very first week, a federal judge summoned me to Miami, Florida to say, I'm taking over the programs for the developmentally disabled. So, well, first of all, I didn't know that could happen. I was young in the job. Now I know the federal judges and the federal government loves to take over everything, which we're going to fight and make sure it never happens. And so I promised that we would give, if he could give me 6 months, I would transform these programs, and I did. And we went to the legislature in a partnership. We transformed the programs, we funded them, and 31,000 families got their loved one off a waiting list. 31,000 families. Here's the deal. If you truly believe that people are assets, then we need to lift them up. We need to make sure that they have the capacity to achieve earned success, because every life matters. Every person matters. Everybody has a contribution to make. And I'm a conservative Republican that believes that in my heart. The most vulnerable in our society need to be in the front of the line, not the back of the line. Those that have already made it, they'll do fine. In fact, they could do better with a little less government. Those that are desperately needing the help to be lifted up so they can live a life of purpose and meaning, we need to be on their side. Bertha Aponte is now a Republican. So is Luce, and so is Milton. We're going to win elections if we're on the side of people that want to be lifted up. I'll close with the following story. This last year I met Denisha Merriweather. She's from Jacksonville. She's living in Tampa right now. Denisha grew up in North Jacksonville in a tough neighborhood with difficult circumstances. And in her school, she was held back 2 years in a row. Imagine that, in 3rd grade. She was angry. Basically, her life was going to be designed as we always, the establishment in the schools basically say, it's not fair to measure our accountability based on a child like that. You can't change that life. Well, here's the deal. Because we worked together, we created the first and largest statewide voucher program in the country, the Opportunity Scholarship Program, and then the Corporate Tax Scholarship Program, and the program for the McKay Scholarship as well. The most ambitious effort to reform and open up our schools. And it was a fight, trust me. I got scars on my forehead fighting these teachers' unions and others. It was a mighty struggle, but we won. And Denisha's godmother found out about the Corporate Tax Scholarship Program and got her into a Christian school in Jacksonville. And she overcame this. I know what happened. I just sense this. The first week, I bet you that her teacher put her arm around this little child, angry as you could imagine, and said, God loves you. I love you. You're capable. You can do this. You're smart. And she overcame those 2 years of being held back. And she was the first in her family to graduate from high school and college, and now she's getting a master's. Look, I tell you these stories because it's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's not about who can give the great quip. It's not about that. It's about building a society that is loving, that is caring, that is aspirational, where people believe, again, in the American dream, where they have the tools to achieve earned success their own way. And the interaction of all of us together in our uniquely personal ways creates more prosperity, more creativity, more innovation, more solving problems than any government program ever created. That's what we have to believe, and that's how we'll win. So if you're looking for a candidate that has a proven record, a conservative record of cutting taxes each and every year, shrinking the government, challenging the things that were broken, rolling up the sleeves and fixing them, eliminating the things that were no longer necessary, making government grow far slower than personal income, I'm your guy. But if you also want a candidate to take on Hillary Clinton and the progressive left and their notion that it's all about top-down, it's always from Washington, it's always another rule, another tax, another spending program, I can win this because I've campaigned all across this state and all across this country with my arms wide open, with joy in my heart, expressing a belief of the greatness of this country, and restoring the foundational aspects of our country should be our mission. It's how we win, and it's going to be how I govern. Thank you all very much. We love you. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on Jeb Bush's speech at the Sunshine Summit in Orlando. Coming up in about an hour, we will be hearing from Donald Trump at this same event. Stay tuned, guys. More news now coming up. All right, guys, we're going to cut away from this and watch Chris Christie speaking on the campaign trail in Iowa. Give me a second while I go ahead and pull this up. Chris Christie in Iowa.
Here, we invited them to be tourists here. We invited them to work for a certain period of time, and then they overstayed their visa. Now, I got a lot of attention from the press back in the summer when I said, if Federal Express can track a package from the minute it leaves your door till the minute it gets to the door, right? You go on the computer, oh, now it's on the truck, okay? Now it's in the airport hangar, okay? Now it's on the plane that's flying to wherever it's flying to. Now it's in another truck. Now it got to the place where you want it to. Then why can't we track the people who come into this country on visas? Now, of course, the press had an outrageous reaction to this. The headlines were, Christie wants to track immigrants like packages. And I got asked on CNN, are you talking about putting a barcode on someone or a chip in them when they enter the country? No, okay? I didn't think I needed to explain to people who English is the language they use, to communicate to us every day in the press, that that's called an analogy. We don't need to put barcodes or chips on people. We already have them. They're these. Fingerprints. Every human being has a unique fingerprint. My plan would be when folks come in on a visa, any type of visa, we take their fingerprints, we put it into a database. And when people here on a visa want to access services, everything from buying an airline ticket, to renting a car, to signing up for a class at a university, they need to give their thumbprint. And if it shows on the database they've overstayed their welcome, that's when we tap on the shoulder and say, time to go home. We take them into custody and we send them home. This would be like, I'm sure many of you will invite some friends or some relatives 2 weeks from yesterday for Thanksgiving. Now, you invite them for Thanksgiving, and let's say the next morning you head upstairs and you go to your guest room and they're still there. Now, you wanted them for Thanksgiving, that was fine. You weren't looking for them for the rest of the weekend. It's fine to invite people here on a visa, but they need to stay for the amount of time they're allowed to stay. They need to go home. That's 40% of the 11 million problem. All those things I just outlined are things that are absolutely affordable, they're doable very quickly, and they will help to stop this problem. Do not believe for a moment that building a 2,000-mile wall is going to stop the problem, because I'll tell you this about people. I've never met a wall that a determined human being can get over, under, or around. We need to do a multi-layered approach to this, and then and only then will we have control of our borders again, and then we can deal with the 11 million people inside the country, a lot of which I think will be dealt with by E-Verify. Let me tell you what I do to those employers, by the way. If you hired somebody illegal, you get fined double what you made off the person. Business would stop hiring people right away, because they're in business to make money, not to lose money. So that's what I do on immigration, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, this is, to me, is a real important question. It doesn't affect a lot of Americans, but it affects enough that, according to Frontline on PBS, Washington, D.C. is the world's capital of underage sex trafficking. Okay? And makes you wonder what your congressmen and senators are up to. Anyway, if this was your daughter, or son, it would probably be the only issue.
Sure.
What would you propose to do to clean that pestilence ridden hole up?
Well, let me tell you a few things about my background first on this issue, because I think it's important for you to know. When I was United States Attorney for New Jersey, I did more sex trafficking cases than any U.S. attorney in the country. This is an enormous problem in our country, both for young women, mostly in our country, and young women who are trafficked into our country to become sex slaves, essentially. And there are human trafficking statutes now on the federal books that need to be used much more aggressively, not only inside the country, but also against those countries who allow these young women, in the main, sometimes men, but mostly young women, who get trafficked into this country to be put into slavery. I did a case in New Jersey where 5 young women were trafficked into this country from South America. They were
all right, guys, I'm going to cut into this momentarily because we have some breaking news that we need to report to you guys. This information coming from the Associated Press. We're being told that police officials in France are saying that there's been a shootout in a Paris restaurant and an explosion in a bar near a Paris stadium. Now, I'm just going to read to you what we know so far. We don't have any live images coming in right this second, but when we do, I will let you guys know if we have access to them. In the meantime, I will work with what I have to give you guys this information. Now, BFM television says there were several dead in the restaurant shooting in Paris. 2 police officials confirmed the shooting but had no information on the casualties. Also, late Friday night, 2 explosions were heard outside the Stade de France stadium north of Paris during a France-Germany friendly football match. I think they mean soccer. It was unclear if the events were linked. Now, a police official confirmed 1 explosion in a bar near the stadium. It is unclear whether there are any casualties involved in that. An Associated Press reporter inside the stadium Friday night heard 2 explosions loud enough to penetrate the sounds of cheering fans. Sirens were immediately heard, and a helicopter was circling overhead. Now, the officials have spoken with the Associated Press on conditions of anonymity because they were not authorized to be publicly named. So, breaking news right now. We don't have a lot of information. I'm seeing that all the cable networks are now covering this. We just know several people reportedly dead. Really unfortunate situation out in Paris. Don't have any live images for you guys right now, but I'm going to go ahead and pull up a Google map for you in the interim. pull this up. Go ahead and get a better look at. There we go. So, explosion in a bar near the Paris Stadium. So here's Paris. We can go ahead and do a search for the stadium. It's this one right here. So this is the stadium. 2 explosions heard outside of this area late Friday night. Let's go ahead and take a Earth view of it. This is the stadium we are looking at. So 2 explosions near a bar near this stadium in Paris, France. Don't have a lot of information. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Twitter right now, see what people are talking about. Lots of breaking news. You can see that the name of this stadium is trending now nationwide on Twitter. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Here are the top Twitter trends. That one right there is the one we're looking at. There are shootings in city center and explosion. We're seeing some of the images coming in right now. Again, guys, I haven't looked at any of this. This is just what I'm seeing on Twitter of some of the images that people are posting. Chaos outside. Wow. Video showing aftermath of reported explosion near the stadium in France. We can't, it's sideways, but that's just some of the video that we see. Looks like not too many images are coming in right now because it is such breaking news. Let's see if we have any people are sharing this video, it seems. Here's this video also. Wow. It is really crazy to look at this video that's on Twitter. Someone recording this from the scene. You have to turn your heads to see it exactly, guys, but you can see it's very chaotic in that area because of the explosions that took place. Again, don't have a lot of information, just here are some of the videos, again, that we're seeing on Twitter. Reports of 2 bombs, 2 explosions just outside this stadium in France, plus many people dead in shootings inside a restaurant. I'm looking at Fox News Channel right now, and they're saying, according to a report, 18 people dead in Paris shootings. Wow, guys, this is all really new information coming in. A shootout in a Paris restaurant. Several people dead inside the restaurant. Again, looking at Fox News Channel right now, their lower third saying 18 people dead in the Paris shootings. Again, that is according to...
On ELC1, we're going to put out French TV courtesy of APTN. Once again, on ELC1, we're taking away the big board. We're going to give you, from APTN, French TV. And on ELC2, we'll put the big board over there, down 200 for the day. Once again, French TV, courtesy APTN on ELC1.
There's one of the bombings outside the stadium was in a bar.
saying that they don't know if they're related, but they were gathered around him.
All right, guys, gonna pull up the website for Fox News. You can see how they're reporting it. Breaking news: attack in Paris. Several fatalities reported after a shootout in a restaurant explosion near stadium. Police officials in France say there have been an explosion in a bar near Paris Stadium and a shootout in a restaurant. This is all they have in the article is everything that we have so far. Let's see if we have anything new. Hearing something about 2 shooters opening fire in the cafe and 3 explosions. Again, none of this confirmed. This is just some of the chatter on Twitter. Very worrisome. Very sad. Paris, hashtag Paris is now trending. Wow, now we're seeing reports of a hostage situation at a Paris Bataclan concert hall. What? Again, all of this is stuff that I'm learning with you guys on Twitter. Pretty shocking stuff. Some witnesses said, according to this tweet, some witnesses said that it was attacked with semi-automatic weapons. They fired cafe regardless of destination. 2 separate and possible terrorist attacks reported in Paris, at least 18 dead. Hostages have been taken at a concert hall in Paris, is what we are reading. Bataclan. Let me go ahead and look that up for you guys now. So that would be the concert hall where hostages are being held in Paris. No specific information. We do know that hostages being held right here near the city center. We know that the explosions were near the stadium. Really unfortunate. Again, we don't have a lot of information coming in other than what we're getting on the internet, social media. Let's go ahead and pull up some photos. Might be able to get a better idea of some of the photos. The videos, some of the videos might capture, I guess you could say, the aftermath of what happened minutes after the explosion was reported outside of a stadium in Paris.
Explosion d'une bombe.
Explosion d'une bombe.
Il n'y a même pas 2 minutes.
Il n'y a même pas 1 minute là.
Explosion. À Evans.
Un instant. Une bombe, elle a explosé. Waouh, on dirait du stock de pompe. Non. Je crois qu'il est mort.
Reculez. Allez, tout le monde recule.
Tiens, on était à côté, bâtard.
Explosion d'une bombe.
Explosion d'une bombe.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, monsieur? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Je peux même parler,
Monsieur, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Il y a eu un attentat.
Comment ça s'est passé? Excusez-moi, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Je sais pas, il y a des gens qui étaient dans le restaurant, des gens dans la rue, il y a quelqu'un qui est arrivé avec une mitraillette et qui a commencé à tirer sur tout le monde.
Merde.
If you guys have access to televisions, I would encourage you guys to go to Fox News Channel right now. They're getting live images in from Paris. You'll be able to see some images from the ground, from the scene. You can see authorities there, police officials on the ground at the scene of one of the crimes. You know, there are multiple scenes throughout the city, multiple areas of violence in Paris tonight. A very sad situation. Let's go ahead and look at some of the top tweets coming in. Now we're hearing that hostages have been taken at a concert hall, Bataclan. Paris trending nationwide. We're seeing many reports of 18 people dead, hostages taken, a number of different attacks. We know of the shootout within the restaurant. We're hearing at least a couple different explosions. We know people are now being held hostage.
Plusieurs cars de sapeurs-pompiers, plusieurs ambulances. Alors je sais pas s'il y a des blessés. Vous avez peut-être plus d'infos que moi sur le net. Moi, je peux que retransmettre. Là, j'ai des policiers.
Oh my gosh. Are you hearing that? Oh my gosh. Did you hear those shots? Listen to this
Sur le
again.
net. Moi, je peux que retransmettre. Là, j'ai des policiers.
So awful. It sounds like gunshots.
Une fusillade.
Now I'm seeing at least 60 hostages being taken at the Paris concert held. 60 people being held hostage at that Paris concert hall. I believe it's the Bataclan is what we're hearing. But according to this, individual who took this video, he's saying that these shots were coming from that same area. So that's very concerning right now.
Alors je sais pas s'il y a des blessés. Vous avez peut-être plus d'infos que moi sur le net. Moi je peux que retransmettre. Là j'ai des policiers. Est-ce que vous avez tous entendu? Une fusillade. Yes, shooting again. There's people from the army, policemen.
Alright guys, once again, we're just going to go through Twitter right now to see what is being posted with the hashtag Paris. That way we'll be seeing people's tweets, photos, videos. Some things people tweet or post may be offensive, so that is my disclaimer here right now. We're getting this information right now. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and refresh Twitter, see if the trends have changed. Paris, the #1 trend. Throughout the United States, Bataclan also trending. That's where the hostages are being held. Again, hostages being taken at Bataclan. We did a Google search really quickly. This is Bataclan. It's the concert venue. That is an exterior look at the concert venue where the hostages are being held. We're being told 60 people being held hostage, at least 18 people dead. We know multiple people killed in a shootout inside of a restaurant, plus multiple explosions occurring outside of a stadium in Paris tonight. It's Friday night there. France about, I believe it's 8 hours ahead of us, maybe 7 hours ahead of us here in Arizona. So just a Friday night, not too late actually, that these attacks occurred.
All right, here's what I know. Hi guys, it's Kinsey. Here's what we know. French police report shootout and explosion in Paris. Police officials in France say there has been an explosion in a bar near a Paris stadium and a shootout in a Paris restaurant. BFM television says, one moment please. BFM television says yeah, you can turn on Channel 10. We've broken in with Fox National on Channel 10 if you're local. Turn on Channel 10 right now. Shepard Smith is reporting everything that Fox News knows. Additionally, BFM television says there were several dead in the restaurant shooting in the 10th. Let's see, two police officers confirmed the shooting but had no information about casualties. One of the police officials said there was a separate explosion near the Stade de France north of Paris. It was unclear if the events were linked. Both officials spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to be publicly named.
Just a heads up, we are getting on close.
At least 18 dead in these attacks in Paris and 60 hostages reportedly taken at a concert hall. A lot of chaos going around our newsroom right now, so I can only imagine what it's like in Paris. I see some of you mentioned Sky News in the chat room. I'm looking at it now. Their numbers jumped to 26. 26 reportedly killed between the shootings and the blast. Looks like they're saying, sorry, Mike's just getting back and we're filling him in. Blast kills 26, and there's 60 hostages, according to Sky News. At least 26 people have been killed and several others wounded after a shooting and several explosions in Paris Friday night. Police have also confirmed an ongoing hostage situation at a rock concert. Witnesses have reported seeing 2 armed men entering the building. According to local media reports, the shooting happened outside a restaurant, not far from the offices magazine publisher. Witnesses have described seeing bodies lying in the street. Horrible. According to those same reports, the gunmen have not been caught. Elsewhere in the capital, several explosions took place near the Stade de France, where the national football team was playing Germany. Wow. An Associated Press reporter who was at the stadium has reported hearing 2 explosions that were loud enough to penetrate the sound of cheering fans. A lot of people saying it's not immediately clear if these attacks are related, but I think it's fair to assume so. And that's where we are right now. That's what stage we are at right now. We are assuming. And it's a pretty scary time right now. Our thoughts are with all of these families affected by such a horrific incident. And, obviously we're talking about it and we are exchanging ideas around the newsroom, and you can't help but wonder if it's retaliation for Jihad Jon. Others in the newsroom are saying too coordinated, too quickly. It was too coordinated to be retaliation. It happened too fast. Here's video of this soccer game, which I probably shouldn't show you, but I'm going to anyway because this is so fascinating. We just talked about the sound being so penetrating. The Associated Press reporter, the sound being so penetrating you could hear it through the cheers.
Voilà. Mesdames, Messieurs, encore bonsoir. Gardez votre calme, pas de panique. S'il vous plaît.
They're asking everyone to exit calmly. Austin Hunt.
Austin Hunt. Jeff says he already has me in time for it, but yeah, you might want to make a video.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, encore bonsoir. Gardez votre calme, pas de panique. S'il vous plaît.
So this says helicopter invaded lawn. Surrealist scenes. So I'm assuming that is a very Google Translate's never really that good. That's what it is.
Gardez votre calme, pas de panique. S'il vous plaît.
Movement of crowd, it runs from anywhere.
Anti-terrorist policing is being put in position. Let's speak now to Jess Cassidy, a journalist based in Paris. And Jess, the number now being put at 30 by...
Complicated to follow the match before the chaos began.
Mesdames, Messieurs, encore bonsoir. Gardez votre calme, pas de panique. S'il vous plaît.
You see that the number has now 30. It was 26. Now the number is 30 people that are dead from these shootings and blasts in Paris. And I'm overhearing that the number just jumped to 35 dead. I cannot confirm that, but I just overheard 35 dead, and this is according to AP. Yeah, no, where are you reading that?
AP.
Oh, AP's saying over 100 hostages, not 60, over 100.
We are neither. Enough is enough. In this hemisphere, the Castro brothers and the Maduro regime
Reports we're reading online are 6 to 8 attackers inside the concert hall. Pretty scary stuff.
for your support, and I ask for you to stand with me to continue working for this Republican Party of Florida. Thank you.
And if you are local, you can turn on Channel 10. Fox National is breaking into our local broadcast to discuss what they know, any new updates they have in regards to this. I'm trying to repeat what I hear as fast as I can or as much as I can, but I'm not hearing a lot of new content. What we have heard, 6 to 8 attackers within the concert hall, over 100 hostages being held, and over 35 people are believed to be dead. Yeah, I'm not able to air anything from Fox National, I'm sorry. If you're just joining us, we are hearing 35 dead, over 100 hostages, and 6 to 8 attackers that are locked in this concert hall with these hostages. A lot of people are saying, is this in retaliation to Jihad, Jon? But others are saying it was way too organized to happen so quickly. So a lot of speculation happening, and we look forward to seeing your thoughts in our chat room. And our thoughts and prayers are definitely with the families in Paris.
Welcome.
Television about 3 hours ago. I was watching other candidates. This place was empty, and now it's full. It was empty. I hate to say it. Now it's full. It's tough. I wonder. I know. Thank you, darling. And I was waiting on you. But I guarantee Carl Cameron and the people in the media will not report that. I guarantee. Because I know how their minds work. Reuters just came out a little while ago. 34% for Trump, 19 for Carson, 9 for Rubio, 7 for Cruz. Florida, well, I have an advantage because I have thousands of jobs in Florida. You know, we have Doral, we have many buildings on the beach, we have Mar-a-Lago, we have a lot of different places. So I have an advantage, but Florida, a very, very new poll, 37% for Trump, 16 for Rubio. I won't tell you what Bush is, but it's not too good. So coming over, I was watching the news, and actually 2 major anchors from 2 networks were very nice today. Because they said, whether you like it or not, Trump said this. They're bombing the hell out of the oil fields. You believe it? I've been saying they should have done that for 2 years now. because they're taking the wealth away from ISIS. Now, if you remember when I said it, everybody said, oh, you can't do that. Can't do that. I said, why can't you do it? Frankly, we shouldn't have gone to Iraq, but once we went there, we shouldn't have gone out the way we did. And when we did go out, we should have kept the oil, not just bombed the oil. We should have kept the oil. And we should have given the families of the great soldiers that were killed and badly wounded and badly injured, and our wounded warriors, we should have given them a lot of money from those oil fields. We got nothing. We got nothing. We got absolutely nothing. So now they're bombing the oil fields, and it's about time. Correct. Stand up, whoever said that. That's very smart. Stand up, darling. Beautiful. It is about time. And two of the anchors got on and they said, whether you like it or not, Donald Trump predicted it, and he said that's what you should do. You know, it's interesting. I wrote a book in 2000, and in the book, I mentioned Osama bin Laden. I said, bad guy, he's going to do damage to our country, and we better do something to stop him. This was 2 years before the World Trade Center came down through him, auspices of him. And another anchor, a great one, Joe Scarborough, on the show the other day, somebody gave him the book, said, look at this, Trump predicted 2 years before this happened, 18 months to be exact. He had the name Osama bin Laden in a book, The America We Deserve, which was a book I did. Successful book. My new book is really successful, Crippled America. Really, I hope everybody's going to go out and buy it. That's really successful. But he said, whoa, when did he say Osama bin Laden's going to come and do damage? This was before the World Trade Center came down, Joe. Whoa! He goes, whoa! Well, you know, you have to know what you're doing, and we need people that know what they're doing. So you just take a look. Now we're on a subject that I think I know a lot about. It's called immigration. And had I not come out in my now famous opening remarks at Trump Tower when I announced that I was running for president, and had I not talked about illegal immigration, I don't even think you'd be talking about it today. Because I watched Ted Cruz and I watched Marco Rubio. They're fighting over who's tougher. Who's tougher? Well, let me tell you something. I was tougher when it wasn't very politically popular to be tough. And I took a lot of heat. Rush Limbaugh said, nobody has ever taken more incoming, an expression I never heard in that context, talking about the media. But nobody's ever taken more incoming than Donald Trump. And I did. I was going. I mean, I was taking a lot of abuse from those characters right back there. A lot of abuse. And then people started to say, you know, Trump is right. A lot of problems being caused. And I'm telling you, had I not done that, and had I not mentioned it as a major part, because I have friends that live in different parts of the country, whether it's Texas or Arizona or Los Angeles, where they have a huge problem. A huge problem. And I knew what was going on in the country. And it's a serious problem. It's a really serious problem. And you have great people that have come into this country illegally. But you have some very bad people. You take a look at some of the gangs in LA, rough gangs. These are rough dudes. If I get elected, if I become president, those people are out of here. Those guys are gone, and fast. I mean gone. They're coming back, and we're going to put them where they came from. We're not going to put them in our prisons and take care of them for 45 years. Not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen that way. So they're gone. And we're going to build a wall, and it's going to be a real wall. It's not going to be one of these little walls where they ride jeeps over the top, loaded up with drugs, and screw up our cities and the lives of our children and everybody else. There's going to be a real wall. It's going to be a Trump wall. Okay? It's going to be a real wall. I know how to do it, believe me. You know, something I never talk about, OPO, the old post office, great building in Washington, D.C., exactly in between the White House and the Capitol on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm building it. Everybody wanted that building. I got it. In the Obama administration. Can you believe? Most sought after property probably in the history of GSA. Everybody. Every hotel company wanted it. Waldorf Astoria, everybody. All the hotel companies. Hyatt wanted it. Pritzker is the biggest backer of Obama. They wanted it. And I got it. And I got it for a specific reason. We had the greatest plan, the best plan. We had the best or among the best financial statements because they want to make sure it is done and done right. And the GSA folks are fantastic and great professionals, I have to tell you. But in the Obama administration, I got it. And now it's ahead of schedule. It's going to open in 2017. Now we think we're going to get it open in November or before November of 2016. So we're almost a year ahead of schedule. So we're ahead of schedule, under budget. Aren't they nice words when you hear about these projects that this country builds where they're 1,000 times over budget? So I'm under budget, ahead of schedule. It's going to be, I think, the greatest hotel in America. I already have the greatest hotel in America. It's in Chicago. But the greatest hotel in America. It's going to be something that's going to make a lot of people proud. But I know how to build. And that wall is going to be a real wall. And that's going to be a really powerful wall. And it's going to be a beautiful wall because someday they'll probably name it after Trump. It's got to be beautiful. It's true. The Trump Wall. It'll be called the Trump Wall. And it's going to have a door in it, a big, beautiful door, because people are going to come into the country, because I want them to, and so do you, but they got to come in legally. They got to come in legally. They've got to come in legally. And I said the bad ones are going out so fast, and that's going to take place before we even start the wall. You know that Hillary Clinton and the worst. She will be so bad. She will set this country back so far, so fast. If we have to go through 4 years of this bedlam, of this turmoil with Clinton, where the whole world blew up around her. You look at what she's done as Secretary of State, the whole world blew up. It's like we're a different world. ISIS, Iraq, look at all the bad things. Libya, Benghazi, all of these things. Just look at what's happened to the Middle East. Look at what's happened to the world. And I say maybe Kerry will go down as being a worse Secretary of State than even Hillary, because he made a deal with Iran that could be one of the most incompetent transactions I've ever witnessed in my life, of any kind. Of any kind. Of any kind. So, we're going to get the bad dudes out. We're going to build that wall. And we're going to take people that are here illegally, and we're going to move them out. Got to move them out. We're a country of laws, and we got to remain that way. We need a border. You can't have a country if you don't have a border. And I talk, all of a sudden the news is talking about Dwight Eisenhower. I like Ike. Everybody liked Ike, except General MacArthur. He didn't like him too much, to be honest. General MacArthur never really understood Ike. Never understood him. MacArthur was tough. By the way, we're going to find a general like MacArthur. And we're going to find a general like George Patton, and we have them. We're going to find a Patton, or we're going to find a MacArthur. And we have them. We have them. They're in there someplace. They don't do as well because they use foul language. They're tough. They're mean. They're nasty. But I don't want mean guys. I want smart guys. If they're mean, that's good, but I want smart guys. I want somebody really, really, really tough, but really, really, really smart. I know a lot of tough guys, but they're not smart. Those guys, that's the worst. So we're going to get somebody, we're going to find somebody. I'm good at that. I'm really good at that. We're going to find somebody that's so tough and so smart. And we're going to build up our military. And we're going to make it so powerful and so strong that nobody's ever going to mess with us, folks. Nobody. Nobody. And we're going to take care of our vets. We're going to take care of our vets who are not being treated in many cases as well as the illegal immigrants. You got the illegal immigrants being treated better than our vets. So we're going to do that. And we're going to, by the way, we're going to terminate Obamacare and we're going to replace it with something much better. Much, much better. But because the topic is so hot, I'm just going to finish off with immigration. We're going to triple up the number of the Border Patrol. These Border Patrol guards are phenomenal. I met them. I was in Laredo, Texas, a couple of months ago. These are tremendous people. They want to do their job. They can't. They're told to stand down. Stand down. People walk right in front of them, wave at them. Hi, hi, hi. Guess what? I just became an American citizen, and all of these suckers out here are going to pay for me for the next 85 or 90 years. That's what's happening. So they're told to stand down. When I'm there, they're not going to be told to stand down. They're going to be told just the opposite, believe me. Believe me. And we're going to triple up the number. Now, with Eisenhower's plan, you know, a lot of people never heard of it. Now, all of a sudden, they say, oh, there was no plan. Now they found out I was right. Just like I'm right about the anchor babies. Turned out I was right on the anchor babies, okay? You can't come into the country, you're illegal, you come down, you sit down, you have your baby, and we take care of the baby for the next 85 years. Everybody said, well, you need a constitutional amendment, it'll take 15 years, it'll never happen. You don't. You don't. You need a simple act of Congress. You might not even need that. And for years, people thought, you go to Mexico, try having a baby in Mexico and say that baby's going to be a Mexican citizen. Try it. They would laugh at you so hard. They would laugh so hard. We're run by incompetent people. Our leaders are incompetent. They're incompetent people. And I know many of them. And not only don't they have business ability, not only don't they have heart, they don't have common sense. And a lot of it's common sense. And a lot of it's leadership. And we certainly have no leader. That I can tell you. So, we're going to triple up the ICE officers. We're going to go nationwide E-Verify. And what people don't say about Eisenhower is when they moved them out, when they started moving them out, they moved out at least 1.5 million. And also with Truman, they moved them out. Do you know what happened? People started seeing they're moving them out, and people started leaving. Many people started leaving. They said, oh, man, this is too tough. We're getting out of here. And huge numbers of people just left. And we need it from a job standpoint because these people are taking jobs away from our people. We have close to 100 million people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, our real number for jobs, unemployment, is down to 5.2. Let me tell you. Every place I go, I have 10,000 people, 5,000 people. I just told you, this room was empty on television 2 hours ago. Now it's full. If you had a real 5.2% unemployment, this room would be empty and I wouldn't be drawing 25,000 people to speeches. Believe me. Believe me. That's the way it is. Now, we're going to defund sanctuary cities. Because sanctuary cities are a disgrace. They're a disgrace. You look at, I have property. I have a great property in San Francisco. The Bank of America building. I love San Francisco. When Kate was brutally killed, shot in the back, by an illegal immigrant who was probably here more than 5 times. They say 5 times. We're not going to let that happen again. When a wonderful veteran, 66-year-old woman, was raped, sodomized, and killed in Los Angeles. I'm not going to let that happen anymore. I'm not going to let it happen anymore. By illegal immigrants. And we're stopping with the sanctuary cities. We're going to go detention, forget it. We're not going to do the catch. You know we do now? Catch, release. Catch, release. Unbelievable. The birthright citizenship, the anchor baby, birthright citizenship, it's over. Not going to happen. Hundreds of thousands of people a year, coming from all over the world, by the way. It's over. Not going to happen. We are going to hire Americans first. We're going to take care of our Americans. You ever hear of the DREAM Act? The DREAM Act isn't for our children. The DREAM Act is for other children that come into the country. I want the DREAM Act to be for our children. So, it's a fantastic honor to be with you. This was one of those deals that was very nice for me because I heard you're given 20 minutes to speak, and I'm right down the road in Palm Beach. You came up.
Once again, we've seen
I speak for 20 minutes, I get the hell out of here, and I've done a good job.
Since civilians.
Crazy.
This is an attack not just on Paris, it's an attack not just on the people of France, but this is an attack on all of humanity and the universal values that we share. We stand prepared and ready to provide whatever assistance that the government and the people of France need to respond. France is our oldest ally. The French people have stood shoulder to shoulder with the United States time and again. And we want to be very clear that we stand together with them in the fight against terrorism and extremism. Paris itself represents the timeless values of human progress. Those who think that they can terrorize the people of France or the values that they stand for are wrong. The American people draw strength from the French people's commitment to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We are reminded in this time of tragedy that the bonds of liberté and égalité and fraternité are not only values that the French people care so deeply about, but they are values that we share. And those values are going to endure far beyond any act of terrorism or the hateful vision of those who perpetrated the crimes this evening. We're going to do whatever it takes to work with the French people and with nations around the world to bring these terrorists to justice and to go after any terrorist networks that go after our people. We don't yet know all the details of what has happened. We have been in contact with French officials to communicate our deepest condolences to the families of those who've been killed, to offer our prayers and thoughts to those who've been wounded. We have offered our full support to them. The situation is still unfolding. I've chosen not to call President Hollande at this time because my expectation is that he's very busy at the moment. I actually, by coincidence, was talking to him earlier today in preparation for the G20 meeting. But I am confident that I'll be in direct communications with him in the next few days, and we'll be coordinating in any ways that they think are helpful in the investigation of what's happened. This is a heartbreaking situation, and obviously those of us here in the United States know what it's like. We've gone through these kinds of episodes ourselves. And whenever these kinds of attacks happened, we've always been able to count on the French people to stand with us. They have been an extraordinary counterterrorism partner, and we intend to be there with them in that same fashion. I'm sure that in the days ahead we'll learn more about exactly what happened, and my teams will make sure that we are in communication with the press to provide you accurate information. I don't want to speculate at this point in terms of who was responsible for this. It appears that there may still be live activity and dangers that are taking place as we speak. And so until we know from French officials that the situation is under control and we have more information about it, I don't want to speculate. Okay? Thank you very much.
Any change in your plans, sir?
Hi,
Hi, we're going to temporarily shut our feed down so that we can bring you, but we're going to bring you live pictures out of Paris, and we're going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this feed down. Stay with us in just a minute. We are going to go back up. It's actually going to be, I will be back at 4 p.m. with live visuals out of Paris.